Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The ability Liu Yuan relied on, nowhere to return from shadows, had two separate operational modes. Stealing a person's shadow and controlling them with simple commands was the puppet manipulation technique. Entering a target's body directly and controlling it from within was the mind decapitation technique. Morrow's earlier deduction had been correct. While using mind decapitation, any injury done to the controlled body would be reflected onto Liu Yuan himself, including death, which was why he reacted so violently to Morrow's probing nun attack, which was why he had immediately severed the ability, and why doing so cost him his window of opportunity. Liu Yuan replayed the moment in his mind and felt a bitter stab of regret. Had he stayed calm, he would have noticed the nun sphere's trajectory was slightly off. Morrow hadn't aimed at a lethal point. If he had maintained the act a second longer, the situation might have gone his way. But regret was meaningless now. Even so, there was something in Morrow's attack he could still use. Liu Yuan lowered his head, thumb idly brushing the hilt of his blade, thinking about the purposefully misaimed attack. There were angles here, exploitable ones. He quelled his frustration. His cover might have been dented, but he hadn't lost the game yet. Shadows swirled around his feet. His aura pulsed, and with one step, he slipped into a pitch-black patch of darkness. Gone. His shadow stream technique let him move freely through the shadows of ordinary people within a certain radius. But it couldn't coexist with puppet manipulation. Puppets, being dead, had no shadows. Likewise, any controlled body under mind decapitation would lose its color and shadow the moment he released them, which was why he had tied the earlier victim to the chair in that room. He needed a target with a shadow for his exit. Now he moved through darkness again, searching for his next body to occupy. His choice was immediate: a security officer on the airship. In the surveillance room, a nervous officer watched the dozens of screens, radio in hand, reporting frantically. Then, his face froze. His hands stilled. His eyes went blank. Liu Yuan had taken over. Click. He switched off the walkie-talkie and grabbed the airship's broadcast microphone. Attention, passengers. The airship is currently under attack by hostile forces. Our security team has everything under control. Please remain calm. For your safety, all passengers are asked to move immediately to the upper deck cockpit. I repeat, proceed to the upper deck cockpit at once. He cut the mic and looked at the screen showing the cockpit. Over the last few hours, he had planted control triggers in more than 50 people. They weren't active puppets yet, just anchors, shadow holders he could jump through at will. This broadcast solved the last logistical problem: deliver the crowd straight to Morrow. A flood of passengers would inevitably gather in the cockpit, along with several untagged individuals. In that chaos, he could deploy his puppets to their fullest. Against Morrow, this was almost checkmate, unless Morrow was willing to slaughter every passenger aboard the airship to stop him. You rushed to the cockpit to force a landing. I won't let you. Let's see how you respond. Liu Yuan's thoughts stopped short. On the surveillance screen, Morrow suddenly looked directly at the camera. For a split second, their eyes met. Then, crack. The feed jolted and went black. Morrow had destroyed the cockpit camera. Liu Yuan frowned. The move was nearly flawless, yet he couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. Inside the cockpit, Morrow replayed the earlier broadcast. Strange. What bothered him wasn't the message. It was the intention behind it. To go this far, just to stop him from interfering with the airship's controls? If the goal was to kill someone under Kanzai's guard, this was the last approach anyone would choose, especially when the bodyguard was Kanzai of the Zodiacs. To divert this much effort away from the actual target made no sense. Unless the target wasn't Kanzai's client at all. Unless the target was him. Realization clicked. Almost fell for it. Morrow's expression tightened. He had already examined the captain and co-pilot. Their eyes were clouded, their bodies stiff. They were dead, pushed forward by a simple command-based manipulation. Puppets. Left untouched, they would follow their final instruction until their bodies failed. That killed the idea of landing the airship safely. He no longer planned to wait in the cockpit. His earlier strategy had been to stall the manipulator. But now, he was convinced the ability had structural weaknesses. 2 distinct control systems, plus a high number of simultaneous control points. Abilities with such versatility always had severe limitations. The non-consumption alone had to be enormous. If Liu Yuan could have seen Morrow draw these conclusions under incomplete information, he would have felt cold to the marrow. One of them hid in darkness, one stood in the open. Yet Morrow still pieced together the truth. Thud! Morrow pushed open the door and stepped out of the cockpit before the passengers arrived. He expanded his N and moved toward the location of the earlier aura spike. He had to confirm Kanzai's condition and decide his next move. He also mentally prepared for the worst. The airship might crash. As he closed in on the scene, his eye brushed against something. None. Morrow's gaze snapped to the observation deck outside. On the floor, about 10 meters away, glowing faint symbols lined the surface in a tight pattern. Divine script. Morrow didn't understand it, but he recognized at least the shape. Why would divine script appear here? Divine script was a specialized form of nun inscription, half talisman, half ritual array. Its purpose varied: amplification, sealing, stabilizing abilities, extending duration, even performing feats normally impossible through nun alone. But its greatest strength was also its weakness. It was obscure, difficult, tedious. Carving a single array demanded careful preparation and constant aura flow. Most nun users didn't have the patience for it, which was why almost no one learned it. And yet, in the hands of a true expert, divine script could push nun to heights unreachable by normal ability design. The best example was Greed Island. The game's impossible scale, NPCs, materialization fields, script-triggered rules, was only possible because its creators wove massive divine script matrices throughout the island. Without those arrays, even 11 top-tier nun users couldn't have maintained such a complex system. But in the original story, divine script appeared only in glimpses. Its users were rare. Its teachings were limited. Morrow didn't know how to carve divine script, but as a transmigrator, he understood the broad strokes. And he understood its biggest flaw. Divine script had a fixed range. You could spend hours preparing a powerful combat array, only for your opponent to never step inside it. Worse, every stroke of divine script consumed part of your aura. If unused, you had to reclaim it before the fight, or suffer a permanent handicap. That was why divine script was strategically valuable, but practically difficult in combat, which made what Morrow found even stranger. He expanded his UN and immediately sensed a cluster of faint symbols glowing on the observation deck's floor. Divine script, active and precise. Why here? Only 2 possibilities came to mind. The unknown attacker targeting him, or the enemy Kanzai was fighting. Kanzai himself wasn't a suspect. Morrow had already judged him as someone with no aptitude for inscriptions. Poor with numbers, poor with language, and currently working a bodyguard job. The muscular female hunter traveling with him had a small chance, but still unlikely. So the divine script in front of him was almost certainly hostile. Morrow stared at the glowing pattern. Destroying it felt like an obvious move. He didn't know what would happen afterward. But whatever the effect was, it would help him. Elsewhere, inside a world stained yellow, everything around Kanzai and Muse looked washed in sepia, as though the world had been dipped in old film. This was time of molting Muse's countertype conjuration ability. When Muse took damage, the ability activated instantly and dragged his attacker into a mirror in space that duplicated the real environment. For the next 60 seconds, any damage dealt to Muse would also be transferred to the enemy. If the damage Muse dealt in return surpassed the value of what he had already suffered, call it a day. Then when the nun space collapsed, all his wounds would heal completely. If he failed to meet that threshold, he would be forced into a 1-hour zetsu. Muse shook his head, looking down at his limp right arm. Shame. I only managed to cripple one arm. He glanced at Kanzai, reading the tension in the man's expression, and smirked. No. Actually, given how cautious you were, crippling even one arm is impressive. Kanzai didn't respond. He simply watched Muse in silence. Muse curled his fingers tauntingly, not planning to attack. Your activation condition is too easy. Kanzai's voice was calm, analytical. He had tested the space the moment he was dragged in. He already understood the damage-sharing mechanism. Oh, Muse's smile widened. It is easy, he admitted. All I had to do was force a situation where you'd retaliate. If you'd refused, I'd have just walked into the princess's room and made you act anyway. The outcome wouldn't change unless. His eyes glinted. How odd. You're calm. No rush to save your precious princess. Don't tell me you're afraid. Drop the theatrics. Kanzai's stare sharpened. A counter-activated space, damage sharing, and a fixed duration. The vows and limitations check out. He continued coldly. With that kind of structure, your nin space can last 30 to 60 seconds at most. If it's still active beyond that point, it means the damage sharing ended the moment we entered. Muse's expression twitched, an intentionally planted reaction. As expected of a zodiac, he said, letting his smile fade. Your experience is extraordinary. He clapped lightly with his left hand against the palm of his disabled right. He wasn't denying Kanzai's deduction, because it was correct. Under normal circumstances, time of molting lasted exactly 60 seconds. And once the space formed, the damage sharing stopped. Kanzai shouldn't rush. He had already understood the ability. Even with the client outside being attacked, Kanzai stayed calm. In a typical battle, Muse would be the one under pressure. He needed to surpass the damage threshold within 60 seconds or face Zetsu. But this wasn't a typical scenario. Muse had prepared 7 divine scripts ahead of time. Their combined effect extended the duration of time of molting, not to 60 seconds, but to 300. From the moment the battle began, Muse had never intended to meet the damage requirement. He wasn't fighting to win. He was gambling his life to restrain Kanzai for longer than 60 seconds, so his partner could operate freely elsewhere. Killing the third princess. The prince whom Muse served had only asked them to complete this task as far as possible while ensuring their survival. If the mission proved impossible, their primary goal was to preserve their lives. Muse didn't bother speculating about the prince's thoughts. From his own perspective, he interpreted the prince's orders as, only by staying alive could he better fulfill his role as a pawn. Muse was willing to be a pawn that could bring greater value to the prince. Yet, just as his companion Ada had said, while the prince didn't want to see the two of them lose their lives for a single mission, they themselves were even more unwilling to disappoint the prince. Killing the third princess was crucial. For this purpose, when inscribing the divine script, Muse had already resolved to offer his heart. If they didn't have to die, neither he nor his companion wanted to. They still wished to follow the prince, watching as he ascended the throne at the top of the steps. But there was no helping it. The obstacle standing in their way was a member of the Hunter Association's Zodiac 12, specializing in combat. Without the resolve to stake their lives, how could they overcome this obstacle and complete their mission? So, after activating Molting Moment, whether it was putting on an act or bluffing, Muse's only goal was to disrupt or mislead Kanzai's judgment, keeping him uncertain in the muddied waters and prolonging the time he was restrained. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Kanzai even managed to guess the exact time limit. Even a few dozen extra seconds would have been better, but he had been pinned down precisely. So once the 60 seconds were up, every extra second of survival counted. The longer he stayed alive, the higher the chances of his companion succeeding. If there was any regret, it was that before activating his ability, he hadn't managed to provoke Kanzai into inflicting more severe injuries on him. This, too, was unavoidable. If he didn't use the most basic aura defense when struck, the conditions for his ability wouldn't be met. But the most critical factor was that Kanzai had been cautious beforehand, suppressing his instincts during his hurried counterattack and avoiding his vital points. If not for the second safeguard, having his companion violently breach the room to compress Kanzai's reaction time, they truly wouldn't have been able to drag Kanzai into the nun's space immediately. Truly worthy of the Zodiac 12. This praise, Muse genuinely meant, while silently apologizing to his companion in his heart. Sorry, Ada. If I could have drawn more damage from this guy, your chances of survival after completing the mission would have been much higher. Even as Muse prepared to sacrifice himself, he firmly believed his companion would succeed. His eyelids lowered briefly before he raised his gaze to meet Kanzai's. Zodiac 12, Tiger. The intel I have suggests you should be an enhancer, but after fighting you, you're nothing like what I expected. What's that supposed to mean? You think enhancers are all reckless brutes who charge him blindly. Muse retorted, aren't they? Every enhancer he had encountered relied on their high offense and defense to act without fear. So when working with his companion, his favorite opponents were enhancers. They were easy to trap. Did enhancers steal your rice or something? Kanzai detected the disdain in Muse's words toward enhancers, his eyes widening slightly as he concluded the 60-second count in his mind. The nun's space hadn't disappeared. At least he didn't have to worry about the counter-type ability effect of damage sharing anymore. With the 60-second conversation phase over, Kanzai decisively acted on his judgment, charging fiercely toward Muse ahead. In that instant of attack, Kanzai's not particularly robust frame erupted with a momentum akin to a raging tiger. Muse, who bore the brunt of it, finally saw the hallmark traits of an enhancer in Kanzai. Even without diverting aura output to the divine script, there's no way to block this. With just one glance, Muse sensed the gap in direct combat, the very aspect that made enhancers so troublesome. But he had never intended to face Kanzai head-on. Gathering aura in his feet, he spun and sprinted, immediately extending the distance Kanzai needed to cover to attack. Unfortunately, the nun space's mechanics had fixed the range of movement. He couldn't jump off the airship, nor could he play hide-and-seek. I just need to hold out for a minute or two. Muse focused solely on fleeing and avoiding combat. Because of the ability trait of Time of Molting, which required dealing damage to the enemy within 60 seconds, he had invested heavily in mobility. Now, by devoting everything to evasion, he managed to stay out of Kanzai's grasp for the moment. But if caught, he would likely be killed in one strike. Thus, Muse and Kanzai began a chase across the upper deck of the airship. Though Kanzai's victory was all but assured, he still had to consider the safety of his client, Sapphira. Is this guy's nun ability really this potent? As time slipped away during the pursuit, Kanzai realized Muse's ability mechanics were exceeding his expectations. If the nun space hadn't disappeared after 60 seconds, it was almost certain the damage-sharing mechanism was gone. After that, the nun space should vanish within another 30 seconds at most. Yet the expected outcome didn't occur. Kanzai's brow furrowed. He didn't know Muse was already stalling with the resolve to die. At the 38-second mark of the chase, Kanzai finally found an opening, lashing out with a fist wreathed in dense aura toward Muse's back. Facing the attack, Muse suddenly turned, raising his left arm and channeling nearly all his aura output into defense. Boom! Crack! The punch landed on Muse's left arm. The devastating force sent his body flying backward, his entire left arm shattering into pieces on impact. Want to know how long this nun space will last? Using the distance created by Kanzai's strike, Muse landed from midair, completely disregarding his ruined left arm as he answered his own question. A full 300 seconds. Understand now? From the moment you stepped in here, you could no longer protect that princess. Kanzai's heart lurched, but he ignored Muse's words, erupting once more with tiger-like speed as he lunged for the kill. Muse's face twisted into another smirk. Though both arms were useless now, he could probably stall for another minute at most. It was enough. Just as Muse was thinking this, the yellowish hue around them suddenly receded like a tide. X2. The abrupt change left both Muse and Kanzai visibly startled. As the yellowish color completely faded, the two found themselves still in their original positions. The only difference was the appearance of a new figure standing in the corridor leading from the rest area to the entrance. It's him. Kanzai looked at the person and recognized him as the boy who had concealed his identity as a nun user during boarding. This boy was none other than Morrow, who had come to investigate the situation. Watching as Kanzai and Muse's bodies materialized out of thin air, Morrow glanced at the divine script on the corridor wall behind him, which had now lost its aura sheen. That spot had originally held a portrait. Seems my judgment was correct. Morrow shifted his gaze to Muse, whose aura was gradually withdrawing into his body, and calmly stated, "Destroying the divine script may not bring benefits, but at the very least, it can create disadvantages for the troublemaker." You. Muse stared in disbelief at Morrow, this unforeseen variable that had appeared out of nowhere. Morrow lightly raised his hand, casting a glance at Kanzai as he earnestly said, "I really can't stand terrorists. Leave him to me!" Exclamation point. Kanzai exclaimed loudly, "You're a fucking genius." With that, he turned without hesitation and rushed into the room. The spacious rest area was now left with only Morrow and Muse. For Kanzai, Morrow's sudden appearance was nothing short of a pleasant surprise. Without Morrow's intervention, Kanzai would have been forced to waste precious time in the nun's space, even if his own safety wasn't at risk. And right now, time was of the essence. It directly concerned the safety of his client. In that brief moment, Kanzai shifted his focus to Sapphira in the room, accepting Morrow's suggestion to leave Muse in the arena for Morrow to handle. Before making this decision, Kanzai had felt a flicker of concern. After all, he had fought Muse before. Even disregarding the troublesome mechanics of Muse's nun ability, the level of Ryu Muse displayed in close combat alone proved he was no pushover. But then Kanzai remembered that Muse's arms were now useless, and his hesitation vanished. He agreed to let Morrow deal with Muse. For Muse, however, Morrow's sudden appearance was nothing short of a nightmare within a nightmare. He had schemed meticulously, even staking his own life, all to trap Kanzai in the nun space for as long as possible. Even an extra minute would be enough. At the very least, another 30 seconds. With this conviction, Muse believed he could face death with peace after fulfilling his purpose. Yet all of it was ruined by Morrow's abrupt interference. Rage, resentment, disbelief, a tangled mess of emotions twisted Muse's face. He was supposed to accept death with dignity after serving his purpose. That was how it should have been. You deserve to die. Muse's bloodshot eyes burned with fury, all traces of his earlier arrogance and composure gone. At this point, stopping Kanzai was already a delusion. Even killing Morrow seemed impossible, because his aura was rapidly receding. In another second, he would be forced into Zetsu. This was the price of time of Molting's failure. Morrow noticed Muse's aura output vanishing within seconds, and immediately concluded that Muse was suffering from a limitation backlash. There was no other explanation. When Muse's aura completely disappeared, the phrase, "unexpected windfall," flashed through Morrow's mind. I came at just the right time. Ignoring Muse's twisted, murderous glare, Morrow raised his hand and condensed a nun bullet the size of a ping-pong ball. In his eyes, any nun user capable of holding their own against a combat-specialized member of the Zodiac 12 couldn't be weak. This might yield a massive amount of experience. Muse was now in Zetsu, devoid of aura. He couldn't see Morrow's aura output, but he could still sense danger. "I'll kill you." With nothing left to lose, his final act was a desperate, suicidal charge. His arms hung limp at his sides as he rushed at Morrow like a vengeful demon, his face contorted with fury. Morrow responded by casually flicking the nun bullet toward him. What would have been an insignificant attack in Muse's eyes now felt like an unstoppable mountain crashing down. Splat! The nun bullet struck Muse's head, the overwhelming force instantly obliterating it. With a heavy thud, a headless corpse fell to the ground. Morrow maintained his stance, arms still raised from throwing the nun bullet, then casually glanced at the back of his hand. LV 7, LV 18. The sudden surge in level left him momentarily stunned. Did it just jump to level 18? Before he could process it, the aura output swirling around his body abruptly expanded by a noticeable margin. This was the immediate benefit of the rapid level increase. Morrow slowly widened his eyes. Not only had his aura output level risen, but his total potential aura had also visibly grown. Before leveling up, his endurance in intense battles lasted only about 5 minutes. Now, at least 10 minutes. Did I just luck into this? Feeling the changes from the upgrade, Morrow stared in astonishment at the headless corpse on the ground. For him to leap from LV7 to LV18 in one go, just how high must this nin user's potential level have been? There was no way to know now. One thing was certain. At his current strength, he would never have been able to defeat this nin user in a fair fight. No wonder it felt like he had stumbled into a windfall. But then Morrow reconsidered. Securing this kill was the result of his own decisions and actions, step by step. If he hadn't rushed to the cockpit immediately, if he hadn't picked up on the clues despite the lack of information, if he hadn't decisively moved toward Kanzai's location, then he wouldn't have destroyed the divine script along the way, nor would he be reaping this bountiful harvest now. True, there was an element of luck involved, but he had seized the opportunity. Morrow clenched his fist, quietly savoring the exhilaration of such a massive level boost. An 11-level leap. How much training time have I just saved? Just as Morrow was reveling in his fortune, the headless corpse suddenly emitted a pitch-black aura. Alert! Morrow immediately turned his gaze toward it. The dark aura detached from the mangled neck, floating upward like a will-o'-the-wisp, radiating an ominous presence. Post-mortem will... Morrow's pupils contracted as Muse's twisted, furious face, filled with killing intent, flashed through his mind. When none users die under extreme emotions or lingering grudges, their aura can persist, driven by their unresolved will. Such post-mortem will usually target the killer. This was Morrow's first time encountering such a phenomenon. Watching the black, wisp-like aura fly toward him, he braced himself as if facing a deadly threat. He had no experience dealing with this. The only thing he could think of was the tree ring's tattoo on his hand. If the tattoo could absorb aura attached to non-imbued objects, could it also absorb post-mortem will? If there was no way to avoid it, he had no choice but to try. Yet, just as Morrow prepared to defend himself, the will-o'-the-wisp-like post-mortem will veered past him, streaking straight toward the room where Kanzai had gone. Morrow turned his head, watching as the lingering will flew toward the room, an inexplicable emotion rising in his chest. Whether in life or death, he could keenly feel Muse's killing intent directed at him. Logically, the post-mortem will born from such hatred should have dragged him down without hesitation. But instead, it had a clear destination, the room. Morrow understood the reason in an instant, casting a somewhat complicated glance at the headless corpse on the ground. Rather than venting his dying rage and killing intent, the original objective had been more important. What kind of obsession could drive someone to this extent? Muse's post-mortem will surge toward the room. What consequences this would bring, Morrow neither knew nor cared to investigate. He had come here and incidentally helped Kanzai solve a problem, all to leverage Kanzai's strength in ensuring the airship could land safely later. Their goals aligned perfectly, provided Kanzai could free himself. Morrow glanced at the open door of the room. From his angle, he couldn't see inside clearly, but he could sense the clashing waves of aura. Should I go over? The thought flickered in Morrow's mind. The non-user he had just killed had skyrocketed his level. If he could pick off another one, whether or not he went to the Cooking Kingdom afterward wouldn't matter to him. As Morrow hesitated, the room was already a storm of unseen currents. Muse had staked his life to trap Kanzai in a nun's space, while his partner Ada breached the room by smashing through the ceiling. But the third princess had an enhancer bodyguard by her side. Ada couldn't kill an enhancer in under a minute, but give her just one more minute and it wouldn't be difficult at all. And so it was. By the time Kanzai rushed back into the room, Talia, assigned to protect Safara, was already gravely wounded, teetering on the edge. This moment had arrived precisely 2 minutes earlier. Muse! Ada's peripheral vision caught Kanzai charging in, confirming Muse had sacrificed his life. If she could just buy 5 more seconds. But there were no ifs. Yet the mission had to be completed. She and Muse had prepared a failsafe from the start to ensure success. For them, the best outcome would have been completing the mission while surviving. Only then could they continue serving their prince. But now, Ada felt no sorrow or regret, only unwavering resolve. In that split second, she abandoned all hope of survival and poured every ounce of her will into completing the mission. Ignoring Kanzai's lethal strike, she lunged toward Sapphira, shielded behind Talia. Though Talia was on the verge of collapse, her determination matched Muse and Ada's. Driven by the desperate need to protect Sapphira, Talia met Ada without hesitation, using the last of her strength to buy the crucial seconds until Kanzai's arrival. Just 3 more seconds. No, 2 will do. Fearless in the face of death, Talia's only thought was to hold out until Kanzai could take over. She had to endure. Only then could Sapphira survive. Despite her injuries, Talia erupted with even greater aura, sensing the tide turning in their favor. But what followed left her stunned and despairing. A blinding flash, the instant burst of an explosion. On the enemy's body, high explosives. Indeed, in her final moments, Ada had calmly detonated the explosives strapped to her. This was the last trump card she and Muse had smuggled aboard the airship using their disguised identities. If survival was impossible, then she would flip the table without hesitation. A blinding flash of scorching light vanished in an instant, followed immediately by a shockwave wreathed in searing flames that swallowed Ada, Talia, and Sapphira in the blink of an eye. Kanzai, who had been charging straight toward them, paled drastically. Barely managing to cross his left arm in front of his face, he was sent flying by the explosive shockwave. At the same time, in the lounge area, Morrow heard the deafening explosion before seeing the residual blast surge out of the room like a dragon, barreling down the corridor straight toward the lounge. The short distance gave Morrow just enough time to react. Almost the moment the explosion occurred, Morrow's eyes sharpened. He flipped behind a sofa, crouching low as he shielded his entire body with aura while bracing the sofa in front of him. Boom! The shockwave overturned the entire lounge. When the chaos settled, flammable materials like the surrounding carpets had caught fire. Morrow rose from behind the sofa, surveying the devastation with trembling pupils, a sliver of relief flickering in his heart. The unsteady tilt beneath his feet signaled the severity of the situation. The airship might very well crash because of this explosion. A deep sense of foreboding struck Morrow before he turned his gaze toward the corridor ahead. There, Kanzai lay sprawled on the ground, his body charred in multiple places, his condition unknown. Inside the room, after the violent explosion, the entire space was shattered, flames and thick smoke filling every corner. In one corner, Talia's body was mangled beyond recognition, her life already extinguished. Yet beneath her, Sapphira's faint groans could barely be heard. In the final moments before the explosion struck, Talia had fulfilled her duty to the death, shielding Sapphira's life as she had wished. But before collapsing, Talia had only noticed Kanzai rushing back to aid them. She hadn't seen the lingering post-mortem while soaring through the air. Among the enemy ranks, there was someone with an indomitable will. Muse's post-mortem will, taking the form of phosphorescent flames, slipped through the smoke and fire, homing unerringly toward the space beneath Talia's corpse. The next second, Sapphira's weak voice abruptly cut off. Outside the room, in the corridor, Kanzai shook his head as he staggered to his feet. Without bothering to check his injuries, he charged back into the smoke-filled room. He quickly found Talia in the corner, and Sapphira, crushed beneath her. Both were dead. Kanzai's expression darkened. "Sorry about this," he muttered to the corpses. Glancing at the tilting floor, he clenched his fists before swiftly turning and leaving the room, now nearly engulfed in smoke. Back in the corridor, he immediately spotted Morrow standing in a lounge. He ran over and demanded, What's your name? Morrow. Having seen Kanzai rush out of the room, Morrow could roughly guess the reason. He wondered just who Kanzai had been protecting to attract such powerful non-users, ones who had resorted to such extreme measures. They really left no room for survival. Kanzai stopped in front of Morrow, briefly glancing at the headless corpse flung farther away before locking eyes with him. Morrow, right? You know who I am. Morrow inwardly marveled at Kanzai's sharpness before nodding and offering a flattering reply. One of the Hunter Association's Zodiac 12. Hard not to recognize you. Then I'll skip the introductions. Come with me to find the captain. Ignoring the flattery in Morrow's words, Kanzai's first thought upon seeing the aftermath of the explosion was to find the captain and have the airship make an emergency landing as soon as possible. Morrow remained standing still and sighed. That's exactly why I came looking for you. What do you mean? Kanzai was puzzled. Morrow briefly explained the situation in the cockpit. After hearing it, Kanzai's expression darkened even more. Screech. A piercing noise came from the front as the airship tilted and swayed back and forth. Steadying himself, Morrow said, "This explosion might force that manipulator to make an emergency landing." No sooner had he spoken than the floor suddenly tilted again, making it clear that the airship had reached a dangerously steep angle. It seemed like it was about to crash. Morrow and Kanzai exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Above the endless expanse of white clouds, an airship spewed thick smoke and flames, its body severely tilted, on the verge of plunging into the sea of clouds. Inside the airship, screams erupted everywhere. The terror induced by the high-altitude disaster gripped the hearts of passengers and crew like a merciless hand. Under the immense pressure of impending death, some gave up in despair, others screamed in confusion, and some frantically sought any lifeline they could grasp. Yet, in the face of the crashing airship, even the strongest will to survive seemed as insignificant as ants beneath human feet. Listening to the panicked screams of the passengers, Morrow and Kanzai reacted differently. Morrow, moving against the tilted slope, silently headed toward the observation deck. When the airship showed signs of crashing, the fate of the other passengers was all too clear. Only one word occupied Morrow's mind: survival. There was no room left for anyone else. Kanzai glanced toward the source of the screams, hesitation flickering in his eyes before he sighed. There was no point dwelling on things beyond his control. The hesitation vanished from his gaze as he quickly followed Morrow. The two arrived at the observation deck one after another. Standing there, a mere glance upward revealed the thick smoke and flames billowing from the upper cabins, now threatening the massive gas chamber above the airship's body. At this sight, both Morrow and Kanzai tensed. It was practically a giant bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Suppressing his shock, Morrow moved along the wall to the edge of the observation deck and looked down. The clouds were within reach. The next moment, the tilting airship plunged into the clouds, a powerful gust of wind whipping through Morrow's hair and clothes. Gripping the railing tightly, Morrow leaned forward, peering downward. Through the suddenly thinning gaps in the clouds, the vast earth stretched out below. The rushing wind carried a suffocating sensation. Several thousand meters of visible altitude. Even with none, it offered no sense of security. Morrow stared down at the impossibly distant ground, expecting his heart to race and fear to overwhelm him. Yet, standing here, gazing at the abyss just a step away, he found himself unexpectedly calm. Kanzai stepped up behind Morrow and said gravely, "Whether we live or die depends entirely on our skills." At a time like this, even mentioning luck was a luxury. Even as an enhancer, he couldn't guarantee a safe landing from thousands of meters in the air. Morrow glanced back at Kanzai, then up at the gas chamber that could trigger a violent explosion at any moment. With time running out, there was no room for hesitation or second thoughts. Morrow had envisioned the airship crashing before, but the reality was far more perilous. "Let's exchange contact info." He pulled out his phone and looked at Kanzai. Kanzai nodded. Sure. If I make it back to the ground alive, I'll contact you immediately. If you die, I'll do my best to recover your body. How considerate of you. Morrow's eyelid twitched. Kanzai, as if oblivious to the sarcasm, said earnestly, "No need to thank me. We're comrades now." Morrow fell silent for a moment before asking, "Your number?" Bracing against the increasingly fierce wind, Kanzai recited his contact details. After listening, Morrow dialed the number at the fastest speed and hung up as soon as the first ringtone sounded. "Take care." Putting away his phone, Morrow gave Kanzai a slight nod before leaping forward, his body slanting downward like a javelin toward the sky below. The airship could explode at any moment, so he had no time to spare considering whether his survival technique would safely bring him back to the ground. Kanzai watched Morrow's figure descending through the air, a flash of admiration crossing his eyes. Then he glanced back at the airship cabin, a mix of regret and guilt welling up in his heart. After standing still for 2 or 3 seconds, Kanzai released his grip on the railing and jumped toward the wispy white clouds below, thin as cooking smoke. He spread his arms and legs, slowing his descent due to air resistance. From his current altitude, he could still see Morrow's figure beneath him. Boom! At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted above them. Almost simultaneously, Kanzai and Morrow flipped their bodies to face the sky, looking toward the source of the explosion. Under their gaze, the airship exploded into a blindingly bright fireball, blooming high in the sky. Morrow silently stared at the suddenly expanding inferno, faintly making out the scattered fragments of the airship's wreckage. But the distance was too great, and it was hard to tell whether the dark specks strewn about were debris or human remains. Often, human life was as insignificant as dust. Only by wielding power could one earn the right to change their fate. Morrow flipped back around, facing downward as he spread his limbs to slow his fall. Deceptive shooting star. A glowing green nun bullet formed in his right palm, facing downward before being launched. Whoosh! The shooting star plummeted rapidly, only to come to an abrupt halt about 100 meters below. 1 second later, like time reversing, the shooting star shot back upward toward Morrow, who had already fallen close to it. Facing the returning projectile, Morrow channeled his aura, meeting it with the back of his right hand, the one bearing the tree rings tattoo. Boom! The shooting star detonated against his hand. The resulting impact sent Morrow's body tumbling violently upward. Not enough. Struggling to stabilize himself midair, Morrow fired another shooting star downward, this time pouring more aura into his entire palm. Boom! Another explosion. Once again, the rebounding shooting star blasted Morrow upward, though not as violently as the first time. Still not enough. Sensing the feedback from the aura collision, Morrow launched yet another shooting star, further increasing the aura gathered in his palm. Boom! Another collision of aura, but this time there was a faint sense of harmony. As the energy of the aura dispersed, instead of being flung upward, Morrow felt as if he were gently lifted by an invisible hand, his body briefly suspended in midair. This was because the returning shooting star and the measured aura enveloping his hand had created a peculiar neutralizing effect upon impact. When their combined values were nearly equal, it drastically reduced Morrow's downward momentum. This will work. Having confirmed the results, Morrow felt slightly reassured. Above him, Kanzai witnessed Morrow's flashy maneuver, his jaw dropping involuntarily as strong winds rushed into his mouth. Damn! A stone chamber illuminated by a luminous pearl, square in layout, with a central platform built from 4-tiered steps. On the platform stood a harp with a jade-like body and ink-black strings. Suddenly, the strings moved on their own, producing a sound as clear and refreshing as a spring, only to turn wild and tempestuous the next moment. As the strings plucked violently, waves of darkened aura emanated, sketching the outline of a human figure before the harp. Gradually, the silhouette solidified from illusion to reality, revealing the form of Sapphira. Sapphira slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the self-playing harp, An expression of both familiarity and surprise crossed her face, soon replaced by deep confusion. Within the stone chamber, the turbulent melody of the harp gradually ceased. This was followed by the successive snapping of harp strings. The inky black strings broke one after another before Sapphira's eyes. As the last string snapped and flew apart, the stone chamber fell into complete silence. At the same time, the darkened aura surrounding the harp slowly receded until it vanished without a trace. Sapphira, or rather, she should be called by her true name, Eve. Her eyes were filled with deep confusion, as though she couldn't quite grasp the reason for her presence here. Yet she faintly remembered the death that had once claimed her. In the silence, she turned her gaze to the harp with its broken strings. On its pillar was embedded a sheet of music, its surface filthy and stained, forming a stark contrast against the harp's pristine, jade-white body. Sonata of Darkness, the harp's solo score. The term inexplicably surfaced in her mind, as though piercing through a dense fog. Eve stared blankly at the score on the harp's pillar. Fragments of hazy memories, like sunlight breaking through the mist, suddenly emerged. "I'm still alive." Her murmur echoed through the stone chamber. The confusion in Eve's eyes faded, gradually replaced by calm. She reached out and gently stroked the harp's body. Between her fingers, a starlight glimmer flashed, a manifestation of none. Having returned to the world through the harp's melody, this third princess of the Kukin-Yu kingdom, a land steeped in ancient traditions, had naturally awakened to the power of none. The memories of the harp and the score, which should have been sealed away, also resurfaced in her mind. But before her return to this world, Eve had never truly understood the harp and the score's abilities, nor had she ever imagined such a scenario. She held no reverence for death, so its arrival had never concerned her. In her view, humans who walk the path of defiance should naturally face the risks of death. It was normal. It was inevitable. Ironically, among the non-nin users who had also faced death, those who resisted it the most had perished like dust. Yet Eve, who feared death the least and met it with the utmost calm, could still breathe the air. So this is the power of none. Eve's fingers trailed along the harp's pillar before reaching beneath the tuning pins. The starlight glimmer seeping from her fingertips drew a harp string in the empty air. And so, she restrung the harp with a single string. Perhaps due to the manifestation of her nin ability, a rare flicker of excitement appeared in her otherwise tranquil, water-like eyes. A dense, flourishing forest. This place lay on the border of the Minbo Republic, separated from the continent where the Kukin-Yu kingdom stood by a vast sea. Morrow plummeted from the sky. We saw the thick expanse of forest below. The tension in his chest finally eased. A free fall from thousands of meters. Though the versatility of none could ensure his survival, there were still countless uncontrollable risks before safe landing. Fortunately, at this moment, the airship was still within the Minbo Republic's airspace, not over the open sea. Morrow looked down at the ground, where an endless stretch of forest lay bathed in the pale glow of moonlight. As the ground drew nearer, he used a deceptive shooting star to counteract the force of his descent. Even so, he still fell the final 100 meters straight to the ground. In an instant, Morrow crashed into the forest like a cannonball, creating a tremendous noise in the quiet night. Rustle. Flocks of birds, startled by the sudden sound, took flight in all directions, while nocturnal creatures on the ground scattered in panic. Thud. A centuries-old tree became the unfortunate landing spot for Morrow. Under the immense impact, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Moments later, Morrow emerged from the dense canopy, scanning his surroundings. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, their gaps allowing the bright moonlight to filter through, casting a faint glow on the mist below. Beneath the swirling mist were thickets of shrubs and moss-covered remnants of stones and old wood. Further away, a winding stream meandered through a pile of scattered rocks. Morrow's gaze followed the stream until it disappeared into darkness. After a quick survey of the area, he withdrew his gaze, remembering he should check on Kanzai's situation. He pulled out his phone, only to find it cracked in several places and already powered off. Kanzai should be fine, he thought. Putting away the damaged phone, Morrow figured if he had landed safely, Kanzai must have too, unless he had the terrible luck of falling into a swamp or sinkhole. This place should still be within the Minbo Republic's borders. Morrow walked toward the nearby stream. The Minbo Republic was one of the 5 great nations, separated from Heaven's Arena by 2 countries. Judging by the airship's route, Morrow guessed he might have landed somewhere within the vast territory of the Minbo Republic, though the exact location was unclear. In this situation, navigating out of this unfamiliar forest wouldn't be easy. If only his phone hadn't been damaged, things would be different. With a sigh, Morrow followed the stream. After a long while, he emerged from the trees into a clearing, where a lake shrouded in thin mist lay ahead. Faint reflections of starlight shimmered on its surface. Along the lakeshore, various wild animals gathered. Morrow's eyes swept across them, but the most striking were several white deer with enormous antlers. Their antlers resembled intricate coral branches, pure white and gleaming under the moonlight. Morrow had no intention of disturbing the animals drinking by the lake. He scanned the nearby area for a suitable resting spot. Bang! 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 Just as he was searching, gunshots suddenly rang out from the other side of the lake. Startled by the noise, the animals scattered in panic. Morrow turned toward the sound and saw the white deer collapse to the ground. Moments later, several men carrying rifles emerged from the forest. Watching this, Morrow retreated behind a large tree, catching snippets of their excited laughter and discussions about the loud noise earlier. He realized they were talking about the commotion he had caused upon landing. Then he heard them mention something about a huge payoff, likely referring to the valuable white deer, which had them barely containing their excitement. After a moment's thought, Morrow stepped out, deciding to approach them for information. Meanwhile, several kilometers away on the other side of the forest, a spherical mass formed by over a dozen humans entangled together crashed heavily onto a lake, instantly sending towering waves into the sky. As the waves subsided, human bodies began surfacing one after another on the lake surface. Splash! Another spray of water erupted across the lake. Liu Yuan emerged from the water, breathing slightly heavily as he gazed toward the dense forest on the shore. Humans controlled by the puppet manipulation technique, though devoid of shadows, could have their strength enhanced using aura. Before the airship exploded, Liu Yuan hid inside an ordinary person's shadow. He then used over a dozen puppet humans to encase the person, ultimately plummeting from high altitude into a lake. Despite the reinforcement of aura, several puppet humans were damaged by the impact of the fall. As for the ordinary person encased within, they died instantly. Liu Yuan emerged from the shadow dimension and swam toward the shore. The puppet humans under his command also returned to the shore. Once ashore, Liu Yuan collapsed onto the ground, exhaustion written all over his face. The ability type of nowhere to return from shadows could be considered complex. While it offered versatile applications, the trade-off was an excessively high aura consumption. After all the chaos, Liu Yuan's physical strength and aura were nearly depleted. Damn it! Only 7 survived. He looked up at the 7 puppet humans that were barely intact, gritting his teeth in frustration. Given the circumstances at the time, he had too little time to act. A delay of even a few more seconds could have meant death in the explosion. Managing to preserve 7 puppet humans in such a critical moment was already a decent outcome. He was simply furious that these setbacks had interfered with his mission. Right now, there was no way to confirm Morrow's whereabouts, let alone continue the pursuit. Liu Yuan struggled to calm his emotions, exhaling deeply before closing his eyes to rest. Losing an excellent opportunity to strike didn't mean the mission had failed. Once he recovered, he could always seek another chance. Under the moonlight, Liu Yuan leaned against a tree, surrounded by 7 motionless, zombie-like puppets that shielded him in the center. Compared to Liu Yuan's deep exhaustion, Morrow, on the other hand, was in relatively good condition in terms of physical strength and potential aura. This was thanks to the upgrade benefits brought by the severed head on the airship. Morrow, his body radiating aura, walked straight along the shore toward the trio who had just finished hunting a giant horned white deer. He hoped to gather some information from them and borrow a phone while he was at it. "Excuse me, everyone." To prevent an excessive reaction, Morrow raised his hand and greeted them from a distance. At that moment, the three were eagerly cutting the giant antlers when they suddenly heard Morrow's greeting. Their expressions instantly changed, and without hesitation, they grabbed their hunting rifles, immediately aiming at the direction of the voice. When they saw that the speaker was a grubby-looking teenager, they couldn't help but exchange glances. "It's just a kid. So what? We've been seen. Kill him. Obviously. What do you think we're doing here?" Among the three, the oldest, a bearded man, made the decision swiftly. Poaching giant horned white deer was a serious crime, with penalties calculated by weight. The coral antlers of an adult white deer alone could land them a minimum of 20 years in prison. A murderous glint flashed in the bearded man's eyes. Their actions were already illicit, so they couldn't be bothered to ask Morrow's intentions. He took aim and pulled the trigger. Bang! Even with the suppressor, the gunshot echoed across the lake. The bullet tore through the air, heading straight for Morrow. But Morrow had sensed the bearded man's killing intent the moment it arose and immediately dodged out of the bullet's trajectory. The bullet flew past him, vanishing into the night. The bearded man was momentarily stunned when Morrow dodged the gunshot. He hastily pulled the bolt to eject the still-warm shell casing. "What are you waiting for? Shoot!" As he urged his companions, the bearded man raised his gun again to aim at Morrow. But this time, Morrow didn't give him another chance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several bullets crossed the distance between life and death, exploding the heads of the three gunmen. Amid the spray of blood, the three collapsed to the ground with their hunting rifles, landing with dull thuds. Morrow approached the corpses and glanced at the nearby fallen stag. "Poachers!" He withdrew his gaze, his expression cold. He didn't recognize the giant antlered white stag, but given how decisively these three had opened fire, they were likely criminals engaged in poaching. Perhaps they didn't care at all why a teenager had appeared in the dense forest. They only cared about covering up their crimes. Morrow crouched down and searched one of the bodies, pulling out a phone. He turned it on and dialed Kanzai's number. Beep, beep. After a minute of unanswered ringing, the call automatically disconnected. Morrow tried several more times, but there was still no response. Could his phone have been crushed too? Unlikely. A combat-oriented member of the Zodiac 12 like him must be highly skilled in advanced techniques like shooting. Morrow set the phone aside and glanced at the faint mist curling like smoke around him. Surely Kanzai hadn't been unlucky enough to fall into a swamp. The humidity in this area was high, so swamps were likely present. Statistically, it was possible. The image of Kanzai plunging into a swamp like a javelin flashed through Morrow's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. That would be too tragic. Shaking his head, Morrow sent a text to Argo instead. Without waiting for a reply, he pocketed the phone and continued searching the bodies. Pistols, cigarettes, lighters, a compass. After setting aside the useful items, Morrow checked the backpacks on the corpses, pulling out some dry rations, clean water, and poached goods. Claws from an unknown creature, a multicolored sharp beak, even a pair of emerald green beast eyes preserved in a bottle. Finding these body parts confirmed the men's identities. No wonder they were so ruthless. Morrow glanced at the corpses nearby. He had only intended to ask for directions, but these men had brought this upon themselves. Morrow pulled over a backpack, took out a can of meat, pried it open, and began eating. After a quick meal, he emptied one of the backpacks and loaded it with useful supplies and food. As for the claws, beak, and the severed antlers on the ground, those were definitely not coming with him. Using the regional map he'd found in the backpack, he confirmed his location, a forest within the Minbo Republic. Legally speaking, this technically counted as a legal entry. Carrying these likely valuable poached goods would just be stacking debuffs. As Morrow finished packing, he suddenly tensed, raising the pistol toward the low-visibility woods ahead while gathering aura in his other hand. From the moment he'd dealt with the poachers, he hadn't let his guard down. Now, hearing faint rustling, he immediately went on alert. Rustle! A man pushed aside the lush bushes and swaggered into Morrow's presence as if he owned the place. Acting as though he hadn't noticed the gun in Morrow's hand, the man's gaze swept over the corpses on the ground and the half-sawed deer antlers. His expression shifted slightly before he glanced at the pile of poached game carelessly scattered nearby. Then his eyes returned to Morrow, and he said calmly, "Let's get acquainted. My name is Benjamin, gourmet hunter by profession." Walking straight out of the woods and calmly facing Morrow's gun muzzle without hesitation. This was the attitude Benjamin displayed, devoid of any hostility. Morrow didn't lower his pistol, the aura in his left hand still poised for action, but he didn't ignore Benjamin's gesture of goodwill either. Morrow, treasure hunter. Given the completeness of the other party's self-introduction, Morrow temporarily assigned himself the title of treasure hunter. Benjamin nodded slightly, then raised a hand to point at the 3 corpses on the ground and said, "I'm not here to assign blame. It might even sound like a rhetorical question, but I still need to confirm this, Morrow. Did you kill these men?" Morrow paused briefly, subtly glancing at Benjamin's shadow before answering bluntly, "Yes, I killed them," given the scene before them, denying it would be pointless. Hearing this, Benjamin nodded again and remarked coolly, "A few poachers. Good riddance." With that simple judgment on the identities of the corpses, he then turned his gaze to the white deer nearby. Flower-horned giant deer, a Class B protected creature. They've been circulating frequently in the black market lately, which is why I'm here. "Oh," Morrow caught the implication in Benjamin's words and asked nonchalantly, "Shouldn't that be the job of anti-poaching hunters?" "That's true." A faint smile appeared on Benjamin's face as he explained, "But for gourmet hunters like us who often deal with ingredients, there's always a responsibility to protect the environment. If we encounter poachers in the wild, we naturally won't turn a blind eye." "So, you were specifically after them?" Morrow's eyes flickered toward the corpses on the ground. For gourmet hunters, all ingredients were sourced from nature, which meant they had a duty to preserve it. So it made some sense that a team of poachers would catch the attention of a gourmet hunter who frequented remote forests. Benjamin, however, shook his head. "Not entirely." Morrow looked at him. Unfazed by Morrow's still-raised pistol, Benjamin walked straight toward the white antlers the poachers had cut off. "Look, this is the real treasure." Holding the coral-like antlers in his hands, Benjamin's eyes gleamed with excitement. Morrow raised an eyebrow at the sight. Benjamin weighed the antlers briefly before turning back to Morrow. "If it weren't for you, I would have killed these poachers when I caught up to them anyway. Of course, as for these already harvested spoils on the ground, I'd report them truthfully to the local forestry bureau. But these flower-horned giant deers..." Here, Benjamin paused, his expression turning deadly serious. "Must not go to waste." Morrow's eyes flashed with surprise, wondering if Benjamin had been observing from the shadows all along. After all, gourmet hunters often ventured into deep forests to hunt rare ingredients. If nothing else, their mastery of Zetsu had to be exceptional, and Benjamin's motive for doing so was likely to give himself an excuse to taste the flower-horned giant deer. Noticing Morrow's reaction, Benjamin drew a boning knife carved from blood-colored or from his waist sheath. As he began trimming the antlers, he asked, "Morrow, you're not thinking that I deliberately hid and waited until the poachers finished hunting the flower-horned giant deer just for these antlers, are you?" "I never said that." Morrow immediately denied it, but his gaze lingered on the blood-stained boning knife in Benjamin's hand. Under the silvery moonlight, he could clearly see the smoky aura clinging to the knife. That aura didn't originate from Benjamin. It was attached to the boning knife itself. Without a doubt, this strangely designed boning knife was a nun-imbued object, and the aura attached to it was remarkably refined. Hearing Morrow's words, Benjamin only worked faster at cleaning the antlers, openly admitting, "But I was indeed waiting on purpose." Morrow looked up surprised at Benjamin. All that talk about environmental responsibility. Just as he'd suspected, It was all about tasting a Class B protected creature. Thinking this, Morrow silently stepped back, putting distance between himself and Benjamin. Noticing Morrow's movement, Benjamin paused his work and said leisurely, "No need to be so shocked. I'm a pro hunter, after all. Whether it means being ruthless or justifying my actions, I won't hesitate to do whatever it takes to get what I want." As he spoke, he raised the antlers toward Morrow. One of them had been stripped of its hard outer layer, revealing a jelly-like substance inside. Even if this appeared on the black market, it wouldn't be easy to obtain. Trust me, this is a top-tier ingredient that would drive any gourmet hunter wild. If you miss out, I guarantee you'll regret it for life. So, care to share? No. Morrow refused without hesitation, ignoring Benjamin's reaction as he finally holstered his pistol and picked up his backpack of supplies and tools. He wasn't sure if Benjamin was truly a licensed gourmet hunter, but he'd already labeled the man as abnormal. All he wanted now was to put as much distance as possible between himself and such a freak. There was no way he'd stay to share the flower-horned giant deer's antlers. Really not going to try it? Benjamin's tone was indifferent as he pressed the question. Morrow shook his head, then gestured at the scattered poaching spoils on the ground. You could take credit for all this, including these 3 poachers. Their corpses can cover for your consumption of a Class B protected creature. Whatever you plan to do, it's none of my business. Then I won't hold back. Benjamin smiled and resumed cleaning the antlers. Morrow nodded, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and began backing slowly toward the forest, keeping his eyes on Benjamin the whole time. Benjamin noted Morrow's unwavering vigilance, but simply watched calmly as he retreated. Soon after, Morrow reached a small clearing bordered by several large trees. He gave Benjamin one last deep look, a pro hunter who would stop at nothing. Slowly withdrawing his gaze, Morrow turned and disappeared into the woods. Benjamin stared at the gap in the trees where Morrow had vanished. His original intention had been to make Morrow an accomplice in consuming the forbidden Class B ingredient. Unfortunately, persuasion had failed. For just a moment, Benjamin had seriously considered keeping Morrow there permanently. But the thought came and went just as quickly. He could tell Morrow was the type who severely lacked trust in outsiders, likely due to frequent dealings with two-faced people. That's why, without sufficient understanding, he could still maintain just the right boundaries. What poor taste! Benjamin narrowed his eyes, feeling an inexplicable premonition. Perhaps they would meet again. Benjamin's aura output is roughly around LV40. After retreating into the forest, Morrow immediately turned around and quickened his pace, putting distance between himself and the lake. The encounters with various non-users after his death rewind, along with the noticeable increases in his aura output after each level up, had given Morrow a relatively clear understanding of levels. Using his own aura output as a reference, he roughly estimated Benjamin's level to be around 40. Experienced Nen masters had their own methods for assessing an opponent's strength. Some used mission ratings to preliminarily gauge an enemy's level, while others relied on straightforward numerical values or even game-like monster classifications. Everyone had their own approach, but the common thread among all these methods was that the assessor needed ample experience. And experience was precisely what Morrow lacked the most. The only reason he could arrive at an assessment was because the tree rings tattoo had quantified his own aura output. With his own level data as a reference, he naturally had a general direction for evaluation. Morrow's assessment of Benjamin was LV.40. Though he wasn't entirely confident in its accuracy, he was certain Benjamin's aura output was a tier above his own. While aura output alone couldn't fully represent a non-user's actual combat prowess, it was the most basic, observable information available before direct engagement. In Morrow's eyes, Benjamin had appeared calm and composed since his arrival, yet his aura showed no signs of laxity. Instead, it remained consistently intense. This very observation led Morrow to mentally label Benjamin as hypocritical. Unwilling to invite unnecessary trouble, Morrow had no intention of lingering there. Still, the knife Benjamin had used to shave the horn left Morrow somewhat envious. It wasn't just the auras swirling around the red, crystalline blade. The boning knife itself was exceptionally sharp. Morrow was certain that Benjamin hadn't used Shu to enhance the knife's strength when shaving the horn. That alone spoke volumes about the knife's quality. Morrow mused that if the opportunity ever arose, he'd carry a similarly high-quality blade on him. Crunch! Stepping on damp, rotting leaves and branches, Morrow moved through the woods, occasionally glancing back toward the lake. Benjamin's sudden appearance had forced him to retreat into the forest without carefully choosing his path. Now that he was deep in the trees, he decided to simply continue along this route. After walking briskly for several kilometers, the density of the trees increased and visibility in the forest plummeted. Even the faintest moonlight was now hard to spot. Morrow pulled a flashlight from his backpack and pressed onward. He had to admit, the appearance of those poachers had solved his most pressing issues, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry about survival supplies or practical tools for a while. One shouldn't underestimate the wilderness of this world, especially unexplored regions like forests, mountains, grasslands, and deserts, all of which were rife with danger. Forget the surreal magical beasts and animals. Even an inconspicuous venomous insect could silently claim your life. In such an environment, professional knowledge was often more crucial than inabilities. Morrow had almost no experience with wilderness survival. After crossing over, he'd spent most of his time running his antique shop. After dealing with clients who could lie without batting an eye, he had once believed that these creatures with faces were the most adept at devouring a person whole. But in the untamed depths of the jungle, he truly had to worry about being devoured, literally. The beam of his flashlight pierced the nearby darkness, only to be swallowed by the shadows further away. The information his eyes and ears could pick up was uniformly gloomy, damp, and deathly silent. Unsettling. Morrow felt he needed to get out of this forest as soon as possible and, without realizing it, kept increasing his pace. As he moved, while maintaining constant vigilance, he intermittently released his end to more thoroughly survey his surroundings. The radius of his was only 20 meters. Moreover, and was a technique that consumed a great deal of stamina and focus, making it impossible to sustain continuously at high intensity. By using it intermittently, Morrow could keep his energy and mental state stable. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally began to see moonlight filtering through gaps in the canopy, a sign that the density of the trees was thinning. Bathed in streaks of silver light, Morrow sped up again and soon spotted more brightness ahead, along with the faint glimmer of a lake's surface through the sparse trees. Then, involuntarily, Morrow slowed his steps and turned off his flashlight. Did I go in a circle? Seeing the lake again, he wondered if he had gotten lost and circled back to the same lake. To confirm, he closed his aura nodes, entering a state of Zetsu, then lightened his footsteps as much as possible, slowly approaching the edge of the woods. In the distance, silver light spilled over the lake's surface, rippling faintly as the night breeze passed. Morrow stood behind a tree, observing the shoreline. He saw no sign of Benjamin or the poachers' bodies, and the terrain and vegetation were different. This was another lake. He relaxed slightly, then tensed again. On the lakeshore stood a weeping willow wrapped in vines, about 200 meters from his position. Morrow fixed his gaze on the tree with its dangling vines and could clearly make out 7 motionless figures standing upright, along with one person leaning against the trunk. His pupils contracted slightly as he slowly closed the distance along the forest's edge. As he got closer, he could see the aura surrounding those 7 individuals more clearly. Very weak aura, and the 7 of them looked strange, like lifeless puppets. That was Morrow's first impression. Just as his gaze shifted downward to observe the person against the tree, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Under the moonlight, those 7 motionless figures cast no shadows. At this sight, Morrow's expression changed. In an instant, he confirmed the identity of the person by the tree. The phenomenon of shadowless manipulation could only mean one thing. This was the manipulation ability user who had controlled the passengers on the airship. Morrow narrowed his eyes at the aura flowing like water around the manipulation ability user, recalling their targeted actions. A flicker of killing intent passed through his mind. To think that the route he was forced to take to avoid Benjamin would lead him to encounter that manipulation ability user who had also crash-landed in the forest. What an ironic twist of fate. Morrow suppressed the urge to move closer. It might expose him. Although the current distance exceeded 100 meters, he could utilize the return mechanism of his shooting star. Deceptive shooting star. Once Morrow found the right angle, he could no longer restrain his impulse to strike. He immediately channeled his aura and fired 2 shooting stars backward. Moments later, the returning shooting stars passed over Morrow, who had just dodged, slicing through the moonlight toward the figure standing before the weeping willow. Liu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, locking onto the direction of the incoming shooting stars. A glint reflected in his turbulent gaze. Almost simultaneously, the 7 puppet humans, programmed with a protective command, rushed in front of Liu Yuan, forming a solid wall to block the path of the shooting stars. The next instant, 2 massive shooting stars collided with the human barricade and exploded violently. With a deafening blast, the tightly packed wall of bodies was torn apart in the most literal sense. For a brief moment, dismembered limbs mixed with copious amounts of blood rained onto the grass, the thick plasma flattening entire patches of foliage. Liu Yuan stared at the scattered remains, his pupils trembling. The puppet humans he had worked so hard to preserve had been shattered so effortlessly. As fury surged within him, Lin rose and drew his katana, his gaze snapping toward the forest, only to quickly regain his composure. With his emotions under control, the aura emanating from his body gradually stabilized, no longer erratic and scattered. Then, Liu Yuan saw Morrow step out from the trees. His initial surprise quickly gave way to a cold, murderous expression. I hadn't even gone looking for you, yet here you are, delivering yourself to me. A ninja? Bathed in moonlight, Morrow took in Liu Yuan's attire and was momentarily taken aback. A black hood and mask, along with a black, form-fitting bodysuit. It was an outfit reminiscent of a ninja. Yet this ability user, who seemed to hail from a ninja background, wielded a katana. Under Morrow's scrutinizing gaze, Liu Yuan offered no further words. Instead, he leveled his blade and assumed an offensive stance. The prerequisite for activating Nowhere to return from shadows was the presence of ordinary humans to serve as material for the ability. But in a place like this, there were no ordinary people, meaning Liu Yuan couldn't use his ability. More often than not, the inherent limitations of nin abilities brought trouble to their users. Though one could consciously avoid or even exploit these limitations, there were always moments of bad luck or instances where enemies who knew their weaknesses set deliberate traps. Unable to use his ability, Liu Yuan had no choice but to revert to basic combat methods. Yet a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Why had the opponent's aura suddenly grown so much stronger? He suppressed the thought almost immediately, focusing entirely on the mission assigned by his leader. The next second, Liu Yuan lunged forward, his body cutting through the air like a blade aimed straight at Morrow by the forest's edge. The fate of his puppet barricade had given him a clear understanding of the destructive power of Morrow's nun bullets and confirmed Morrow's nun type. Under these circumstances, closing the distance to engage in close combat became Liu Yuan's only viable option. Just as Liu Yuan had halved the distance between them, he suddenly noticed a basketball-sized fluorescent green nun bullet flying out from the woods behind Morrow. How could this be? Liu Yuan was slightly startled when he saw the nun bullet pass by Morrow's body and shoot straight toward him. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yuan swung his blade at the nun bullet. Relying on the solidified aura wrapped around his blade, he cleanly split the bullet in two. Boom! Boom! The divided nun bullets landed on the lake's surface, sending 2 towering columns of water into the air. Meanwhile, Morrow took advantage of Liu Yuan's deflection of the shooting star to stand still, arms raised. heedless of his aura consumption as he continuously fired off more shooting stars. Now at level 18, his non-bullet release speed had visibly improved. As long as he controlled the size of the shooting stars, he could maintain rapid fire without issue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In just 1 second, over a dozen shooting stars shot toward Liu Yuan dozens of meters away. The power and size have decreased. Seeing the barrage of egg-sized shooting stars coming his way, Liu Yuan's eyes sharpened. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, meeting the onslaught head-on. HxH. Liu Yuan cleaved through the first 2 shooting stars with his blade, then swiftly adjusted his position mid-sprint to evade the rest. But even as he advanced, Morrow didn't stop his ability. Shooting stars continued to fire from his outstretched palms. However, the density and power of these projectiles couldn't pin Liu Yuan down. They only slowed his charge. 30 meters, 20 meters. The distance between them steadily shrank. Yet Morrow, as an emitter, showed no concern over Liu Yuan's approach. Conventional wisdom suggested that emitters should avoid close combat at all costs. But this wasn't an absolute rule. Take Franklin of the Phantom Troupe, for example, a non-user capable of wielding both emitter and enhancer abilities at 100% efficiency. Even without the advantage of distance, he could hold his own in close combat against Nobunaga, another enhancer. Unlike Franklin, Morrow's non-affinity leaned more toward emission and manipulation. But when it came to forced close-quarters combat, while he couldn't match Franklin's 100% enhancer offense-defense conversion rate, he had his own countermeasure. The return of the shooting stars. 10, 20, 30, 40. Some of the countless shooting stars were shattered by Liu Yuan's blade, but most were dodged. And those that missed him hung suspended in the air behind Liu Yuan like scattered stars. Morrow could freely adjust the return time of each shooting star between 1 and 5 seconds. This meant that by setting progressively shorter return times for each projectile, he could orchestrate a simultaneous return of all shooting stars after 5 seconds. As for the issue of power dilution due to excessive numbers, this unavoidable mechanic within the NUN system could be compensated for through vows and limitations. Under the limitation of self-inflicted wound, the returning shooting stars gained double their original power, effectively overriding the power dilution mechanism. This was the unique advantage of the shooting stars, and it was one of the tangible improvements Morrow experienced upon reaching level 18. When the preset moment arrived, Liu Yuan finally stepped within the 10-meter range. At that very instant, the numerous shooting stars suspended behind Liu Yuan reversed course and even greater speed, hurtling toward him, now aligned in a straight line with Morrow. In that fleeting moment, it was like a meteor shower. By the time Liu Yuan realized something was wrong, it was already too late to turn back. Because Liu Yuan didn't understand the ability mechanism of the deceptive shooting star harming Morrow, and Morrow never stopped releasing the shooting stars. This was a pincer attack from both sides. More crucially, a manipulator unable to use none was no different from a beast stripped of its fangs and claws. Liu Yuan abruptly halted his steps. When he turned his head, his pupils reflected a sky full of stars. Thud, 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 thud. Then bullets like meteors struck Liu Yuan's body in rapid succession. The relentless impacts sent his body trembling back and forth, and in the span of a single breath, his entire form was left battered and broken. I actually lost. After the meteor shower passed, Liu Yuan collapsed to the ground, his face twisted with unwillingness. Morrow glanced at the fallen Liu Yuan and instinctively prepared to fire a few more shooting stars to finish him off. But when he saw the change in the tattoo level on the back of his hand, he suppressed the urge to deliver the final blow. LV.18, LV.22. A full 4-level jump in one go. Level 22. His aura output and potential aura had increased, but the feedback wasn't as significant as during the airship incident. After all, he had previously jumped directly from LV7 to LV18. Such a doubling of levels was unlikely to happen again. Level 22. Morrow stared intently at the numbers on his tree rings tattoo, as if waiting for something. This leveling ability, which came with Death Rewind, was fundamentally derived from Morena's Etude of Love. Though the difficulty of leveling was worlds apart, their essence was the same. And the most crucial aspect of Etude of Love was that upon reaching level 21, one would effortlessly awaken a nun ability tailored to their personal needs. This mechanism eliminated the most agonizing and arduous process nun users faced when developing their abilities. Now that Morrow had reached level 22, it was only natural for him to anticipate this. We get one? And if so, what would it be? The curiosity and expectation rising in his heart were soon answered. Under Morrow's gaze, the characters at the very center of his tree rings tattoo seemed to activate some kind of switch, their edges suddenly glowing faintly. Then, a tiny orb of light emerged from the glow, connected by a thin strand of light, floating quietly before Morrow like a balloon. Morrow looked at the orb, his eyes reflecting its radiance. The orb's glow was soft, and upon closer inspection, it was composed of slender rays of light arranged in some orderly pattern. Rather than a glowing balloon, it more closely resembled a dandelion illuminated from within by a gentle light. Is this the reward for leveling up? Morrow extended his index finger forward. As if possessing a will of its own, the glowing dandelion lightly touched the tip of his fingernail. Upon contact, Morrow's mind was suddenly flooded with new information. Direction of need, design formulation, development integration. This was the process of creating a nun ability granted by the glowing dandelion. As long as Morrow input his desired ability into the glowing dandelion, it would automatically generate the corresponding nun ability. If developing a nun ability as a nun user was akin to traversing various paths on foot. Some paths were treacherous, others smooth. These paths represented the abilities themselves. Scaling perilous heights might reveal breathtaking vistas. Walking an easy road might offer monotonous scenery. Their commonality was that they could only be measured step by step. But the glowing dandelion's effect, like programming a script, required only Morrow's mental effort. Not that mental work was necessarily easier, but comparatively, it did save considerable effort. After absorbing the information from the glowing dandelion, Morrow was genuinely astonished. Was such a convenient ability mechanism truly free of cost? He even doubted whether this manifestation truly originated from Etude of Love. Regardless, Morrow would accept it without hesitation. This glowing dandelion before him, embodying the essence of freedom, would be an irreplaceable resource in his quest to kill Phaeton. He would utilize this resource meticulously, maximizing its full potential. Instead of immediately creating a nun ability, Morrow stored the glowing dandelion away. A nun ability tailored to his needs. In reality, it was an ability that could completely checkmate Phaeton. This was something that required careful consideration. Morrow suppressed the impulse in his heart, his peripheral gaze flickering toward the corpse on the ground. A ninja, likely from the same place as Hanzo in the original story. In this world, it seemed to be called Japin. As for why this ninja had targeted him, with insufficient information, Morrow couldn't be bothered to delve deeper. From a moment he decided to head to Heaven's Arena, he had already mentally prepared himself for all kinds of attacks, and his attitude remained unchanged. No matter how many came for him. Want to kill me? Then come. Fail, and obediently become stepping stones. First, find a quiet and suitable place. Morrow stopped looking at the corpse and instead surveyed his surroundings. A modestly sized lake, forests encircling it. Uncertain which direction to take, Morrow could only choose a path different from the one he had come by. Over an hour later, Morrow found a cave about 10 meters high, nestled into the mountainside. Just as he entered, dark clouds rolled in from the distance, obscuring the moon behind them. Looking back, it was as if a curtain were being drawn across the sky, gradually swallowing the silver radiance from afar. Soon, a fierce wind began to rise, and the vast expanse of trees responded in kind, their canopies swaying incessantly. The weather had shifted abruptly, without warning. Morrow withdrew his gaze, pulling a camping lamp from his backpack. Turning it on, He stepped deeper into the cave under its soft glow. The cave was small, no more than a dozen square meters, but it was enough for Morrow's needs. Placing the lamp on a protruding rock along the cave wall, Morrow sat cross-legged, raising his right hand. With a thought, the glowing dandelion reappeared. The hardest thing about dealing with Phaeton is his ghostly speed, along with his incredibly refined Ryu that keeps up with it. Compared to that, his nun ability isn't much. A contemplative look flickered in Morrow's eyes. Approaching it from this angle was genuinely frustrating. If the one who had tried to kill him had been Yuvigin, things would have been much simpler. He could have easily followed Kurapika's example, establishing a limitation as a prerequisite to develop an ability similar to Chain Jail, one that could forcibly put the target into Zetsu. With such an ability, dealing with Yuvigin would have just been a matter of waiting for him to charge in. But with Phaeton, the problem became how to catch him. First, consider how to restrain Phaeton's speed. Before that, I need to ensure I have a means of defending against his rapid assaults. His thoughts scattered, the outline of the ability not yet formed, but the sequence of priorities was already clear. A method to counter Phaeton's high-speed combat style was the fundamental prerequisite. Only then could he restrain Phaeton's speed and guarantee a 100% chance of killing him. It was like holding a chain. To bind a hawk, you first had to evade its deadly dive. Once bound, a hawk that couldn't take flight would have no means of escape. Having settled on the direction, Morrow began structuring the ability's framework. When it came to evading rapid attacks, the first thing that came to mind was Killua's lightning speed ability. It was a transmutation ability that allowed the body to reflexively dodge attacks without conscious thought. A shame it was a transmuter ability. However, Killua's ability reminded Morrow of a word. Warning. Morrow still remembered that strange sensation when dodging the sniper shot, as if catching a whiff of death's aura at the last possible moment. Thinking of this, Morrow instinctively glanced at the back of his left hand. There was a red X symbol there. Faintly, Morrow seemed to see a path. A red X. It was the execution sword of the death threshold. Only by killing Phaeton within the time limit would this glaring red symbol disappear. All the information Morrow knew about the death threshold was extracted from this red symbol. The method of extracting information was simple. Just focus attention on the red symbol, and the relevant information would be transmitted into the brain like data transfer. But before the information transfer, one had to experience an extremely realistic death replay. Before considering a new ability, and before being inspired by Killua's lightning speed ability, Morrow had never thought of utilizing the X. That's right. Morrow realized that he might be able to use the death replay to obtain a kind of ability material. Thinking carefully now, that indescribable strange feeling from earlier when dodging the sniper. It was almost like a warning of death. Now, what Morrow thought of was to recreate that almost ethereal feeling from back then, and then find a way to strengthen its existence. This way, he could use the concept of death warning as the foundation for a new ability. Morrow felt this idea was somewhat far-fetched, but he believed it was achievable, because none was a system full of infinite possibilities. Abilities like Kaken Fourth Prince, Serednich's ephemeral 10 seconds, and Morena's Etude of Love were all strange products born from this system. Morrow focused his attention on the red symbol on the back of his hand. In an instant, his consciousness was like a small boat swallowed by a vortex, experiencing a moment of turbulence and blurriness. In just the time it took to take a breath, the death replay began, and Phaeton's figure appeared before his eyes again. A slightly distorted body with afterimages, eyes cold and gloomy enough to freeze everything, a thin sword accompanied by raging, killing intent. Before he could see more clearly, the next second was the sensation of the blade slicing open his face. The feeling of suffocation, of death gripping his throat, came back multiplied. Unable to breathe, darkness descended. The next moment, Morrow's consciousness returned to reality, unconsciously reaching out to press against his face, his eyes trembling slightly beyond his control. The death replay brought out by the X was completely like making him die again. Fortunately, Phaeton's blade was fast enough that after the slash, there wasn't much actual pain felt. It was mainly because the death replay was too realistic, but this was also indirectly allowing Morrow to touch the breath of death. One more time, Morrow calmed the palpitations in his heart and once again focused his attention on the red symbol. His consciousness went from spinning to shaking, from blurry to clear. Phaeton's figure appeared again, a flash of sharp blade light, endless darkness descending. Morrow's consciousness returned to reality once more. Again, the death replay started once more. Rumble. Lightning flashed outside the cave, followed shortly by pouring rain. The sound of rain arrived in a jumble, but it didn't affect Morrow in the slightest. One death replay after another allowed Morrow to gradually recapture that strange feeling from before. Correspondingly, Phaeton's face became increasingly detestable. If it weren't for his still insufficient strength, Morrow would really want to go directly confront Phaeton. Time passed. When the heavy rain stopped, the first ray of morning sunlight shone into the cave. Only then did Morrow stop the death replay. He couldn't remember how many times it had been, but effort yields results. The continuous death replays allowed him to truly touch death itself in a meaningful way. But warning alone was not enough. This was just the foundation. More needed to be added. Although the glowing dandelion could make the birth of abilities easy and simple, what Morrow wanted was a nun ability that could both target Phaeton and suit his own nature. Warning, evasion, restraint, counterattack, and it must fit the nun type. Morrow raised his hand to his chin, recalling his experiences since coming to this world. He learned observation and discernment in the cunning antique industry. He realized the importance of integrating resources during nun training. He experienced the joy and sense of achievement of narrowly avoiding attacks in the heavens arena. He perceived the importance of timing and effective attacks in battle after battle. First, as Morrow finished recalling and summoned the glowing dandelion, implanting the concept of death warning into it. The dandelion's light flickered once. Use the form of warning to enhance the ability to evade attacks. Continue to extend this as a precondition for restraint. But to enhance the effect of the ability itself, before extending the restraining ability, a limitation must be set to prove one's determination. For example, actively sacrificing or weakening defensive power, using the limitation of death constantly accompanying oneself like the wind to exchange for corresponding vow benefits. When evasion is no longer a problem, it's time to connect to the subsequent restraint. This is equally important, not only to deal with Phaeton's speed, but also to ensure Phaeton cannot escape. Morrow initially considered nun space, but quickly rejected the idea. Emission nun spaces mostly focus on movement, unlike conjuration nun spaces, which can set up some targeted mechanisms. If it's just a nun space ability with simple movement and traversal capabilities, it wouldn't be much help in assassinating Phaeton, unless he was a specialist, able to develop a nun space while also incorporating manipulation, emission, transmutation, and conjuration attributes. If that were the case, he could recreate an ability like Obito's for Naruto, evading attacks by phasing through them, then throwing the target into a nun space. But he was an emitter. Abandoning the nun space idea, Morrow had previously considered developing a high-speed movement ability with emitter characteristics. But without matching reaction speed and burst thinking ability, as well as overall body coordination to keep up with aura flow. Under such harsh compatibility conditions, the most likely thing to happen would be him crashing directly into a blade edge at high speed. It can be said that this kind of ability could be developed with effort. But not now. Morrow's time was limited. He needed to consider integrating all current resources and using them to the fullest. So the ability direction he chose was built on the framework of killing Phaeton. Not focusing on nun space or high-speed movement abilities, but still needing to counter Phaeton's speed. Morrow's thinking wasn't fixed. Although the direction was restraint, it didn't necessarily have to follow the literal meaning. What was the original purpose of restraint? To inflict effective damage on Phaeton, for certain. so Morrow naturally thought of directional attacks. The foundation and framework of the new ability were thus formed. Sacrificing or weakening one's own defense in exchange for an ability with ultra-high-speed feedback from warnings would be a star ring that allows aura to spread outward. Using high-risk attack evasion as a precondition to exchange for a directional counterattack ability would be a star mark that could be placed on the attacker. The framework of the ability was roughly like this. The key point was that none abilities developed with upgrade rewards wouldn't occupy an incapacity. This meant that even if Morrow used this skill slot on Phaeton, he would still have the capacity to develop other abilities he wanted in the future. The morning light dispersed the thin fog. After last night's downpour, the forest was still filled with moisture. The ground was covered with fallen branches and leaves, which had become damp and sticky after being soaked by the heavy rain. Several people with tired faces trudged across the wet ground, soon spotting a small mountain surrounded by forest, with a rather conspicuous cave opening on the mountainside. Upon seeing the cliff cave, the group's spirits lifted. In humid forests, it was often difficult to find suitable camping spots. After enduring last night's storm, this team just wanted to find a safe place to rest properly. The cave high up on the cliff face was a rare and valuable resting spot. A hint of color returned to the pale face of the team leader. Just as he was about to step towards the cave, he heard the sound of flapping wings from above. The team members looked up to see a giant bird with a wingspan of 7 or 8 meters descending from the sky, slowly landing on the platform in front of the cliff cave. The next moment, under the astonished gaze of the group, the giant bird suddenly seemed to be extremely frightened. As soon as it landed, it flapped its wings in panic, fleeing from the cave entrance in a rather awkward manner. Seeing this scene, the group members looked at each other in bewilderment. The team leader hesitated for a moment, then took 2 steps forward. As his feet stepped on several damp grass leaves, he suddenly understood why the giant bird had fled in panic. That is, he looked up with wide eyes at the silent cliff cave and for a moment saw black mist surging out like waves. The aura of death was overwhelmingly heavy. The color that had just returned to the team leader's face instantly vanished. His mind inexplicably flashed back to a canyon bottom he had once visited, where he had seen the ground littered with animal skeletons in that desolate place of death. He still clearly remembered the genuine feeling of being surrounded by the aura of death amidst those countless skeletons. Just like now, it was exactly the same. Turn back. The team leader shuddered, his face tense and pale as he turned around first. He didn't know what was in that cliff cave, nor did he want to know. Getting away from the source of danger became his only thought. Inside the cave, Morrow looked towards the entrance, faintly able to see the silhouette of the departing giant bird. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had noticed when the giant bird landed on the platform at the cave entrance and was about to use his aura to intimidate and scare away the bird. But before he could act, the bird suddenly got frightened and ran away. Is it because I've used Death Replay too many times, causing me to unconsciously infuse some negative emotions into my aura? Looking at the small black out in the distant sky, Morrow shook his head slightly, not dwelling on it further. He closed his eyes, preparing to get some good rest. To develop and perfect his ability, he hadn't slept at all last night. Now he just wanted to seize the opportunity to recover, then quickly continue his journey to leave this forest. Time flew by rapidly. On the 3rd day, the sky was a gloomy gray. Morrow had successively contacted Kanzai and Argo. Kanzai hadn't fallen into a swamp, but he wasn't much better off. He had landed in a rapid mountain river, and after several ordeals, his phone was completely ruined, which was why he only managed to contact Morrow today. After Morrow and Kanzai confirmed each other's situations, they agreed to meet again when they had the chance, then ended the call. Afterwards, with Argo's information assistance, Morrow spent another day getting out of the forest, and, relying on Argo's help to reapply for an online entry permit, he smoothly passed through the border of the Minbo Republic, arriving at the nearest city in the neighboring country, then transferred to take an airship from the airport. All the procedures and permits during this process were handled by Argo. Morrow also got to experience another kind of value brought by intelligence personnel. On the airship heading to the Cook-in-You Kingdom, Morrow put down his phone. Just now, he had sent intelligence about the Phantom Troupe's movements to Silva's contact number. However, assassins seem to always use a new number specifically for communicating with clients when executing contracts. So Morrow wasn't sure if Silva would block numbers other than the clients, and even if Silva received this intelligence, whether he would believe it was another matter. For Morrow, this was just a small favor done in passing. Several days later, the airship landed at an airport within the borders of the Cook-in-You Kingdom. Complete documentation and credentials allowed Morrow to pass through smoothly after landing. Leaving the airport, Morrow took a taxi to a city called Kanda. According to the intelligence provided by Argo, after entering the Cook-in-You Kingdom, the Phantom Troupe initially still moved together, seemingly unconcerned about the pursuit and arrest from the novice country, roaming freely within the Cook-in-You Kingdom's borders. It wasn't until 5 days ago that the Phantom Troupe began to disperse, subsequently showing different styles of action. Some members still acted arrogantly, mainly Yuvijin and Nobunaga, who, after separating from the main group, didn't take any disguise measures. In stark contrast were Krallo and the few members traveling with him. They had finally disguised themselves in dress and appearance, likely under Krallo's instructions and requirements, and began to act more discreetly. The city of Kanda that Morrow was now heading to was the nearest city to him at present, and also a city where Krallo and his group had exposed their whereabouts. About an hour later, Morrow arrived in Kanda City. This was a fairly standard modern metropolis, with towering skyscrapers and well-developed supporting facilities everywhere. Compared to the dazzling lights and hedonistic atmosphere that could be felt everywhere in York-New, this city called Kanda had a bright and lively feel, making one feel as if they had returned to one of the provincial cities of the previous life. Morrow sent a short message to Argo. While waiting for a reply, he casually pushed open the glass door of a roadside cafe, walking in amidst the jingling of bells, and sat down on the sofa nearest to the door. A cafe waiter came over. Morrow casually pointed to one of the items on the menu, then lowered his head to fiddle with his phone. By the time a cup of coffee was placed on the table, it was already more than 10 minutes later, and Argo had not yet replied. Morrow wasn't in a hurry. He picked up the coffee and took a sip. Ding ding. The sound of bells jingling came from the door. Someone pushed open the cafe's glass door and walked in, followed by the clear sound of heavy heels tapping on the floor. This was usually the sound of something like high heels. However, the person who walked into the cafe was a tall man with a slender waist and long legs. The nearby customers instinctively looked over, seeing the man's red hair standing up wildly and the teardrop and star-shaped makeup adorning his cheeks. They couldn't help but show a hint of strange expression. Such attire was completely out of place with the surrounding environment. Morrow also looked at the man who had just entered. After clearly seeing the other's appearance, Morrow's eyes changed slightly, then quickly withdrew his gaze. Hisoka? How would he be here? He is here for the Phantom Troupe, departing from Heaven's Arena to the Cook-in-You Kingdom. If all had gone smoothly, Morrow should have reached his destination a week ago. However, an unexpected incident on the airship delayed him until now. If it weren't for his level skyrocketing from LV-7 to LV-22, causing some changes in his mindset, and with Argo's intelligence that the Phantom Troupe was still scattered and operating within Cook-in-You's borders, Morrow might have just turned back to Heaven's Arena. At this moment, Morrow saw Hisoka in the cafe and was surprised, quickly averting his gaze. The surrounding customers also glanced at Hisoka before looking away. The reactions of older customers were relatively normal, while some younger ones started discussing Hisoka's teardrop makeup and his extremely eye-catching pointed red boots. As they talked, they laughed out loud without any attempt to hide it. Hisoka was not far from them and could certainly hear the mockery. But he showed no reaction, sitting on a high stool by the floor-to-ceiling window, elbow propped on the table, palm supporting his cheek, his narrow eyes gazing at the passing crowd outside. Near the glass door, Morrow glanced at the table of young people laughing increasingly loudly from the corner of his eye. These youngsters had no idea they were mocking a psychopath who could crush them effortlessly, putting aside the urge to help, respecting others' fates. Morrow heard comments like, "Why doesn't he put on a red nose?" coming from that direction, and struggled not to imagine such a scene as he stirred his coffee gently with a spoon. If he remembered correctly, Hisoka should be joining the Phantom Troupe this year, and there were normally two ways to join the Phantom Troupe. One was to kill a current member of the troupe and take their place. However, this rule wasn't absolute. The other way was for Crawlo to actively seek suitable new members when a position in the troupe became vacant. Among Crawlo's skill hunter abilities was a nun ability that could find desired individuals. With this ability, Crawlo could search for subjects meeting his requirements, allowing him to fill member vacancies selectively. It was also with this ability that Crawlo, in the original plot, specifically prepared a set of tactics composed of multiple nun abilities for Hisoka, defeating him utterly. In a fanfiction called The Exorcist, he also collected a set of targeted nun abilities to kill a powerful nun user. Unfortunately, in the end, he was thwarted by that powerful nun user, resulting in the annihilation of the troupe. Essentially, the overall composition of the troupe as a team was not some haphazard assembly. It had special attack personnel focused on direct combat abilities, information and intelligence personnel to scout ahead, and functional members who could support diverse plans. And Crawlo's ability to find people ensured that this team division system always existed. Hisoka joined the Phantom Troupe this year, but not because Crawlo actively sought him out. Instead, he targeted the current number 4 member of the troupe. However, although Hisoka did indeed take the number 4 position in the original plot, he didn't actually kill the former number 4 member. Thinking carefully now, Hisoka's appearance at this time basically confirmed that he would soon target the number 4 member and then join the troupe. Morrow then thought about Silva currently hunting the troupe's number 8 member, probably having chased them to Kansas City by now. Looking at it this way, Hisoka, who was keen on one-on-one battles, might have gotten an opportunity to duel the troupe's number 4 member because of Silva's actions. Morrow lowered his eyelids, stopping the motion of stirring his coffee. He pieced together the scattered information, arriving at a rough conclusion. Then he thought about the established plot development, where Hisoka didn't actually kill the troupe's number 4 member. So, was there a chance to pick up another opportunity? And was this potential benefit, whose value was yet unknown, worth the risk? Morrow involuntarily considered the feasibility of this matter. It was mainly because the leveling up experience on the airship had been too enticing. It allowed him to rise above level 20 in such a short time, and he received the upgraded nun ability slot reward. Morrow had a feeling that with this kind of direct and brutal leveling system, he would likely receive at least one more skill enhancement reward as his level increased. Even if not, the direct increase in aura output and potential aura was equivalent to indirectly enhancing the power of nun abilities. So Morrow's desire for level advancement had actually been fully activated. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? Morrow lowered his head, staring into his coffee cup. The spoon lightly touched the cup's side, causing ripples in the dark brown liquid once again. Benefits and risks coexisted. This was the essence of vow and limitation. Morrow made his decision. Sit on a mountain and watch the tigers fight, then wait patiently for the opportunity to arrive. If it comes, act decisively. If not, withdraw quickly. The Phantom Troupe, Silva, Hisoka. Placing these people on the chessboard was precisely the advantage that the information gap gave Morrow. As evening approached, customers came and went in the cafe. The table of young people who had been mocking Hisoka earlier seemed to have had their fill of laughter and finally stopped focusing their attention on him. From beginning to end, Hisoka never acknowledged their mockery. He just kept staring at the crowd on the street outside, as if trying to find his target for this trip among them. "It's so hard to choose," Hisoka said, his narrow eyes slightly squinting. The Phantom Troupe, this new prey that fascinated him immensely. But he had no interest in team battles. What he always pursued were one-on-one death matches. So he would only choose a target that met the minimum requirements from among the scattered spiders. The sun set and night fell. The city lights gradually came on. Hisoka suddenly got up from his chair and walked straight towards the exit. The young people nearby watched as Hisoka passed in front of them, glancing at the two heart shapes on the front of his clothes, and couldn't help but laugh again. But Hisoka still ignored their existence, pushing open the glass door and walking out of the cafe. Morrow didn't look towards the glass door until the bell stopped ringing, feeling somewhat surprised. Although he knew Hisoka had no interest in ordinary people, to be mocked like this to his face and still remain unmoved. This was quite unexpected for Morrow. Morrow glanced at the group of young people still discussing, shook his head slightly, raised his cup to drink the now cold coffee, and then stood up to walk towards the exit. Just then, a huge sound suddenly came from the distance. The noise was so loud that it startled the customers in the store into reflexive silence. Both Morrow inside the coffee shop and Hisoka on the street outside looked in the direction of the sound. At that moment, the same gleam flashed in both their eyes. Meanwhile, at a fountain square, Silva slowly stood up. In front of his feet was a corpse with a severely concave back. Not far in front of Silva were several members of the Phantom Troupe, led by Morrow. They looked at Silva, who had descended like a meteor to take the life of their member, their gazes cold and revealing undisguised killing intent. 1 minute earlier, atop a building overlooking the fountain square, Silva stood at the edge of the rooftop, his long hair fluttering in the wind. He took out his phone, glanced at the message, paused briefly, then put it away, his wolf-like eyes fixed on several figures in the square below. As night fell, the towering fountain at the center of the plaza shimmered with multicolored lights. The dancing light show, synchronized with the flowing water, drew the attention of most passers-by. Smiling, they gravitated toward the fountain, even children laughing and running toward it. Meanwhile, the Phantom Troupe members, led by Morrow, avoided the crowd drawn to the spectacle. Stepping over the dazzling light effects flickering on the ground, they moved through the elongated shadows, passing the fountain from the opposite side and heading toward the edge of the square. On the rooftop, Silva's gaze followed Morrow and the others, slowly locking onto one of them. The Phantom Troupe's number 8 member. Silva stared at the man, his aura surging like a torrent. He raised his right hand, the undulating aura around it instantly sharpening into a jagged form. This stalactite-like sharpening of aura was a phenomenon of a nun user concentrating their attack power into a single point, a hallmark of an emission ability user before striking. Yet, as Silva gathered his aura for the attack, not even a trace of killing intent leaked from it. His aura was like a raging river, yet utterly silent. This was clearly the result of years of refinement. Then he struck. Leaping from the rooftop, the sharpened aura around his palm transformed midair into an electrified nun sphere over a meter in diameter. Like a meteor tearing through the night, he descended with pinpoint accuracy onto the Phantom Troupe's number 8 member. Before this trajectory of terrifying destructive force landed, Morrow, Pekinada, Kortopi, Shalnirk, Maki, Omokij, and Lucius, the number 8 member directly in its path, all sensed the fleeting danger. That sense of crisis was like a sudden electric pulse in their minds. Its horror lay in the fact that, even if you saw it, your body couldn't react in time. A deafening explosion echoed across the city. A crater formed in the stone-paved square, spiderweb cracks radiating outward for dozens of meters. Inside the crater, Lucius lay dead, his back grotesquely twisted and caved in. Silva stood beside the corpse, calmly pulling out his phone. The other Phantom Troupe members had retreated to the cracked ground, their eyes burning with killing intent as they glared at Silva for his sudden assassination of Lucius. His method of ambush, speed and power aside, the truly terrifying aspect was the utter silence of his attack. Morrow's gaze was icy, devoid of any other emotion. The other members, however, shifted from shock to murderous intent, their hearts still gripped by lingering fear. They knew full well, if Silva had targeted any one of them, their fate would have been no different from Lucius's. It wasn't that Silva's strength seemed invincible. This impression stemmed more from his unpredictable assassination skills that left no room for defense. Under the deathly stares from Morrow and the others, Silva remained unfazed. With a flick of his toe, he flipped the corpse over, then took out his phone and snapped a photo of the dead man's face. He had deliberately avoided striking the head during the kill to preserve facial integrity. Truthfully, with the reputation the Zoldyck family elders had built, such meticulousness wasn't necessary. But decades in the profession had ingrained certain habits in Silva, habits born from professionalism. After sending the corpse photo to the client, Silva dialed a dedicated contact number. The call connected in a second. The job is done. Transfer the payment to the designated account. With that, Silva hung up and pocketed his phone, exuding effortless composure. However, his actions also unmistakably revealed his identity as an assassin to Morrow and his group. Morrow's gaze remained sharp and cold, fixed unwaveringly on Silva. "You killed one of my members. Now you have two choices." His voice was icy. Even with a comrade dead before his eyes, his tone betrayed no anger or sorrow, only calm. Silva ignored Morrow's words and stepped out of the crater on his own. His movement instantly ratcheted up the tension in the air. Maki and the other members, watching Silva walk to the opposite side of the crater, unleashed their killing intent without restraint. At that moment, the stunned bystanders in the square seemed to snap back into motion, screaming and fleeing in panic. In an instant, the square descended into chaos. Shrieks and children's wails filled the air. Only the fountain's light show remained unaffected, its dazzling display continuing uninterrupted. Morrow didn't stop his members from venting their emotions, his eyes still locked onto Silva across the crater. In any situation, the Spider's rules came first. This was the foundation of their existence. So regardless of strength, the moment Silva killed Lucius, the rule of succession immediately took effect. Morrow removed his disguise, hat, and sunglasses and tossed them aside. Then, in that same eerily calm voice, he continued. 1. Accept recruitment and join my group. 2. Refuse and die here. At Morrow's words, Silva abruptly halted. He glanced back at Morrow, who had already assumed a combat stance. From the undulating aura radiating off Morrow, Silva sensed an unshakable resolve. Impressive aura. This young man isn't ordinary. Silva silently appraised him before turning away again, ignoring the proposal entirely as he walked off without a word. Seeing Silva persistently disregard Morrow, Maki and the others suddenly unleashed their maximum aura output, baring their fangs. But it was Morrow who struck first. Silva's dismissive response was tantamount to refusal. Whoosh! Morrow vanished in a flash. On the other side of the crater, Silva, his back still turned to the spiders, slightly raised his gaze. The moment his foot touched the ground, he too disappeared. The next instant, a dull thud of fist meeting elbow echoed across the battlefield. At the source of the sound, two figures materialized out of thin air, Morrow and Silva. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists and feet colliding with such force that ripples of aura erupted with each impact. In just a single second, they clashed over a dozen times using pure martial arts and nun techniques before abruptly separating. As Morrow retreated, his feet scraped against the ground, kicking up white smoke. A bloody gash appeared on his arm, but he didn't even glance at it, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Silva. Silva, too, stepped back to steady himself, but his stance remained as immovable as a mountain. His eyes locked onto the young man before him, who appeared to be around the same age as Alumi. On the streets, the crowd fled from the square in panic, their faces twisted with fear. Yet Hisoka moved against the tide, his eyes narrowed as he stared in the direction of the square. In the distance, Morrow also walked against the fleeing crowd, but his attention was drawn to the nearby high ground. The fleeing crowd pointed the way for Hisoka and Morrow. Even without encountering this group of people escaping from the direction of the square, Hisoka and Morrow would have been able to find the location immediately. Because it was too obvious, the aura fluctuations coming from the direction of the square, as well as the intense killing intent contained within, could be said to be as conspicuous as a lighthouse in the night sky. Although he hadn't seen the scene, Morrow could basically be certain that Silva had made his move against the Phantom Troupe. This was the effect of intelligence. Of course, Morrow wasn't foolish enough to rush straight to the scene. His gaze passed through the gaps in the crowd, lightly brushing over Hisoka's distant silhouette. The troupe, at least 3 or 4 of them, must be present. Seeing Hisoka heading directly towards the scene with clear purpose, Morrow could only sigh inwardly at Hisoka's confidence, or more accurately, that unreasonable driving force that sought battle. Averting his gaze, Morrow walked towards a nearby, tall building. When he arrived at the empty rooftop of the high-rise, he could see the situation in the square at a glance. Inside the crater violently blasted open lay a brutally killed corpse, most likely the troupe's number 8 member. It could only be said that, as expected of the current head of the Zoldyck family, the assassination efficiency was simply beyond words. Not far from the crater, on level ground, Krallo and Silva were engaged in combat. Around them were several troupe members, including Maki. Judging from the aura surrounding them, it seemed they could intervene in the battle at any moment. 6. Morrow's gaze swept over the troupe members in the square, their numbers even more than he had anticipated. At this moment, the confrontation in the square was approaching a white-hot intensity. Krallo, who was at a disadvantage in terms of physical combat and nun techniques, didn't stubbornly continue to clash head-on with Silva. Initially engaging in close combat was because in the instant Silva killed Lucius with one palm strike, Krallo had discerned some clues from it. It wasn't simply a physical attack, but rather an emission attack form where aura was accumulated and then allowed to leave the palm. Although it was just for an instant, Krallo had keenly captured this crucial information, so he immediately engaged in close combat. This also demonstrated his confidence in his physical combat and nun technique levels. However, after actually engaging with Silva, Krallo realized that Silva's close combat level far exceeded his own. Not just in terms of physical combat and nun techniques, but even in terms of combat experience and physical toughness, they were not comparable to his current stage. Recognizing this point, Krallo decisively changed his approach. After creating a small distance, he raised his hand and conjured Skill Hunter. Rustle, rustle. The black and red book automatically flipped its pages. Krallo held the book in one hand, his gaze fixed directly on Silva. Seeing Krallo materialize a book, Silva stood still in his original position, his peripheral vision sweeping over the other troupe members around who were itching to act. Conjured objects usually possess special abilities and mechanisms. So, when facing a conjurer, one can't rashly give opportunities, but must primarily probe. This was experiential advice that Zeno had imparted to Silva long ago. Of course, with Silva's current strength, he could completely synchronize probing and attacking, directly adopting emission long-range attack methods for medium distance. The reason Silva hadn't made a move wasn't out of wariness towards the conjured object, but because he didn't want to work in vain. Therefore, even if Krallo made the first move, Silva had primarily been avoiding battle from the beginning, and Krallo wasn't some third-rate nin user who could be easily dealt with. It seems they won't let me leave easily. Silva took in the positions of the other troop members, clearly intentionally blocking all his possible retreat routes. From the start of the battle until now, Krallo's attention had been entirely on Silva, naturally noticing Silva's small movements, observing escape routes. Insisting on avoiding battle, Krallo lowered his gaze slightly, his right hand holding Skill Hunter open to a certain page. He saw that Silva intended to escape, so he also abandoned the idea of a one-on-one. Compared to what could be gained in a duel, ensuring Silva could be kept here was a more important outcome. Attack. Krallo suddenly spoke. The surrounding troop members heard this and instantly stirred their aura, entering a combat state. At the same time, In Kralo's left hand, a bubble gun with a cylinder and a muzzle flashing with rainbow light conjured out of thin air. Fragile item. Pointing the rainbow muzzle at Silva, he immediately pulled the trigger. Instantly, accompanied by a series of sharp, rattling sounds, a string of bubbles shimmering with rainbow light flew out from the muzzle, like dandelion seeds blown by the wind, enveloping towards Silva. Looking at the rainbow bubbles flying everywhere, Silva was surprised by the ability Kralo displayed. But he didn't pay much attention to it, quickly flashing backwards to retreat out of the rainbow bubbles coverage area, then immediately attacking towards Cortopi, who was guarding one of the routes. Intending to escape, he directly chose the weakest breakthrough point in the field. Seeing Silva attack towards him, Cortopi was helpless. There was no way he could block it. This was an established fact. Cortopi was very clear about this in his heart, but he didn't retreat at all, not to risk his life, but because he had complete trust in Kralo's ability. Snap! The sound of a book closing rang out in the field. It was Kralo closing Skill Hunter, and the bubble gun in his left hand instantly disappeared. However, the rainbow bubbles that had been fired earlier didn't disappear, still floating in the air. This was the effect of the fragile item ability. Even if the ability user removed the bubble gun, it wouldn't affect the rainbow bubbles that had already been fired. So, Kralo could, while the rainbow bubbles were still in effect, flip through Skill Hunter again to use another ability. The pages stopped turning. At the same time, Kralo was already amidst the many rainbow bubbles, his gaze devoid of emotional fluctuations closely following Silva's movements. In another's shoes, the emission ability activated. In an instant, Kralo and Silva exchanged positions. Silva suddenly appeared amidst the many rainbow bubbles, while Kralo appeared a few meters in front of Cortopi. Pop, pop, pop. Because Silva was maintaining his forward charging motion, after the position exchange, he inevitably burst many rainbow bubbles. As the bubbles burst, specks of water splashed onto Silva's surface aura. Then, as if it were sulfuric acid, it corroded small holes in Silva's exposed surface aura. A conjuration transmutation composite ability that weakens aura defense, and an emission ability that forcibly exchanges positions. Since the latter had the ability effect of force transfer, it meant that it couldn't be activated a second time in a short period. Silva's thoughts turned, and he didn't hesitate at all despite being amidst the rainbow bubbles. Instead, he responded decisively. He directly burst through the nearby bubbles, allowing the water to continue weakening the upper limit of his aura output and charged straight towards Kralo's original position. There was almost a gap there. Maki was closest to that gap, her eyes sharp, her hands pulling out fine nun threads. But just as she was about to block Silva, 3 playing cards came spinning at high speed, passing between her and Silva, flying straight towards Omokij, who was nearest and hadn't taken any substantial action. Seeing the 3 playing cards wrapped in aura flying towards his face, Omokij's expression changed slightly, hastily dodging to the side to avoid the cards. On the rooftop of a nearby high-rise, Morrow, who was watching the show, couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Hisoka, who had thrown the playing cards. He could see that Hisoka, entering the square from that position, had originally intended to use those 3 cards to greet Maki, who was closest. But seeing Maki and Silva about to clash, he immediately turned his aim, targeting Omokij beside them, who seemed to be slacking off. This guy is purely a troublemaker. Realizing this, Morrow couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Hisoka was a transmuter adjacent to the enhancement and conjuration. Theoretically, Hisoka could utilize 80% of an enhancer's precision. When applied to throwing playing cards, the lethality was still considerable. So when Maki faced Silva directly, Hisoka, approaching from behind, was fully capable of assassinating her. This was precisely the most common outcome in non-combat when outnumbering the opponent, instantly eliminating a normally troublesome adversary in an extremely short time. Yet Hisoka's attack bypassed Maki. From this, Morrow discerned that Hisoka held an almost extreme regard One might even call a bottom line for fair head-on combat. While marveling at this, Morrow couldn't help but feel a pang of intense regret. If he had been in Hisoka's position just now, he could have taken the opportunity to eliminate Maki and gain a substantial amount of upgrade experience. But afterward, he would most likely face pursuit from Crawlo and the others. As for the rules of joining the troop, forget about ambushing them during a mission. The target would have been one of the troop's founding members, a childhood companion of Crawlo and the rest. In such a scenario, no one would believe in so-called recruitment rules. Morrow had personally verified this truth. Thus, to reap rewards, one had to face risks. Since he hadn't been bold enough to charge into the square fearlessly like Hisoka from the start, he naturally didn't deserve the opportunity to gain massive experience earlier. At this thought, Morrow's regret instantly dissipated. Even if given a second chance, he would still have chosen to position himself on the rooftop of the high-rise. Capabilities dictated actions. The risks of ambushing a troop member in the square were too great. Compared to that decision, Morrow still preferred snatching the head of HxH, the troop's number 4 member, from Hisoka's grasp. If he recalled correctly, HxH had faked his death to escape in the end, and Hisoka, fully aware of this, had still let him go. By leveraging this information, Morrow could decide whether to act based on the situation. Though he might draw Hisoka's attention afterward, it was still better than facing half the troop head-on. Morrow reined in his thoughts and gazed at the figure emerging from the light in the distance. Whether it was an illusion or Hisoka's deliberate doing, Morrow couldn't help but feel that Hisoka's gait carried a hint of provocative sway, something that, in the eyes of the ambushed HxH, would undoubtedly come across as 100% provocation. Being a troublemaker is good. Best to stay the center of attention, Hisoka. Muttering to himself, Morrow kept a close watch on the battle unfolding in the square. With Hisoka's sudden intervention, the standoff between Maki and Silva froze for an instant, while HxH, now under attack, fixed a cold glare on the slender-hipped figure sauntering toward him. Then, as time resumed its flow, Maki refocused on Silva. Nen thread net. Maki abruptly raised her hands, and the aura transformed, none threads wove into a crisscrossing web. Though she was a natural transmuter, her exceptional talent and relentless training had granted her the ability to wield 100% of an enhancer's precision simultaneously. Thus, her nun threads carried enhancer properties. Don't even think about escaping. Maki spread out her web of threads and leaped backward, momentarily creating distance while immediately increasing the intensity of her aura output. In an instant, she hurled the rapidly expanding web of threads forward towards Silva. The shimmering web of threads descended like the lines of a chessboard, enveloping Silva. But Silva was not one to be restrained by such a net. Using the footwork technique Rhythm Echo, he left behind an afterimage at the web's landing point, while his true body swiftly evaded. However, Maki possessed innate nen eyes that could perceive aura with just a glance. She saw through Silva's Rhythm Echo instantly, and, without hesitation, pulled back on a nun thread connected to the web. Under her control, the web seemed to gain a tracking function, relentlessly pursuing Silva. Silva glanced at Maki, silently acknowledging the formidable nature of these individuals. Even as he marveled, his hands moved swiftly. He raised his arm and fired a nun bullet directly at the web. Boom! The nun bullet struck the web, the resulting explosion obliterating it completely. So fast, Maki's pupils contracted as she witnessed Silva's astonishing speed, from gathering aura to firing the nun bullet in an instant. She now fully grasped Silva's strength. Yet, her next actions showed no hesitation despite Silva's prowess. Almost simultaneously with the explosion, Maki closed in on Silva's flank, the faint glint of nun threads flickering between her fingers. The shorter her nun threads, the stronger they became. The earlier expanded web had merely been a setup for this moment. Just as Maki attempted to sever part of Silva's limbs with her threads, Silva twisted his waist with even greater speed and kicked her squarely in the shoulder. Thud! A jellyfish-shaped shockwave erupted violently. Maki grunted as she was sent flying sideways like a cannonball. Silva retracted his leg and steadied himself, only to be momentarily halted by a barrage of bullets blocking his path. Haku was wielding a revolver, firing at him. Naturally, these bullets couldn't harm Silva. They merely delayed him for a fraction of a second. Meanwhile, Hisoka, gripping playing cards between his fingers, lunged forward toward Omokage with his upper body leaning in. Midway, he crossed paths with Maki, who was still airborne from Silva's kick. Their gazes met briefly in midair. Maki's eyes flashed with wary surprise, while Hisoka's held only naked battle lust. The next instant, Hisoka reached Omokage, slashing at him with the playing card as if it were a blade. Faced with Hisoka's swift and fierce assault, Omokage didn't even have time to ask, "Who are you?" before he was forced to retreat, narrowly avoiding the slash. His evasion, however, inevitably gave Hisoka an opening to pursue. Hisoka stepped forward, retracting his right arm while driving his knee toward Omokage's abdomen. Omokage's expression shifted as he crossed his arms downward, blocking the knee strike. Thump! A dull impact. Though Omokage blocked the strike, the force still sent him flying backward. This was exactly the outcome Hisoka wanted. He had no intention of joining the group fight. His goal was to isolate Omokage from the battlefield. "Boss!" Shalnark frowned at Hisoka's sudden interference. Krallo glanced at Hisoka, who was chasing Omokage like a rabid dog. Considering Omokage's ability to summon multiple dolls, he judged that the situation wouldn't escalate immediately. First, deal with the one who killed Lucius, he decided. Got it. Shalnark and Kortopi unconditionally trusted Krallo's arrangements and immediately moved towards Silva. On the rooftop of the high-rise building, Morrow noticed Hisoka isolating Omokage from the battlefield and Krallo's group focusing their efforts on dealing with Silva. His heart stirred. An opportunity. Seeking profit amidst risk. The current developments were unfolding exactly as anticipated. Despite Hisoka's unexpected interference, the Phantom Troupe remained focused on dealing with Silva. This decision not only gave Hisoka an opportunity, but also provided Morrow with one. The perfect moment to strike would be when Omokage let his guard down, thinking he had successfully escaped. As for whether they'd be disrupted later, being targeted by Hisoka, that was the risk they had to face in this operation. Morrow stopped paying attention to Silva's situation and instead turned his gaze toward Hisoka and Omokage, who were already engaged in battle. He quietly moved closer. On the street outside the square, Omokage was sent flying backward, crashing into a parked car with a deafening metallic screech as his body embedded itself into the vehicle. The sudden commotion frightened nearby pedestrians, who quickly scattered. Not far away, Hisoka approached the wrecked car. Holding a playing card between his fingers, he pressed it against the tip of his nose, concealing his faint smirk. The cooperation from the other troop members had heightened his excitement. This intense, genuine emotion radiated through his aura, exuding a captivating and overwhelming presence. Omokage pried himself free from the twisted steel frame, breaking out of the wreckage. With a sharp motion, he straightened his posture, shaking off shards of glass from his silver-gray hair. "You don't exist in my memories." Standing upright, Omokage glared coldly at Hisoka, who was enveloped in a powerful aura. But asking, "Why did you attack me now?" would be pointless. As soon as he finished speaking, a red glow seeped from Omokage's eyes as he activated his ability under the influence of his aura. Soul Puppet. Dolls stored within his pupils materialized in a flash of crimson light, swiftly manifesting into 3 figures. 2 of them were unmistakably Phaeton and Yuvajan. The last was a man with arms as long as an ape's. These were all puppets personally crafted by Omokage. Under the effects of his specialization ability, the puppets could exhibit roughly 30% of their original counterpart's strength, including replicating their nin abilities. If he could obtain the original's eyes, that percentage could rise to 50% with a qualitative leap in flexibility. As a member of the Phantom Troupe, Omokage had secretly created replicas of his comrades without their knowledge, meaning he couldn't equip them with the original's eyes. Still, even without eyes, the raw combat prowess of battle maniacs like Phaeton and Uvijin was something Omokage highly valued. The third puppet, the one with elongated arms, was a complete soul puppet, possessing eyes. These three puppets specialized in close-range suppression, speed-based harassment, and long-range attacks, respectively. Hisoka observed the lifelike puppets with interest. "Mind if I ask you a question?" Omokage ignored him, issuing a command for the three puppets to kill Hisoka. The moment the order took effect, the Uvijin puppet charged at Hisoka first. Big bang impact. The Uvijin puppet opened with its ultimate move, channeling nearly all its aura into its fist, which glowed a vivid red. Though fragments of memories served as the soul's foundation, the puppet's lack of eyes still left it lacking in flexibility. As it attacked, most of its body remained exposed, unprotected by aura. Hisoka was also a battle maniac who reveled in carnage. So how could he miss such a glaring opening that was practically offering their necks to him? Originally, he had wanted to ask how much of the original's strength these imitation dolls could replicate. But now it seemed unnecessary. Hisoka flicked a playing card between his fingers, and as the Uvijin doll swung its fist, he sent the card slicing across its neck at an even faster speed. Since the Uvijin doll had concentrated most of its aura into its fist, the attack cleanly severed its head. However, before Hisoka could retract his momentum, Phaeton appeared like a ghost, his thin sword stabbing out with chilling glints. Hisoka raised an eyebrow, hastily dodging in a rather awkward manner. HxH. In just a second or two shallow wounds appeared on Hisoka's arm and waist. Quite aggressive, but lacking in lethality. Slightly surprised by the Phaeton puppet's offensive nature, Hisoka immediately grasped its thin sword upon noticing this flaw. Bungee gum. The aura swirling around his palm instantly gained adhesive properties, firmly sticking to the Phaeton puppet's sword. Just as Hisoka was about to destroy the Phaeton puppet in one move, a barrage of arrow-shaped nin bullets suddenly rained down from above. Hisoka glanced up and decisively retreated, evading the area covered by the projectiles. The Phaeton puppet also stepped back. The next moment, the arrow-shaped nin bullets landed like a sudden downpour, triggering a series of explosions. In just a second or two, thick dust filled the air. Hisoka emerged from the dust, and, as the distance lengthened, the pink adhesive gum holding the Phaeton puppet's sword snapped apart. A standard coordinated squad setup. Seeing that the last doll was an emitter, Hisoka wasn't particularly surprised. He flipped a few playing cards into his hand, pinching them between his fingers. Having confirmed the doll's strength, aside from the earlier emission attack, there was little else to worry about. So now, it was time to go straight for the kill. What Hisoka didn't notice was, while he was dodging the rain of arrow-shaped nun bullets, Omokage used the dust as cover to leave behind a replica doll filled with his artificial eyeball before quietly retreating from the battlefield. This scene was witnessed by Morrow. Perfect. Seeing Omokage leave behind a replica doll, Morrow knew the opportunity had arrived. If Omokage had simply fled, it would have been hard to act. But now, by faking his death in this manner, most of his aura output remained with the doll, leaving his true self weakened. A glint flashed in Morrow's eyes. The battle on the street wasn't over yet, but Omokage had already quietly retreated a fair distance, turning into a one-way alley flanked by buildings on both sides. This place was now outside Hisoka's line of sight. Just who the hell is that guy? Omokage frowned deeply. After just a few exchanges, he had sensed Hisoka's overwhelming strength. To be safe, he had executed a decoy escape. Omokage glanced back in the direction he came from, still unable to understand why Hisoka had attacked him. Shifting his gaze forward, he stared at the silent alley ahead. The fierce battle on the street had turned the nearby living into ostriches, and naturally, no one would be in this one-way passage. Omokage walked up a slightly steep slope, intending to find a vantage point. After some distance, He reached a T-junction and suddenly sensed something. His gaze shifted to the third-floor balcony of a distant building. On the railing of the pitch-black balcony, 3 glowing green nin bullets hovered midair, arranged in a triangular formation. Seeing this, HxH narrowed his eyes, activating Yo, just as the bullets abruptly shot downward. He braced himself defensively, but he soon noticed something odd about their trajectory. Judging by the angle of descent, they weren't aimed at him. Who is this? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind before he observed the bullet's path shift slightly upward, now unmistakably heading toward him. Just as HxH focused on the incoming nin bullets, a figure suddenly darted out from a narrow alleyway in front of him. It was Morrow, lying in ambush. Ignoring the returning bullets, Morrow closed the distance in a flash, his aura-wreathed right hand stabbing toward HxH's heart like a blade. Shocked but reacting swiftly, HxH raised his hand and clamped down on Morrow's wrist. Then he saw it, the glowing green nin bullets coalescing between Morrow's aligned fingers. His pupils contracted. Whoosh! The bullets fired from Morrow's fingertips, slamming into HxH's chest. Instantly, the impact sent him flying backward, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth midair. This was a premeditated ambush. As he was sent flying backward, HxH instantly realized this fact. Although he had managed to block the opponent's palm blade with his reflexes, the ensuing nin bullet struck him squarely in a relatively weak spot of his aura defense. Once the balance between offense and defense was disrupted, direct damage was inevitable. The nin bullet forced HxH to cough up a mouthful of blood, the pain twisting his features almost beyond recognition. Yet he stubbornly resisted the assault of pain on his consciousness, and, in the critical moment of being sent flying, immediately formulated a countermeasure. I need to summon the Phantom puppet, the one with the strongest restraining ability, to cut off the opponent's pursuit rhythm. HxH made his decision, his eyes glowing red. At the same time, on the long street, the Phantom puppet, gripping a thin sword, suddenly distorted and vanished in a flash of red light. Hisoka, witnessing this, narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced meaningfully at HxH, who had been keeping to the rear. Inside the one-way passage, HxH plummeted from midair and crashed heavily onto the concrete road with a dull thud. But the red light that had shot from his eyes had already manifested the Phantom puppet in front of him. At this moment, Morrow strode toward HxH, not even bothering to look back as he casually swatted away the shooting stars flying toward him, meant more as a distraction, shattering them into scattered stardust. However, the sudden appearance of the Phantom puppet disrupted Morrow's intention to press his advantage. A handcrafted doll that can be summoned and dismissed at will, just like a conjurer's ability. Truly, specialists defy all logic. My own ability has been leaning toward manipulation so far, but who knows? Maybe I'll get the chance to shift to specialist in the future. Seeing the Phantom puppet appear out of nowhere, Morrow inwardly marveled at the prowess of specialization, feeling an inevitable tinge of longing for it. Normally, only conjured objects could achieve such seamless remote summoning and dismissal. Yet the inherent complexity of specialist abilities could shatter such conventional understanding to some extent. His gaze swept over the hollow eyes of the Phantom puppet. The hatred Morrow had accumulated through countless death replays didn't extend to a mere doll. But of all people, it had to be Phantom. It seemed this man heavily relied on Phantom's rapid assault capabilities, even disregarding Hisoka's reaction on the other side. Perfect. This would serve as a test for the newly developed Starlight Convergence. Morrow halted his steps, his expression calm. Seeing that Morrow made no further moves, the Phantom puppet stood motionless, sword in hand. Its orders were to block Morrow's pursuit, but constrained by the framework of its ability. Even if it retained some of the original's aggressive instincts, it couldn't act on its own desires. Cough, cough. HxH raised a hand to cover the blood seeping from his mouth. Seeing Morrow and the Phantom puppet locked in a standoff, he struggled to his feet, swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. If not for Hisoka eliminating the Yuvijin puppet earlier, allowing him to recover a third of his aura output. He might have already been taken down by this bastard in front of him. Why cough? Why attack me? HxH lowered his hand, revealing his bloodied mouth, his gaze at Morrow laced with anger. Listening to HxH's questioning, Morrow couldn't be bothered to respond and abruptly unleashed his maximum aura output. In an instant, all his aura nodes opened wide. The abundant, radiant aura surged like a turbulent river, sharp and visible to the naked eye amidst the turbulence. An overwhelming battle intent was conveyed directly to HxH through the aura. Bastard, damn bastard. Just seeing the sudden eruption of Morrow's aura, HxH couldn't help but think of his Soka on the other side. The same, exactly the same. These two bastards he encountered tonight weren't attacking him out of some personal grudge, and that was precisely what made it so infuriating. It made him feel like some unlucky fool caught in a senseless disaster. Kill him. HxH's face twisted as he gave the order, revealing a mouthful of blood-stained teeth. The moment his words fell, the Phaeton puppet responded instantly. With a faint sound, its figure blurred into an afterimage, its slender sword gleaming as it thrust straight toward Morrow. Under the flickering, dim yellow light, murderous intent was laid bare. The surging aura around Morrow abruptly condensed before exploding outward into a dazzling array of starlight. Starlight convergence. The aura shattered into countless brilliant points of light, swirling within a 5-meter radius around Morrow like a galaxy. At the center of this stellar formation, Morrow was enveloped in a thin layer of aura, his figure reflecting the radiance of the surrounding starlight. Phaeton shot forward like a sharp blade piercing into the sea of shimmering stars. In an instant, the flowing starlight was violently scattered. Yet, like neurons, each point of light that was touched rapidly received, processed, and transmitted information. The trajectory of the enemy's attack manifested in Morrow's mind, as if a single path in a vast constellation. Morrow's eyes flashed as he took a step forward, sidestepping slightly. Phaeton, who had disrupted the starlight, passed right by Morrow's side. But almost in the same second, Phaeton, having missed his initial strike, displayed astonishing physical coordination, planting his feet before pivoting and slashing at Morrow in a seamless follow-up. At this moment, Morrow was still turned sideways, his gaze not on Phaeton, but fixed firmly on HxH ahead, savoring an indescribable pleasure? No, a cruder word was needed. Thrill, more visceral and intense than anything he'd felt in the Heaven's Arena ring. Like dancing on the edge of a blade, letting the pressure of death seep into every cell of his body. But he couldn't let the overwhelming presence of death stir any emotional fluctuations, because even the slightest shift in emotion would cause starlight convergence to collapse. This was a limitation rooted in the mind. Yet for Morrow, who had relived countless death replays, it was hardly a limitation at all. In fact, it was the existence of death replay that had given birth to this ability. Morrow savored the emotional feedback from his new ability before crouching slightly, tilting his head down to evade Phaeton's slash aimed at his neck. HxH. A few strands of hair drifted into the air, like stray willow catkins intruding upon the sea of stars. Phaeton's horizontal slash missed, but his wrist twisted, redirecting the blade into an angled slash toward Morrow's shoulder, once again disrupting the celestial river. Morrow's bent knees naturally exerted force, propelling his body forward abruptly and narrowly avoiding Phaeton's diagonal slash. The hollow eye socket to the Phaeton puppet seemed to ripple with movement, but its assault didn't falter. It stepped forward, driving its rapier straight toward Morrow. Yet Morrow sidestepped in the opposite direction, allowing Phaeton's rapier to sweep past his front. For lightning-fast strikes, all missed. The Phaeton puppet failed to notice that as each of its thrusts found empty air, the surrounding motes of starlight had quietly attached themselves to its body. Just as its left hand swiftly steadied its sword-wielding right wrist, preparing to slash horizontally toward Morrow's chest, These clinging starlight particles faintly coalesced into chains of stars, freezing its body in an instant. Morrow glanced sideways at the Phaeton puppet now bound by shimmering star chains across its form. The counter-ability's control effect couldn't suppress the target's aura, and its duration depended on the disparity in aura strength. But against a Phaeton puppet with only half of HxH's aura output, it was more than enough. Morrow, still turned sideways, reached out parallel to the rapier and clamped down on the Phaeton puppet's neck. Simultaneously, the phantom star chains covering the puppet's body swirled like a flowing galaxy, converging at its heart to form a cross-shaped starburst. This mark, resembling a sniper's crosshair, granted Morrow's shooting stars a locking capability. This also meant that even Morrow's deceptive shooting star could utilize this mechanism. After the rebound's power doubled, it would then lock onto the target bearing the star mark. And this lock was directional. The compound application of abilities had ironically transformed what should have been a detrimental limitation into a component that enhanced damage within the ability system. Now, if Morrow wished, he could unleash maximum intensity deceptive shooting stars in a carpet-bombing assault on the Phaeton puppet. But there was no need. Instead, Morrow wanted to test another possibility. Morrow retracted starlight convergence, the outward radiance of starlight abruptly condensing back onto his body, returning to its most primal aura form. Then, Morrow's hand clenched violently, crushing the Phaeton puppet's neck. After all, it was just a counterfeit. With a crisp sound, hard fragments scattered as the Phaeton puppet's head separated from its body, tumbling to the ground. Hiss! A dark red aura streamed from the broken puppet, flying straight toward HxH. At this moment, HxH's pupils trembled as he watched Morrow crush the Phaeton puppet with one hand. Only when the aura housed within the puppet returned to him did he react and suddenly notice, "What's this?" HxH glanced down at his chest, where a glaring cross-shaped star mark stood out. This mark had previously appeared on the Phaeton puppet. Transferred over already? Before he could ponder further, to defend against Morrow's impending attack, HxH activated his soul puppet ability again. Amid a crimson glow, he summoned a burly, eye-bearing doll. Morrow leveled his arm, a massive fluorescent green nun bullet coalescing in his palm. His eyes fixed on HxH as he stated calmly, "You made a bad move." Too reliant on his dolls, HxH had failed to reinforce his own defenses when the star mark appeared. Instead, he followed instinctive judgment, summoning yet another puppet for protection. This meant HxH had allocated at least another third of his aura output, on top of the emission doll on Hisoka's side. His defenses were critically lacking. Meanwhile, the phenomenon of the star mark's transfer dispelled Morrow's concerns. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about this ability being countered by tactics like nin beasts. Deceptive shooting star. Morrow suddenly raised his hand, the fluorescent green nin bullet in his palm soaring upward like a rocket. Then, without another glance at HxH, Morrow turned and walked away. Huh? What is he cough? Posturing? No, he has no reason to. So what exactly? Cold sweat dripped down HxH's face as he stared wide-eyed at Morrow's retreating figure. Moments later, HxH abruptly noticed a fluorescent green glow illuminating the space before him. His head jerked upward, pupils reflecting the shape of a shooting star. The next instant, that single shooting star suddenly split apart, scattering like fireworks before converging back toward him, tracing brilliant arcs across the sky. "Block the attack," HxH shouted hoarsely. The clearly enhancement doll obeyed, its burly frame intercepting the incoming shooting star cluster that resembled a meteor shower. Yet the numerous shooting stars seemed sentient, effortlessly weaving around the enhancement doll. Wow, what? HxH's expression twisted in shock. Then he was engulfed by the shooting stars. On the long street, Hisoka casually sidestepped the emission attacks, shaped like arrows, their intensity and precision noticeably diminished. Originally, he had planned to strike directly at the heart of the formation to eliminate HxH, who was hiding behind the battle lines. But when the Phaeton puppet vanished into thin air, he sensed something amiss. After effortlessly evading the attacks, Hisoka didn't counter. Instead, he strode purposefully in one direction. Whether it was intuition or some fleeting insight, he couldn't say. Hisoka paid no mind to the incoming follow-up attacks. Then, the long-armed doll he had deliberately ignored, along with Omokage who had been positioned at the rear, suddenly dispersed their aura and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Interesting. The corners of Hisoka's eyes curved into an exaggerated arc, his contracted pupils trembling uncontrollably. The moment Omokage instinctively relied on his puppet, his fate was sealed. A shooting star at 200% power. This was no joke. Moreover, part of Omokage's aura was still dispersed along the long street. In such a situation, there was absolutely no way he could withstand this lethal strike. Morrow turned and walked away. After putting some distance between himself and the scene, he paused upon hearing the explosive impact of the shooting star. He casually raised the back of his hand and glanced at it. LV.22, LV.31. 9 levels up. Looking at the number at the center of his tree rings tattoo, Morrow's eyes gleamed faintly, a sense of satisfaction welling within him. In just half a month, he had climbed from LV.7 all the way to LV.31. If he had relied solely on pure, grueling training, half a month would have only allowed him to advance 2 or 3 levels from LV.7. And the higher the level, the more exponentially the required training time would grow. But by hunting high-level nin users, he could bypass the constraints of time, seizing the rewards that should have belonged to the future and making them his own in the present. The only difference was, hunting nun users inevitably carried the risk of death. Omokage's level was probably between LV.45 and LV.60. Morrow estimated Omokage's potential aura. At first, the distance had been too great to observe clearly. By the time he got closer, Omokage had already dispersed part of his aura elsewhere, making an accurate assessment difficult. He could only widen the estimated range. Enough thinking. Time to run. With the tree rings tattoo providing direct feedback, Morrow didn't need to worry about any so-called feigned death tactics. He immediately bolted in the opposite direction down the passageway. Attacking Omokage had been a high-risk, high-reward gamble. Now that the reward was secured, the next step was to escape any potential fallout. If he had waited until Hisoka fully acknowledged Omokage's feigned death before making his move, the risk might have been lower. But in that case, Omokage would have been at his absolute peak, making an ambush kill nearly impossible. Choices matter so much. Morrow sprinted forward, the thought echoing in his mind. Passing through the corridor formed by the surrounding buildings, Morrow emerged onto a tree-lined sidewalk where plain trees stood tall. Chirp, chirp. The sound of sparrows came from the branches above. Morrow suddenly stopped and looked up, spotting a few sparrows perched on the tree trunk. Beep, woo, beep, woo. From all directions along the long street, the urgent wails of police sirens blared. Startled by the sharp noise, the sparrows flapped their wings and took off into the sky. Morrow reacted instantly, leaping up and snatching one of the sparrows with his right hand. Squeak! The captured sparrow struggled violently, its cries turning shrill as it pecked frantically at Morrow's knuckles. Morrow looked down at the bird. Starlight convergence. His aura shattered into starlight, swirling around him. He extended his left index finger, slowly pressing it toward the sparrow. Terrified, the sparrow pecked even more desperately at his finger. But Morrow dodged each strike effortlessly. A few seconds later, Morrow withdrew his ability and released the sparrow, then turned his gaze toward the source of the sirens. In the distance, a convoy of police cars sped down the road, forcing civilian vehicles to swerve out of the way. Pedestrians on the street, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, turned to stare. Morrow quickly averted his gaze, glancing instead at the sparrow that had already flown far away, then continued sprinting in the opposite direction. His astonishing speed immediately drew gasps from the surrounding pedestrians. But Morrow had no time to care about that. His only thought was to put as much distance as possible between himself and the eye of the storm, avoiding any unnecessary complications. After a long while, just as Morrow was still running with his head down, he suddenly heard even more frantic exclamations from behind him. Alert, Morrow swiftly turned his head, his pupils involuntarily constricting. What greeted his vision was a red Spider-Man swinging rapidly through the air toward him. No, it was HxH. In the air, a strand of bungee gum latched onto the top of a traffic light at the intersection. At the other end of the thread was HxH, his entire body radiating a ravenous killing intent, his face twisted like a demon's. As the thread abruptly retracted, HxH shot past the traffic light at blinding speed, descending from above and hurtling straight toward Morrow's location. Nearly everyone on the road and sidewalks noticed HxH. Though they couldn't clearly see his grotesque, terrifying face, they could sense a chilling, malevolent aura emanating from his high-speed figure, like a venomous snake coiling around their throats, suffocating them in an instant. Had HxH's eyes not completely disregarded their existence, that overwhelming killing intent, amplified by his aura, could have shattered their consciousness from dozens of meters away. A police car speeding down the road spotted HxH from a distance and slammed on its brakes before immediately turning around. But HxH paid no attention to the police. His eyes were locked solely on Morrow. The remnants of your killing intent haven't faded yet. I can tell. The lingering satisfaction still lingers in your aura. High above, HxH retracted the bungee gum, using its incredible elasticity to launch himself downward like an arrow loose from a bow, aimed directly at Morrow, now only a few hundred meters away. Boom! The arrow-like figure slammed into the ground, the impact shattering large sections of pavement. Broken fragments scattered, kicking up a faint cloud of dust. HxH's silhouette burst through the rising dust, his narrowed eyes trembling, golden pupils flickering within the slits. Several dozen meters ahead, hearing the sound of HxH's landing, Morrow immediately abandoned his escape. In a bustling city, trying to outrun Spider-Man, no, HxH, by sheer sprinting, was an impossible task. So Morrow simply stopped and turned, facing the terrifying aura radiating from HxH ahead. From that aura, he could clearly sense the madness, hunger, and killing intent, an overwhelming mix of emotions. Paired with HxH's demonic expression, this was probably the filthiest thing Morrow had encountered since arriving in this world. He's fast as hell. Is this guy part bloodhound or something? And this aura, definitely above LV-60. Watching the surging nun around HxH, as if it were about to tear free from his body, Morrow internally assessed the situation with absolute certainty. Without some kind of opportunistic advantage, well, without perfect timing, terrain, and luck, there was no way he could defeat HxH in his current state of ravenous bloodlust. What do you want? Morrow opened his aura nodes, allowing the maximum amount of aura to flow through his body. As he called out to HxH, the aura gathered in his right hand suddenly took on a sharp shape. HxH's eyes and mouth corners drew closer together, making his expression appear even more sinister. He slowly glanced at the undisguised aura in Morrow's right hand and narrowed his eyes. An emitter, he murmured. Offensive emitters and conjurers who specialize in weapon-based abilities inevitably accumulate more aura in their dominant hands before activating their techniques. For conjurers, aura gathering tends to form soft, yet slightly sharp clusters. Emission types, needing to channel and release larger amounts of aura, naturally manifest their energy in aggressive, pointed formations. This serves as an unavoidable tell for emitters during combat. Even someone as skilled as Zeno couldn't conceal his attack intentions at this stage. Perhaps only someone at Netero's level could achieve such concealment. Based on Morrow's aura-gathering pattern, HxH initially judged him to be an emitter. Stealing someone else's prey isn't a good habit, HxH responded, barely suppressing his urge to strike. Morrow looked puzzled. Prey? What prey? Hey. HxH was adept at lying, which made him even better at detecting lies. But no detection was needed here. Having chased his target from afar, He'd recognized Morrow's true nature at first glance. A kindred spirit, undoubtedly so. That post-satisfaction glow couldn't deceive him. Had Morrow known Hisoka's thoughts, he would have protested loudly. While he did feel satisfaction after killing Omokage, it wasn't from combat, but from the post-level-up feedback. Seeing Hisoka's aura grow sharper with each laugh, Morrow abandoned pretense. He raised his right hand, where the pointed aura suddenly swirled and contracted. Through deliberate compression, the rotating aura flattened slightly, its edges shimmering with phosphorescent green light. Accusing others of stealing prey, that's no good habit either. Besides, letting prey slip right through your fingers. That's incompetence, isn't it? Hisoka's eyes curved to crescents as he slowly modulated his voice. I won't deny that. So, shall we begin our lovely courtship? Let's make a bet, Morrow suddenly proposed. Hisoka's aura flickered momentarily as he asked with interest, Is this our foreplay? Yes. Morrow continued calmly. You can refuse. But if you do, I'll resign myself to fate, standing motionless while you kill me. I imagine you wouldn't enjoy a completely unresponsive one-on-one, would you? Hisoka fell into rare silence. He recognized Morrow's sincerity. The detached attitude toward death lent terrifying credibility to his words. This wouldn't do. Motionless targets were so dull. With a flip of his wrist, Hisoka produced playing cards and narrowed his eyes. Very well, let's consider it foreplay. I accept. What are the terms? The bet is whether you can successfully kill me. Morrow never took his eyes off Hisoka. Understanding instantly, Hisoka's interest waned. If by foreplay you mean some chase sequence, do you really think I could restrain myself? As he spoke, Hisoka rested one hand on his hip, deliberately accentuating his posture. Morrow noticed Hisoka's frequently recurring gesture from the original work and inevitably observed certain reactions. Yet his expression remained utterly unperturbed as he enunciated each word clearly. As I said earlier, letting prey slip right through your fingers is incompetence in itself. This was Hisoka's second silence. In contrast, the desire radiating from his aura grew even more intense. What if he took an uncontrolled step forward, golden pupils excluding everything except Morrow, and asked, What if I fail to kill you? 1 year. Morrow raised his left index finger calmly. If you lose, we'll immediately terminate our honeymoon phase and enter a year-long Cold War period. Oh, Hisoka instantly grasped the implication. After losing, he'd have to wait a full year before resuming their passionate relationship, mutual torment. Perhaps it was just an illusion. Despite this being their first meeting and interaction, he unexpectedly felt an unusually high synchronization with the person before him. Killing him now would be such a waste. But I can't hold back, simply can't. I must kill him here and now. My current emotions are violently demanding this outcome. Hisoka uncontrollably ran his tongue around his lips, restraining himself as he said, How can it be a honeymoon phase when we don't even know each other's names? Ah, true. Morrow nodded slightly and stated, Morrow. Hearing the name, Hisoka's eyebrows rose slightly in faint surprise asterisk, but he had no attention to spare for such matters now. His voice trembling, he said, Hisoka, that's my name. So now, shall we begin? Come. Morrow agreed, suddenly hurling a flattened fluorescent green nin bullet toward Hisoka before swiftly retreating to create distance. Hisoka's grin stretched to its limit as he charged forward, merely ducking slightly to evade the nun bullet before continuing his relentless advance toward Morrow. At this moment, every cell in his body was leaping with excitement. Observing Hisoka's face, a perfect blend of exhilaration, craving, and demand, Morrow could only mentally acknowledge it as peak facial artistry. Thoughts aside, his hands never stopped moving. Before Hisoka could close in, Morrow formed another flattened nin bullet and tossed it behind himself. After this action, Morrow ceased retreating and instead actively advanced toward Hisoka. Seeing this, Hisoka's already heightened nerves made him perceive the returning nun bullet almost instantly. With reflexes honed to perfection, he abruptly halted mid-charge and arched his upper body backward. Precisely then, the ricocheting nin bullet whizzed past Hisoka's face. A boomerang-style attack pattern. Using his incredible core strength, Hisoka snapped back upright at lightning speed, immediately slashing playing cards toward Morrow's vital points. Yet Morrow suddenly leaped into the air, also dodging the returning nin bullet. But to Hisoka, this move seemed tantamount to suicide. Capitalizing on Morrow's airborne vulnerability, Hisoka redirected his cards toward the defenseless target. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rapidly spinning cards flew toward Morrow with nowhere to evade. But at this very instant, the nin bullet Morrow had thrown backward came hurtling back at breakneck speed. However, its returning trajectory was like a swallow skimming low before suddenly soaring upward. And it was no longer targeting Morrow. The slightly flattened nin bullet arrived beneath Morrow. Without hesitation, Morrow shifted his center of gravity downward, bending his knees to crouch directly on the now doubled in size, flattened nin bullet. Then, he was lifted upward as the nin bullet carried him into the air. At that moment, the delayed playing cards merely sliced through Morrow's clothes, achieving nothing more. Under Hisoka's gaze, which could barely conceal his astonishment, the nin bullet continued ascending like a missile, carrying Morrow higher into the sky. Star mark. It wasn't limited to humans. Before arriving here, Morrow had placed a star mark on a sparrow. Then, by using the second deceptive shooting star to link with the directional effect of the star mark, he had created this very scene. This was his escape route. Feeling inexplicably exhilarated, Morrow shouted, "Hisoka, you lose." Everything happened too suddenly. That declaration of victory from the sky directly interrupted Hisoka's intense emotions. Caught off guard, Hisoka inevitably missed the best reaction time. He didn't have time to retract the bungee gum sent through the playing cards before it suddenly snapped due to the distance. The nin bullet flew too fast. Clearly, when the nin bullet was in its return state, both its size and speed had at least doubled. Hisoka realized the details of Morrow's ability. From the beginning, the other party had already prepared to escape, while he foolishly fell into the other's trap, unable to resist the temptation. Love always makes one so blind. But how could he let go just like this? In an instant, Hisoka's aura suddenly erupted. His previously excited expression disappeared, replaced by a morbidly frenzied one. His desire had swollen to an uncontrollable degree and must be released and vented here. Bungee gum. Hisoka, with a crazed look on his face, glanced towards the distant Morrow. He quickly threw the pink adhesive thread onto a nearby green tree, creating a large slingshot. And Hisoka himself was the projectile, wrapped in pink aura. Creak, creak. The pink aura with rubber and chewing gum properties suddenly contracted, gathering force. Boing! The next moment, Hisoka's entire body flew into the air like a cannonball. His speed was so fast that visible air currents crashed before him. On the shooting star, Morrow had already withdrawn his gaze, squinting his eyes to resist the strong air currents during flight. With the previous experience of jumping from the airship, he wasn't worried at all no matter where the shooting star would take him. Suddenly, Morrow felt a chill down his spine. He instinctively looked back and saw Hisoka's extremely frenzied face in the distance. He was flying straight through the air. With just one glance, Morrow understood what Hisoka had done. This pervert, has he gone mad? Morrow was somewhat incredulous. At this distance, how could he possibly catch up to his shooting star, relying solely on the rubber rebound force of bungee gum? But Hisoka did just that. Soon, Hisoka began to lose momentum. His flying speed suddenly slowed down, and his entire body started to fall. Watching Hisoka begin to lose strength and fall, Morrow's expression became slightly complex. He felt like he had somehow subjected Hisoka to a stimulus that life couldn't bear, to the extent that Hisoka became this crazed. In this case, Morrow really didn't know if Hisoka would abide by the bet later, but things had come to this point, Thinking about those things was useless. Thinking to this point, all Morrow could do was wave goodbye to Hisoka. Hisoka saw Morrow's waving gesture, and his frenzied expression slowly froze. It wasn't because he was stimulated by Morrow's farewell wave, but because he realized that his desire, which had almost swollen to the point of explosion, now had nowhere to be released. Hisoka seemed to lose all his strength, allowing his body to fall towards the ground as if life had no meaning. That silhouette he saw in his eyes was getting further and further away from him, gone mad and gone limp. Somewhere in the city, Silva shook his slightly swollen wrist and strode towards the darkness where the light couldn't reach. The Phantom Troupe, his muttering echoed in the dark alley. The reward for assassinating that troop member was extremely substantial, but Silva felt this deal was very unprofitable. Not only did it strain his muscles and bones, but he was also chased all the way under the pretext of revenge. At first, Silva didn't want to work for free, so he kept avoiding battle, focusing on escaping. However, the other party became increasingly presumptuous. Although Silva had excellent professional qualities, even a mud Buddha has its limits of tolerance. Faced with the Phantom Troupe's relentless pursuit, he finally developed killing intent, thinking of killing 1 or 2 more troop members to achieve a deterrent effect. But when he put this thought into action, he found that prying a person from their team was no longer so easy. The key reason for this result was precisely that young leader and the various abilities in that black and red book. If it were one-on-one, it would still be fine. The problem was that the young man, relying on his outstanding consciousness and decision-making execution ability, had united his team into a rope of hemp that was difficult to break, always able to resolve crises at critical moments. After multiple attempts, Silva realized that to break this hemp rope, he would inevitably have to pay a price. This was obviously even more unprofitable. Helplessly, Silva decisively chose to no longer entangle and focused on escaping. It wasn't until now that he finally shook off the Phantom Troupe's pursuit. Walking in the dark alley, Silva silently remembered this team, called the Phantom Troupe. More accurately, he remembered the young leader. If there were commissions regarding the Phantom Troupe in the future, he might not necessarily decline, but in terms of price, it would have to be at least several times higher. Beep beep woo. The sound of police sirens came from outside the dark alley, approaching and then receding. The various huge commotions, starting from the Fountain Plaza, undoubtedly stirred up all the police officers in the entire city. One police car after another headed towards the center of the disturbance, naturally running into the Phantom Troupe's gun sights. A troop member was killed right in front of them, and afterwards, despite being outnumbered, the opponents still managed to escape. At this moment, the mood of the troop members could be said to be utterly terrible, and the arrival of numerous police cars directly became the object of their venting. Without even having to exert much effort, they made over a dozen surrounding police cars scrapped and burning. The pungent smell of gasoline permeated the surrounding air. Flames blazed fiercely, and rolling black smoke rose into the sky like black dragons. In the reflection of the fire, corpses lay strewn all around. Wonder how things are going on Omokij's end. Shalnark had one hand on his hip, the other operating his phone, as he turned his head to look in one direction. Krallo's face was expressionless. Meanwhile, Maki, Kortopi, and Pekunida were paying attention to the surrounding situation. They saw figures successively emerging from the burning police cars, who turned out to be people holding weapons. Looking at this group of hostile newcomers who suddenly appeared, Maki casually pulled out a nun thread and said flatly, "They're bounty hunters. Should we go find Omokij?" Kortopi ignored this group of bounty hunters and asked. Hearing Kortopi's words, Maki and the others involuntarily looked towards Krallo. Krallo also didn't pay any attention to the surrounding bounty hunters. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. A black shadow passed through the towering smoke, falling towards the ground like a meteor. Bang! The ground suddenly cracked and exploded. For a moment, all surrounding gazes turned towards it. Amidst the flying dust and smoke, before they could see the person, they inexplicably felt a chill. The person who had fallen was none other than Hisoka. Disappointment, 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 disappointment. Hisoka swayed as he stood up, staggering like a zombie. The aura emanating from him, in the eyes of Crawlo and the others, seemed particularly glaring. Hisoka barely straightened his body, his eyes suddenly staring straight at the surrounding bounty hunters. At this moment, the bounty hunters felt as if their throats were being gripped from afar, forgetting to breathe. August 28th, 1996. The Phantom Troupe painfully lost 2 members. Fortunately, on that day, under Crawlo's invitation, a top student filled HxH's position, becoming the number 4 member of the team. For the troupe, this was like stopping the bleeding in time. As such, there was no need to investigate HxH's death further. If there was anything still uncomfortable about this matter, it would be the personality and style displayed by the top student. Even though the troupe members present had seen their fair share of storms, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Therefore, when the top student slaughtered a group of bounty hunters with a single playing card, the troupe members present didn't even know how to describe what they had witnessed. If they had to label the top student, it would undoubtedly be twisted to the extreme. However, they didn't care about the origin of this reaction from the top student. When the top student finished the killing and reluctantly agreed to join the troupe, their hostility diminished considerably. But the top student's actions and gestures, displaying a strong personal style, such as hips swaying and thrusting, only increased their disgust. All in all, the troupe was currently only missing 1 leg. And unbeknownst to the troupe, the addition of this top student would only bring more unstable factors to the troupe. At this moment, Morrow didn't know what had happened after Hisoka fell from the sky. He was now on an airship heading to a border city. Originally planning to take a direct airship to Heaven's Arena, a phone call invitation from Kanzai made Morrow change his itinerary at the last minute. Time moved to September 1st. This day marked the beginning of Yornu's annual auction extravaganza. For collectors who love rare treasures, this was a must-attend event. For Morrow now, the existence of the Yornu auction was not just a place to realize huge profits in a short period, but also a place to improve the efficiency of his ring's charge. But Morrow couldn't go. On this day, the airship he was on landed in a town called Prite, close to the border of Kukin-Yu Kingdom. The geographical location of Prite Town was somewhat special. To its west and south were wetland forests and mountainous regions, while to the east was a port within the border jurisdiction. Because land road development was limited by forests and mountains, Prite, though only a town level in scale, had an airport that served as a transfer station and tourist reception. And because it was adjacent to the border, compared to inland cities, Prite's law and order were in shambles, with criminal activities such as smuggling being commonplace. But in fact, smuggling was Prite's lifeline. It brought chaos and evil to Prite, but also incomparable huge profits. Therefore, the person in charge of governing this area tacitly approved of the existence of certain phenomena to a certain extent. Morrow walked out of Prite's airport, took a black cab, and headed to a noodle shop called Red Dan. That was where Kanzai had arranged to meet him. Sitting in the car, Morrow turned his head to look at the buildings on both sides of the road. The buildings in this town were at most 3 or 4 stories high, mostly using a kind of wood with deep red veins as the main material. The red-veined wood was embedded with grayish-white bricks. It gave an impression of white walls stained with blood. Morrow's detour to come here wasn't entirely because of Kanzai's invitation. In this town that almost flaunted chaos and disorder, there were Nolan Gambino's businesses. Based on the intelligence provided by Argo, it couldn't be confirmed whether the menu controlled by Nolan was related to the businesses here, but whether there was a connection or not. Since Morrow had come, he couldn't possibly do nothing. Previously, due to Death Rewind and limited abilities, he could only passively accept the enemy delivering heads to his doorstep. Now that his level had risen to LV.31, the situation had reversed, and, of course, he had to take the initiative to seek them out. Ordinary person. During the black cab ride, Morrow habitually observed the pedestrians on the street. All along the way, unsurprisingly, almost everyone was an ordinary person. Ordinary person, this one is tentative. occasionally seeing some slightly unnatural aura dissipation phenomena. Morrow would usually assume the person was a non-user, hiding their identity. Ordinary person. Oh, a non-user. Morrow's gaze instantly locked onto a person standing in front of a medicinal herb stall by the roadside, covered from head to toe, with only a pair of eyes visible. The person wore loose white clothing, a white hat that covered most of their head, and the face that should have been exposed was covered by a medical mask, leaving only a pair of bright black eyes visible. Morrow only had time to observe the person for a few seconds before the black cab, carrying him, turned at an intersection. A woman? The flow of aura is very steady. Her strength should be considerable. Carefully recalling the 10 on that non-user just now, Morrow drew an initial conclusion. However, compared to that solid basic 10, what left a deeper impression on Morrow were the person's eyes. Bright, clear. If it were in a relatively normal environment, Morrow wouldn't have paid special attention to a woman's eyes. But in a place like Prite, after observing all the way, what he felt most was the visible hostility. In comparison, the eyes of that female non-user were like a white orchid blooming in barren soil, with a very strong presence. Morrow remembered her appearance, then continued to observe the pedestrians along the way. 20 minutes later, Morrow arrived at the noodle shop called Red Dan. Like most buildings in the town, this noodle shop was also built with red-veined wood and grayish-white bricks. Even the sign hanging on the noodle shop was made of redwood. The ink splatter-like pattern on the wood surface really gave a sensory impression of blood splattered on it. Morrow withdrew his gaze and walked straight in. The noodle shop was quite large, with over 20 tables. It was noon, and almost every table was occupied. Morrow quickly scanned the room, noticing that many customers had bulges under their clothes, obviously carrying guns or knives, which showed how weak the law enforcement and legal constraints were in this place. Not paying too much attention to these peripheral details, Morrow quickly spotted Kanzai sitting at a table near the wall. Kanzai also saw Morrow, who had just walked into the noodle shop, and immediately waved his hand. Seeing this, Morrow went straight to Kanzai and sat down. Kanzai pushed the menu over while smiling and said, "Thinking you might still be in Cookin' You Kingdom, I tried calling to ask, didn't expect you really were. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" Morrow picked up the menu and looked at it curiously, asking, "Wasn't your work finished? Why are you still coming to Cookin' You Kingdom?" There. Kanzai raised his hand and pointed at the TV hanging on the wall of the noodle shop. The TV was showing a scene of a silver-haired woman being interviewed. Morrow looked at the TV screen, then turned to Kanzai with a questioning look. Kanzai explained, "That's the client I couldn't protect before." Regarding Kanzai's employer, Morrow knew very little, only that the employer had died aboard the airship. Now, someone who should have been dead had reappeared. While surprised, Morrow couldn't help but think of himself. Yet, according to Kanzai's earlier words, that employer hadn't been a non-user. Though resurrection abilities had appeared in the original work, the prerequisite was being a non-user, wasn't it? Was the dead one a body double? Morrow withdrew his gaze and turned to Kanzai. But the moment the question left his lips, he immediately dismissed it in his mind. If it had really just been a body double, Kanzai wouldn't have gone out of his way to come to Gagwanyu after the job was already completed. Not a body double. Just as Morrow had guessed, Kanzai answered firmly. He looked up, his expression blank as he stared at the silver-haired woman on the TV, his tone unreadable. "That's why I want to figure this out myself." Morrow was momentarily speechless. He wanted to ask if it was really necessary, but held back. Kanzai suddenly glanced at him and snapped, "If you've got something to say, say it. Why hold back?" Though they hadn't known each other long and their interactions had been few, Kanzai already considered Morrow a friend. Seeing Morrow hesitate, he made his stance clear. With Kanzai's encouragement, Morrow spoke openly. "I'm just surprised. For you, the job's already over. Is it worth going to all this trouble?" All this trouble. Kanzai lowered his head slightly, stirring the scallions in his bowl with his chopsticks. As the chopsticks moved, the oily broth rippled slightly, mirroring the turmoil in Kanzai's expression. Yeah, was it worth all this trouble? He asked himself silently. I clearly said all this trouble. Across from him, Morrow corrected in a low voice. After a brief silence, Kanzai bared his teeth and smacked the menu irritably. Have you decided what to order yet? Yeah. Morrow hadn't actually picked anything, but given the situation, he randomly pointed to a dish. Kanzai called the waiter over to place the order. Once the waiter left, Kanzai frowned and scratched his head roughly. Morrow, it's not strange that you think that way. Honestly, even I don't know why I had to come here. As he spoke, his scratching grew more forceful, his face gradually taking on an uncharacteristic seriousness. Maybe it's because of the title Pro Hunter, or maybe I'm just pissed. Pissed? Morrow didn't understand. Kanzai lowered his hand, then glanced again at the silver-haired woman on the TV, his voice darkening. My employer really died. So who is she? I've never seen an ability that perfectly replicates height and appearance, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Just the thought that someone might be exploiting the dead, even if it's just a tiny possibility, makes my skin crawl. I can't let it go. As he spoke, Kanzai's gaze sharpened, like a tiger ready to pounce. He hadn't been able to protect his client, yet he'd received payment in advance because of the client's resolve. The whole thing had already left him deeply frustrated. Now, seeing the deceased client reappear in this manner, Kanzai felt as if fleas were crawling all over his body. Before he could even give himself a clear answer, he had already arrived at Giganyu. Across the table, Morrow silently observed Kanzai, reaching only one conclusion in his heart. This guy is 100% strong material, but it might also be that Kanzai himself places an unusual level of importance on his identity as a pro hunter. For some reason, Morrow thought of the gourmet hunter he had encountered in the forest. Comparing the two, the Kanzai before him was undoubtedly more deserving of his respect. There is. Morrow pulled out a napkin, wiped his chopsticks, and said calmly, I've seen abilities that can perfectly replicate a person's physique and appearance. At the very least, this information is confirmed. I hope it helps you. Kanzai froze for a moment, then suddenly seemed to remember something and let out a bitter laugh. Sorry, I called you here to fulfill my promise of treating you to a big meal, not to listen to me vent. No problem. Morrow smiled, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the still-present menu, as if to say, big meal. Kanzai was usually too lazy to think deeply, but that didn't mean he was slow. Seeing Morrow's somewhat meaningful look, he immediately understood. Hey, the conditions here are limited, you know. Kanzai pushed the menu back toward Morrow and said earnestly, besides, there's a first time for everything. And I checked. People on the blog all say this place tastes great. How about you have a few more bowls? Then I won't hold back. Morrow picked up the menu and ordered several expensive meat side dishes, along with an extra bowl of noodles. He was genuinely hungry by now. When the noodle soup and side dishes arrived, Morrow began devouring them. The broth, simmered from large bones, carried a richness that rivaled seafood. Morrow let out a surprised sound and, without bothering with the noodles, drank down most of the broth first. Seeing his reaction, Kanzai grinned. Not complaining now, huh? Yeah, not bad. Morrow exhaled a satisfied breath of steam. Perhaps because he had been too hungry, just a few sips of the broth gave him a sense of how good it was to be alive, lifting his mood slightly. Maybe this was the true essence of gourmet food. Morrow buried himself in slurping the noodles. Within minutes, he had cleaned out all the hot dishes on the table, still craving more. If Kanzai hadn't brought him here, he would never have imagined finding such delicious food in a town nestled within such a chaotic, lawless area. Morrow slowly set down his chopsticks, thinking to himself, it's a shame I don't yet have the qualification to truly enjoy things. After finishing the meal, Kanzai was about to head to the airport. Outside the noodle shop, Morrow bid farewell to Kanzai, watching as that stubborn figure walked away. Only when Kanzai had completely vanished from sight did Morrow finally withdraw his gaze, his thoughts turning to Gel of the snake. Both were members of the Zodiac 12, but compared to the aloofness Gel exuded in her words and actions, Kanzai was far more personable and easier to get along with. Morrow silently wished Kanzai smooth sailing in all his endeavors, then took out his phone. Now that I'm full, it's time to get to work. Morrow lowered his eyelids, concealing a fleeting coldness, and opened an email sent by Argo on his phone. Words like virus, human body, and experiments leaped out at him. That so-called menu organization. Not only did they engage in human trafficking, but they even accepted orders for virus research. Clients with such demands were often targeting entire nations. This also revealed the extent of Nolan's ambitions. Morrow didn't care about any of that. His goal was to completely destroy them. And this stop was merely the first step in his counterattack. When it comes to virus research, most people would associate it with advancing medical science. But if you add human experimentation before those words, the meaning changes entirely. Biological weapons. That was the term that immediately came to Morrow's mind after reviewing the intel. Come to think of it, the so-called poor man's rose classified as a bomb in this world was essentially a biological weapon. Even someone as formidable as the reborn Chimera Ant King, with a body fused from countless superior genes, couldn't withstand the corrosion of the rose virus. This showed that the upper limits of viral potency in this world were unimaginable, truly a restricted area for humanity. Yet humans had never stopped exploring the path to destruction. The poor man's rose, with its low cost and ease of production, was proof of that. Even so, Morrow never expected a mafia syndicate to dare dabble in virus-related human experimentation, though in their eyes, it was likely just another lucrative business venture. Nolan Gambino. Morrow closed the email interface, his expression blank. Every word of the intel Argo had sent was drenched in blood, exposing the darkest corners of the world. Putting away his phone, Morrow headed to a clothing store on the street and bought an outfit to conceal his appearance. Just in case, he also picked up a well-fitted gas mask. The western part of Pride Town was a vast wetland forest, with many areas shrouded in toxic fumes, making gas masks a common piece of equipment here. Moreover, this was a gray zone. Discreet attire was the norm, and walking around with a gas mask hardly raised any eyebrows. Morrow now wore a loose black hoodie, the hood pulled up, along with a face mask and sunglasses, completely obscuring his face. He stuffed the gas mask and some portable food into his backpack before heading to a local gang to purchase a stash of firearms. He had expected buying guns to be difficult, but to his surprise, once the money was handed over, the process went as smoothly as buying a few bottles of water. With preparations complete, Morrow set off toward the outskirts of town. According to Argo's intel, the base conducting the viral human experiments was located near a village on the edge of the wetland forest. As for the exact coordinates, Argo couldn't uncover them. It wasn't a matter of ability. She simply wasn't willing to take on greater risks. As she had said, she could investigate intel on the Phantom Troupe without hesitation because the troupe itself didn't care about such things. The Mafia, however, was different. Retaliation was their default response. If they caught even the slightest trace of her involvement, they would cling to her like a persistent shadow. In short, Argo was running a business, not risking her life for Morrow. Morrow understood that. In fact, even if Argo didn't push her abilities to the limit, Morrow was already beginning to appreciate the benefits of having an intelligence network. To him, this channel was like a search engine, expensive but otherwise flawless. Leaving Pride Town, the road outside was potholed and uneven, flanked by overgrown greenery so dense that the occasional collapsed road sign could barely be seen within. Had he not just left the town, Morrow would have found it hard to imagine that beyond a well-equipped settlement, complete with an airport, lay such poorly constructed roads. After walking a stretch along the main road, Morrow followed the map's directions and turned onto a muddy trail that had been trodden into existence by countless footsteps. Another 10 kilometers or so along this path would lead him to a village called Shan Ni, which, geographically speaking, was situated near the edge of the wetland forest. For a village to survive in such a place, its inhabitants must possess considerable physical resilience. Morrow had long understood one thing. Even without the existence of an end system, he couldn't use his past life standards to define the upper limits of human physical capabilities in this world. If he had to establish a hierarchy, it would be something like this. Above ordinary people were the somewhat strong, the fairly strong, the very strong, the exceptionally strong, and the extremely strong. Only then came end users. If one of the very strong, ordinary people were placed in his previous world, they would essentially be akin to superhumans. Thus, despite the countless dangers lurking in the forest, humans could still extract the resources needed for survival. After trekking over 10 kilometers along the muddy trail, Morrow looked up and spotted wisps of smoke rising in the distance. Pulling out a gas mask and putting it on, he bypassed the village entirely, heading straight for the forest beyond. Uncertain of the exact location, he decided to first explore the areas outside the village. If he found nothing, he would enter the village directly. The day passed in the blink of an eye. Morrow combed through the forest's edge, but found nothing substantial. The only notable discovery was a small, vegetation-covered mound with scattered fragments of bricks nearby, suggesting the presence of a tomb. Since his goal was to locate the viral research facility, Morrow paid it no mind and continued searching the remaining marked areas. By dusk the next day, he had thoroughly scoured the outlying zones but found no trace of the base. If Argo's intel was accurate, then the facility had to be inside the still unexplored village. After a quick meal of rations, Morrow prepared to leave the forest and head straight for the village. But the moment he moved, he caught the faintest of sounds. Immediately, he closed his aura nodes, entering a state of zetsu, and crouched low in the thick undergrowth. Soon, footsteps approached. Morrow could tell they were light, but the damp soil and rotting leaves beneath still betrayed the walker's presence. The source of the footsteps soon came into view. It's her. The figure he saw was unmistakably the same heavily covered woman he had spotted earlier in town. While there were plenty of similarly concealed individuals in Pride Town, she was the only one who had left a lasting impression. Not just because she was a non-user, but also because she possessed eyes that seemed utterly out of place in a town like Pride. Morrow observed her discreetly. At first glance, he was inclined to believe she wasn't malicious, but he refrained from jumping to conclusions. There was also the possibility she could be one of Nolan's subordinates. He watched as she scraped something resembling moss off a tree and carefully stored it in a test tube. After a while, she secured the tube and turned to leave. Morrow did not emerge immediately. Only after the woman had gone far did he rise to look in the direction she had departed. That was the way to the village. Beneath a large mansion in Shanty Village, there lay a massive tomb. To be more precise, it was a tomb that had been artificially modified and constructed. The stone walls of the passageways, which should have been dark and damp, were covered with pipes and cables. Deep within the tomb, it was brightly lit. At the center of the spacious and well-lit burial chamber, the original coffin remained, now encased within a square glass enclosure. The lid of the coffin had been pushed open halfway. Tendrils of black aura seeped out from within. Around the square glass enclosure, figures clad in white hazmat suits could be seen. Among this group, however, stood a man dressed in a black suit with slicked-back hair. The man tilted his head to glance at the row of surveillance screens hanging on the nearby wall. One of the screens displayed a woman preparing medicine in a dimly lit mud brick house. The pro hunters are indeed pro hunters, professional and highly useful. What was her name again? The man stared at the surveillance feed and casually asked. Someone nearby promptly replied. Virus Pro Hunter, Sambika Norton. This place, remodeled from a tomb, served as the menu organization's research base for viruses. The choice of location had nothing to do with preference or concealment. Rather, the viruses studied within this base originated from this ancient, untraceable burial chamber, more precisely from the corpses inside the coffins. The man in the black suit watched Sambika intently mixing reagents on the screen before shifting his gaze to the central monitor. The screen displayed the interior of coffin. A vibrant green, pristine cloth nearly covered the entire bottom of the coffin. Lying atop the cloth was a bizarre-looking mummy. The left half of the mummy's body, having undergone prolonged natural dehydration, exhibited the withered, dark brown characteristics of dried flesh. However, the right half was entirely different. It could hardly even be called a mummy. The right half still retained distinct muscle tissue, with faintly visible blood vessels. The only resemblance to a mummy was that the still moist muscle tissue appeared to belong to an elderly person, the skin texture resembling withered tree bark. One side was desiccated, the other showed blood vessels. It was as if two different corpses had been stitched together. The man in the black suit stared at the corpse on the screen, his eyes aglow with aura resembling flickering flames. Enhanced by Gyo, he could see wisps of black, smoke-like energy swirling between the corpse and the cloth, slowly drifting near the coffin's opening. The busy researchers around him remained oblivious to the black energy within the coffin. Yet, the viruses extracted from the corpse had them utterly enthralled. Some phenomena defied scientific explanation, but had undeniably invaded their understanding. The man in the black suit glanced at the bustling researchers before turning to leave. "How's progress?" he asked the subordinate trailing behind him as he walked. The subordinate quickly replied, "The infectiousness issue with OG hasn't been resolved yet, but we're making headway. The problem is we're running low on lab rats in the cocoon. Apothecarian has been demanding more live test subjects as soon as possible." "How many does he want?" The man in the black suit turned into a corridor on the right. The subordinate answered, "He didn't specify a number, just said the more, the better." Bold of him to ask. The man in the black suit frowned coldly. "Doesn't he know how much a single piglet sells for? Last time, he demanded 20, and on top of that, he insisted on matching blood types. Because of that ridiculous requirement, we almost ran short on blood packs." The subordinate lowered his head, not daring to speak. The man in the black suit snorted. But considering the priority of the matter, no matter how resentful he felt, he had no choice but to endure it. "Go apply for a transfer of stock now. Attach the reason. If the boss takes this seriously, he might allocate some from the table." "Yes." The subordinate immediately went to handle the task. Meanwhile, the man in the black suit entered a burial chamber alone. It could hardly be called a burial chamber anymore. The original burial artifacts, even the items in the niches, had been completely cleared out. In their place were piped lighting and rows of glass containers filled with liquid. Pale green liquid contained various tissues and organs from a human body. Nightfall. In Shanny Village, inside a house built of mud and tiles, the walls were bare with only basic furniture like a bed and table. On the bed against the wall lay a boy around 8 or 9 years old. His face was pale, eyes tightly shut, breathing particularly labored, his small chest rising and falling rapidly. Patches of dry, darkened skin were visible on his exposed limbs, as if someone had stitched on aged pieces of flesh. Beside the bed stood a slightly older teenager, his face filled with concern as he watched the boy. However, the teenager's right cheek and 2 fingers appeared drained of all cellular vitality, looking similarly withered and dark. Across from a bed, Sambika placed the gathered herbs into a mortar. Instead of crushing them immediately, she extended her right hand over the mortar's opening. Drip, drip. Blood burst through the skin of Sambika's palm, dripping onto the herbs. Within seconds, the wound on her palm healed automatically. She withdrew her hand, watching as the faintly glowing blood visibly seeped into the herbs. Her blood could enhance the efficacy of medicinal herbs and improve their neutralizing properties. This gave her a unique advantage in crafting potions. Thud, thud. Sambika picked up the pestle and began grinding the herbs in the mortar. For now, we can only slow the virus's replication rate. This isn't enough. Lieta won't last much longer. As she crushed the herbs, Sambika thought to herself, if time runs out, I'll have to risk using my ability. Outside the mud tile house, Morrow leaned against the outer wall, a flicker of doubt crossing his brow. Were they naturally this unobservant, or just too preoccupied? He had followed them all the way from the forest, somewhat worried as Zetsu might not be refined enough to avoid detection. Yet the other party seemed too lost in thought to notice his presence at all. Even after trailing them into this mud-tile house, their vigilance remained alarmingly low. Morrow even suspected that using tin now wouldn't alert the woman inside. She feels so weak, Morrow mused himself. Since he hadn't seen her use run, he couldn't gauge her approximate level. But judging by the precision of her tin, her fundamentals were clearly solid. Probably a non-combat type. Among non-users, there were always those who didn't focus their abilities on combat. Even within the Hunter Association's Zodiac 12, there were non-combatants like Cheadle. Still, this was the first time Morrow had encountered a non-user who felt so weak in terms of sensory awareness. Pritchard Town. As night fell, lights illuminated many parts of the town. Places like bars and casinos were bustling with noise and activity. This town, like a gold mine, continuously churned out profits and, naturally, places to spend them. Hisoka walked down the street, his gaze drifting toward the taverns lining the road. Beep beep. His phone vibrated in his hand. Hisoka picked it up and tapped the screen a few times. A notification popped up, transfer successful, and his once-flush account was instantly drained. To track Morrow's whereabouts as quickly as possible, Hisoka had bet his entire life savings. But Hisoka didn't care. 1 year of Cold War. Hisoka narrowed his eyes slightly, but wasn't in a hurry to find Morrow. Instead, he headed toward a distant casino. The money was almost gone, so I had to save some. Otherwise, if Morrow ran away again, I wouldn't even have the funds to chase after him by public transport. That would be quite troublesome. Night cleaved the world in two. One half was the bustling town of Preet, the other the silent shanty village. Hisoka stepped into laughter and merriment, while Morrow leaned against the cycle of life and death. Then Morrow suddenly shivered. It felt as though he'd been abruptly targeted by some vengeful spirit, an utterly inexplicable sensation. Frowning slightly, Morrow thought of the defenseless non-user inside that mud brick house. After a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the idea of barging indirectly. Focus is good, but too much of anything is bad. Someone like you won't live long, he murmured inwardly before slipping away without disturbing even a single village dog. Beyond Shanty Village, Morrow found an ideal observation point. 2 massive boulders lay flat, leaving a person-wide gap between them, capped by a slender horizontal stone. From afar, it resembled a crude stone gate. Leaning against the rock, Morrow tilted his head slightly to peer through the gap at the distant village with its sparse lights. He intended to wait for the female non-user to emerge, then make contact alone. Dawn arrived the next morning. Dew clung to grass blades as a tangible morning mist hung in the air. Gradually, the fog dissipated. Morrow stood motionless as a statue beside the boulders, his tin resembling a silent, steady river. Yet when he stirred, a ripple disturbed his calm aura. During tin training, simply calming one's mind would render the aura perfectly stable. Stillness meant stability. This was easily achieved. The true challenge lay in maintaining that stability while moving. Reaching such mastery demanded immeasurable time. It was a road without milestones, a journey with no visible end. A non-user's task was to discard all thoughts of destination, focusing solely on each step forward. The enhancement from tree rings only granted Morrow tireless progress along this path. It couldn't smooth the road itself. How to walk this rugged path steadily, how to quicken one's pace. These were questions every non-user, Morrow included, must confront. Morrow wouldn't adopt a cross that bridge when we come to it mentality just because of tree rings. He wasted not a single idle moment, treating every step with utmost care. For when you dissected the nun system, its essence became clear: paddle upstream or drift backward. As morning mist cleared and sunlight fell, a figure emerged from the village, heading toward the distant forest. By the boulders, Morrow watched the figure, adjusted his hat brim slightly, and followed. Same location as yesterday. The heavily cloaked woman, only her eyes visible, approached a moss and vine-covered tree, scraping substances into test tubes. Morrow observed from nearby. Waiting until she turned away, he emerged from behind a tree. "Are you a doctor?" he asked. Exclamation point. At the sudden voice behind her, Sambika startled violently. She immediately secured the test tube, then swiftly darted forward like a butterfly, turning midair to face Morrow's direction before her feet even touched the ground. Her eyes were filled with wariness and caution. Simultaneously, she unleashed her aura without restraint, resembling a pufferfish suddenly bristling with spines. It seemed her alertness wasn't as lacking as one might have assumed. The intensity of her aura between LV.45 to LV.50. Based on the woman's reaction, Morrow drew some basic conclusions. This was precisely why he had deliberately spoken up when her back was turned. Moreover, this action also conveyed a message to her. I mean no harm, at least on the surface. To emphasize this, he had even removed his disguise equipment. "Yesterday, I was here too. I noticed you collecting something, and, out of curiosity, I followed you. Then I saw you preparing medicine for a child," Morrow explained proactively, pointing at the large tree nearby, before continuing, "You didn't seem to notice me, and I meant no offense. After leaving the village, I thought you might return here today, so I waited for you." He omitted the surveillance process, but the outcome was largely as he described. Upon hearing this, Sambika immediately recalled the type of creature her mentor had warned her to be wary of and blurted out, "Are you a peeping Tom?" Morrow froze, instinctively waving his hands in denial. No. Wait, is that the main point here?" By the end, his voice had noticeably lost some conviction. Technically, she wasn't wrong. He had indeed engaged in peeping. But adding the word Tom made it sound like she was calling him his Soka, which felt insulting. Observing Morrow's reaction, Sambika narrowed her eyes in thought, recalling another type of creature her mentor had cautioned her about. She took a step back and asked warily, "Then are you a stalker?" Question mark. A question mark popped up over Morrow's head. This girl, something was definitely off with her. But he couldn't refute it. Morrow fell silent for a moment before abruptly changing the subject. "Were you treating that child's illness?" "Yes," Sambika nodded, her vigilance unwavering. Morrow feigned nonchalance as he asked, "I've never seen that kind of illness before. It looked like the cell's vitality was being eaten away, pretty terrifying. Was it caused by a virus?" "Yes," Sambika replied, slightly puzzled, but answering truthfully when it came to medical matters. "It's an unknown virus with no prior records. Don't worry, its infectiousness is currently extremely weak." After explaining the virus, she countered with a question of her own. "Did you really peep and follow me just out of curiosity? Your behavior reminds me a lot of the perverts my mentor often warned me about." Morrow opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. After a second or two of silence, he sighed, as if resigning himself to the situation. "Your instincts are correct." "Ah, how rude of me. I didn't introduce myself earlier. You can call me Hisoka." Hisoka is indeed a pervert. Sambika nodded, thinking to herself that her mentor's warnings had been right all along. Morrow felt a bit better and was about to ask more about the village when he suddenly sensed a sinister aura. Sambika noticed it too. Both of them immediately went on guard, turning their attention toward a large tree where the aura was leaking from. Stealing someone else's name is so naughty. From behind the tree, Hisoka revealed half his body, a playing card pinched between his fingers and pressed against his chin as he narrowed his eyes at Morrow. Seeing Hisoka appear out of nowhere, bathed in a pink aura, Morrow's heart skipped a beat, his body tensing reflexively. "See, this guy's the real stalker." Without hesitation, Morrow opened all his aura nodes, letting a massive amount of aura flow out. Pointing at Hisoka, he prepared to unleash Shooting Star. Sambika also looked at Hisoka, her eyes trembling slightly as she shook her head. "No, you two, you're both the same." Morrow's face instantly turned ashen. Hisoka smiled in satisfaction. "Huh? Question mark." Morrow's lips twitched. "Were you laughing?" His good manners made him stop mid-sentence. As if he had sprung from a stone, Hisoka appeared without warning. For a moment, Morrow was genuinely startled. He had considered the possibility that Hisoka might pursue him relentlessly, but the scenario he had envisioned was Hisoka chasing him all the way to Heaven's Arena. He never expected Hisoka to track him down to such a remote corner in such a short time. What Morrow didn't know was Hisoka had gone all out to find him here, even at the cost of his entire fortune. Had he known, Morrow might have taken the hefty sum and voluntarily disclosed his location to Hisoka. Morrow looked at Hisoka and swallowed the other half of his words. Now, he was actually calming down. He couldn't be sure whether Hisoka would honor their one-year Cold War agreement, but he knew Hisoka had a strong sense of principle in certain matters. The fact that Hisoka had sneaked over like this and deliberately leaked his aura precisely indicated that Hisoka hadn't come for a one-on-one fight but had another purpose in mind. If Hisoka had simply wanted to break their agreement and fight, he could have feigned a few moves using the pressure of death to force Morrow into responding. Hisoka wouldn't do that, because in such matters, Hisoka pursued perfection. Cards had to be stacked neatly to their highest point, with not a single misalignment that might mar their beauty. Only then, before toppling them, could Hisoka derive the utmost satisfaction. With his thoughts clear, Morrow decisively closed his aura nodes, withdrawing from Ren back to 10. The subtle signs of attack he had prepared through the act of pointing were also discreetly retracted. But such a small movement couldn't escape Hisoka's notice. Hisoka watched Morrow's withdrawn hand with keen interest, his gaze and smile seeming to say, "I don't dislike such tactics." Seeing Hisoka's reaction, Morrow grew even more certain that the other man hadn't come to break their agreement. Yet being stared at like this by Hisoka made him feel utterly uncomfortable. Shifting his gaze away from Hisoka, Morrow turned to Sambika and said earnestly, "Can you give me a chance to explain?" Sambika didn't speak, only shaking her head. Her aura remained at its peak intensity, especially after Hisoka deliberately revealed his presence. Her aura, though powerful, radiated extreme wariness. It had to be said that Hisoka's aura was undeniably intimidating. Even toned down, it still gave Sambika a palpable sense of danger. And in her eyes, Hisoka, who exuded such a dangerous aura, was someone Morrow knew. In this situation, she only wanted to distance herself from this trouble as quickly as possible. Sensing the defensive tension in Sambika's aura, Morrow could only stubbornly argue, "I do know him, but we're not close. More importantly, I'm not like him." "Oh." Sambika complied softly, then cautiously asked, "Can I leave now?" "Of course." Morrow's original intention had been to gather information from Sambika. If not for Hisoka's interference, he might have already learned many crucial details. Moreover, after their brief interaction, he had formed a basic understanding of Sambika and naturally wouldn't resort to coercive measures against her. "I still don't know your name." Seeing Sambika already starting to move away, Morrow quickly asked. Sambika stopped and said softly, "Sambika Norton." "Sambika." Morrow repeated the name, feeling a faint sense of familiarity but unable to recall where from. Could she be a character from the original work who appeared but had very weak presence? While pondering this, Morrow also considered whether to follow Sambika back to the village. He had mostly confirmed that the virus was created by Nolan's research institute, though he didn't know its exact location yet. Just as he was about to speak, Hisoka drawled, "Sambika, aren't you the least bit curious about what our relationship is?" "Not curious at all." Sambika answered directly in her heart. Though accustomed to going with the flow, she knew this wasn't the time to voice her true thoughts. "What relationship?" Seeing the "ask me" expression on Hisoka's face, she ultimately indulged his superficial request. Hisoka curled his lips and said, "We're in a passionate relationship, though currently going through a Cold War." Sambika froze, her large eyes flashing with confusion, as if suddenly stuffed with countless complex formulas. Morrow's eyelids drooped, too exhausted to even consider salvaging his image with Sambika. This, he supposed, was the price of stealing kills. Though given the chance, he'd do it again. The area fell silent for about 2 seconds. Belatedly, Sambika gasped, first glancing cautiously at HxH, then at Morrow. "See, can I go now?" She didn't want to stay here a moment longer. If not for sensing their formidable strength, she would have bolted without looking back. Hearing her words, Morrow sighed, abandoning any thought of accompanying her to the village. Too tired to speak, he just waved dismissively. Taking this as permission, Sambika turned and left without hesitation. Only after confirming no follow-up actions did she finally relax. Master was right. Perverts really are terrifying. Quickening her pace, Sambika thought silently to herself. Morrow watched her figure recede into the distance. TCH. Another sigh escaped him. Morrow turned to HxH and asked, "Do you want to break our agreement?" "Not at all." HxH idly played with his cards. Morrow frowned. "Fine, then why are you here? Don't tell me this is just a coincidence. I came specifically to find you." Uncharacteristically straightforward, HxH cut to the chase, to quickly end our Cold War. "So, essentially, you still want to break the agreement." Morrow didn't mince words. HxH wagged his index finger, smiling. "It's different. Ow! Breaking the agreement could mean breaking up, but I don't want that." HxH's golden eyes gleamed with undisguised eagerness. "So I'll appease you to shorten the Cold War. This is my one-sided concession. Happy now?" "Got it." Morrow took a deep breath and said seriously, "If I agree to reduce the Cold War period by 2 months, can you disappear right now?" "Rejected." HxH shook his head. Morrow asked curiously, "Isn't this exactly what you wanted?" "It's different." "How is it different?" "Insincere words will only worsen the Cold War." Fine, then let's do it your way." HxH narrowed his eyes with a smile. Morrow also smiled at this point, or rather, he gave up and crooked his index finger at HxH. "Then bark like a dog to cheer me up." "Woof, woof." Morrow regretted it. Now he finally understood why HxH could develop bungee gum. A few minutes earlier, even after seeing HxH chase him across great distances, Morrow had never regretted his decision to steal that kill. To grow stronger as quickly as possible, he would make the same choice again without hesitation. But now, Morrow was starting to regret it. Goosebumps? Chills down his spine? Neither term, whether describing mental or physical sensations, could fully capture what he was feeling at this moment. He realized with painful clarity. Even though he had once read, the character named HxH from the omniscient perspective of a reader familiar with the original work, he still couldn't claim to understand everything about him. The depths of HxH's shamelessness far exceeded his expectations. At this point, there was no hope of negotiating terms to make HxH leave on his own. This guy was like a piece of gum stuck to the bottom of a shoe, impossible to scrape off. Morrow abandoned any thought of keeping HxH at a distance and shifted his approach instead. Originally, his plan had been to gather as much information as possible about the virus and the research facility through his interactions with Sambika. But then HxH showed up, scaring Sambika into trembling like a leaf. What made it worse was that, thanks to HxH's antics, even someone as normal as him was now labeled a creep in Sambika's eyes. Talk about an undeserved disaster. Still, from his earlier conversation with Sambika, he had at least confirmed one crucial piece of information. The unknown virus in the village had an extremely low infection rate. With that in mind, he no longer saw the need to extract more details from Sambika. Instead, he decided to take HxH straight into the village to search for the research facility. This was Morrow's revised plan. Since he couldn't shake off this human-shaped gum, he might as well use it to annoy Nolan's people. By then, Nolan's organization would undoubtedly see HxH as an enemy too. That way, HxH could draw at least half of their firepower. With this in mind, Morrow ignored HxH's expectant gaze, adjusted the weight of his heavy backpack, and strode toward the village without another word. How heartbreaking! Seeing Morrow's cold reaction, HxH tucked away his playing cards. Though his words sounded wounded, his ever-present smile never wavered. The two walked single file through the forest, neither speaking again during the journey. Only after emerging from the woods did Hisoka finally ask with amused interest, "That backpack of yours, it's full of guns, isn't it? And quite a few, too." "Yep." Morrow didn't deny it. Hisoka chuckled meaningfully. "Your ability, surely it's not just for running away, is it? Don't tell me its practicality and power are worse than firearms." Question mark. Morrow glanced back at him with a strange look. Once he was sure Hisoka had registered his expression, Morrow turned away again and said flatly, "Your ejection flight speed could leave an airship in the dust 18 times over. Does that mean you never ride airships?" Hisoka was momentarily speechless. Then he heard Morrow continue, "When you chase someone, you're faster than a car. Does that mean you never ride in cars?" Hisoka fell silent for a beat. Fair enough. Almost immediately, he shrugged it off with his usual carefree demeanor. Before long, Morrow and Hisoka crossed the plains and arrived at the outskirts of the village. Without waiting to see how Hisoka would react, Morrow put on his gas mask again, covering nearly his entire face. After placing his backpack on the ground, Morrow rummaged through it and pulled out several handguns, securing them one by one on his person. He then grabbed some spare magazines and stuffed them directly into his portable tactical belt. Hisoka stood nearby, watching Morrow's actions with a flicker of curiosity in his eyes before casually surveying the village ahead, where rows of mud brick houses stood clustered together. Due to the disparity in their information, Hisoka couldn't fully grasp the reasoning behind Morrow's current preparations, but he had no intention of asking outright. Compared to actively flipping over the cards himself, he far preferred waiting for others to reveal them first. Naturally, Morrow also had no intention of explaining anything to Hisoka voluntarily. He couldn't be entirely certain whether Nolan's virus research lab was located within this village or if there was any direct connection between them. But the possibility existed, which meant they might soon find themselves in a situation where they'd have to engage in direct combat with members of Nolan's organization. When that happened, Hisoka, who was sticking to him like a persistent burr, would inevitably become a target for Nolan's forces as well. Truthfully, Morrow didn't particularly need Hisoka to draw enemy fire, but this was Hisoka's own choice. This was a pot he'd have to carry whether he wanted to or not. Having mentally prepared himself for battle, Morrow shouldered his backpack and strode purposefully down the village path. Seeing this, Hisoka followed along with natural ease. The village had been quiet initially, but as Morrow and Hisoka swaggered their way in, several village dogs curled up beneath the collapsed mud walls suddenly raised their heads and began barking. In an instant, the chorus of barks shattered the village's tranquil atmosphere. Listening to the canine clamor rising around them, Morrow couldn't help but shoot Hisoka a meaningful glance. Hisoka met Morrow's gaze and immediately understood its implication, yet remained completely unfazed. Witnessing this, Morrow silently marveled at Hisoka's sheer audacity. Or perhaps Hisoka simply lacked any sense of shame to begin with. Morrow gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head before scanning their surroundings. That night, under cover of darkness, he'd followed Sambika into the village, but only reached the outer perimeter's mud brick houses. Now, walking down the main path, the environment didn't appear as dilapidated as he'd imagined, though it was noticeably lacking in human presence. The dogs at the village entrance kept barking incessantly, yet even now, only a few wary, hidden glances were directed their way. Paying them no mind, Morrow pressed deeper into the village. Shanty Village wasn't particularly large. After navigating several muddy paths, they soon reached its center. There, Morrow's attention was immediately drawn to a concrete wall lining the roadside, over 2 meters tall, stretching from the intersection all the way to its end. Behind it seemed to be an enclosed estate. Even without seeing inside, its stark contrast to the surrounding lone mud houses was striking. Morrow's eyes gleamed faintly as he examined the anomalous wall, quickly spotting several surveillance cameras mounted at its corners. This observation helped solidify his assessment. Glancing sideways at Hisoka, who was also studying the wall, Morrow didn't bother speaking before lightly vaulting onto the barrier. Seeing Morrow's sudden move, Hisoka mimicked it effortlessly, landing casually on the wall beside him. Simultaneously, their synchronized perch atop the wall was instantly captured by the surveillance cameras. This location happened to be the large estate connected to the tomb's entrance. As far as disguises went, it wasn't particularly good, but it at least served to keep people at a distance. Seeing Morrow and Hisoka's blatant actions under the surveillance cameras, it was only natural to assume they came with ill intentions. In the tomb beneath the mansion, the man in the black suit watched the screen, slowly furrowing his brow. In the spacious courtyard, Morrow and Hisoka strolled leisurely until an armed unit poured out from the mansion to greet them. Seeing this well-equipped armed unit, Morrow was almost certain of the research facility's location, wondering if there might be any non-users among them. Bro. Then, Morrow slapped a pistol into Hisoka's hand. Let's get him. Gunfire erupted abruptly over the courtyard. Nearly 30 armed men. Upon spotting Morrow and Hisoka, they immediately raised their submachine guns and rifles, decisively pulling the triggers. As the rapid gunfire erupted, countless bullets poured toward Morrow and Hisoka. Morrow, gripping a pistol with one hand, swiftly retreated behind Hisoka. Hisoka caught Morrow's movement from the corner of his eye. Without a word, he had already prepared his aura, activating bungee gum. Suddenly, he spread his arms, stretching out a sheet of pink, transparent adhesive. Pressing the other end to the ground with his feet, he erected a pink curtain in front of him to block the bullets. The swarm of bullets struck the pink adhesive curtain. In an instant, their kinetic energy and heat were completely absorbed, leaving only sharp, protruding trails on the sticky surface before coming to a halt. By the time the armed men emptied their magazines, Hisoka's adhesive curtain was densely studded with bullets. Staring at the wall of frozen bullets suspended before Hisoka, the armed men froze in shock, even their instinctive reloading motions halting mid-action. At that moment, Hisoka casually clasped his hands together, compressing the pink adhesive and squeezing all the bullets into a single clump. It's magic. Under the stunned gazes of the armed men, Hisoka slowly spread his hands again. The once clumped bullets were now neatly arranged on the pink adhesive, a sight that would delight any obsessive-compulsive. Morrow watched Hisoka's theatrics closely, but what he saw wasn't just a magic trick, it was Hisoka's mastery over his nun ability. And that was precisely one of the things Morrow lacked the most. As he pondered this, Morrow's eyes lingered on Hisoka's seemingly unguarded back. For a fleeting moment, a surge of killing intent flashed through his mind. But under the restraint of reason, it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Morrow pressed his lips together, then used Hisoka as a shield, steadying his pistol beneath Hisoka's outstretched arm. Seizing the moment while the armed men were still stunned, Morrow mercilessly pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Amid the muzzle flashes, deadly bullets struck their targets with precision, either in the face or the chest. Within a second or two, 6 or 7 men collapsed. Morrow emptied his magazine, casually tossed the pistol aside, and drew another from his waist, continuing to fire. Faced with Morrow's assault, the armed men quickly snapped out of their daze, scrambling for cover while reloading. Some even pulled out grenades. But Hisoka gave them no chance to recover. After his magic act, he simply flicked the pink adhesive, using the elastic rebound of his ability to send all the bullets hurtling back at them. Thud! 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 Amid the relentless, muffled impacts, the remaining armed men toppled like dominoes. No matter how well-equipped they were, against a non-user, they couldn't even make a ripple. It seems this mansion hides some astonishing secret. Hisoka's gaze shifted from the corpses littering the ground to Morrow's face. His interest peaked as he asked, "What kind of fun secret could be worth you coming all this way?" "You're overthinking it. It's just a research outpost for viruses, nothing special. I came here specifically to destroy it, that's all." Morrow's expression was calm. Hisoka's gaze swept over the subtle shifts in Morrow's face, deducing that he wasn't lying, and immediately lost interest. Initially, he had thought Morrow's actions were highly purposeful, suggesting some hidden, intriguing motive or secret beneath them. But it turned out he was just here to destroy a virus research outpost. Is that so? Hisoka spread his hands but suddenly added, "Though, did you just try to kill me? Did I?" Hearing this, Morrow calmly ejected the empty magazine. Hisoka narrowed his eyes at him and smiled. "All right, no, you didn't." "Yes, I didn't." As he spoke, Morrow reloaded a fresh magazine and walked toward the pile of corpses by the mansion's entrance. After a few steps, he finished reloading and abruptly halted, turning back to glance at the wall they had scaled earlier. Hisoka looked over at the same time. A familiar figure leaped onto the top of the wall and immediately locked eyes with him. "You too." The newcomer was Sambika, who had rushed over upon hearing the gunfire. Standing atop the wall, Sambika stared at Morrow and Hisoka, her dark eyes flickering with shock. Then, she noticed the fully armed corpses strewn before the mansion's entrance and froze. In her understanding, how could a well-equipped armed squad like this appear in a nearly forgotten village? The overwhelming sense of dissonance instantly gave way to deep confusion. Meanwhile, inside the tomb passage leading underground, the man in the black suit was named Ritona. His expression cold, he removed his tie and suit jacket, revealing a tactical harness fitted snugly against his body. Drawing a desert eagle from the harness, Ritona muttered to himself, "I once believed guns were the best weapons. Just raise your hand, pull the trigger, and effortlessly take a life." Pressing the barrel against his temple, he continued, "And I was certain that with a gun in hand, I'd eventually gain the wealth and status I desired. And I did, but I was wrong. There are weapons far deadlier than firearms." Bang, bang, bang. The tomb passage erupted with muzzle flashes as deafening gunshots echoed relentlessly. Ritona had emptied the magazine into his own temple. Yet, the bullets fired from the barrel failed to pierce even the slightest layer of his skin. Every single round was blocked by his aura. Clink, clink. The flattened bullets dropped to the ground one by one, ringing crisply against the stone. "I'm grateful to have learned none. Even more grateful to be an enhancer. It has elevated me above all the truths I once held sacred." Ritona stepped forward calmly, releasing his grip and letting the pistol fall. Clang. As the gun hit the ground, his aura flared even stronger. Above all, this was Ritona's enhancement ability. By reinforcing his convictions through words and actions, he could enter an unshakable mental state, locking his combat prowess at its absolute peak. This ability was far from redundant. In fact, it was the perfect catalyst for an enhancer. Its existence directly countered the various negative factors Biscuit had once pointed out, factors that could undermine real-time combat effectiveness. With this mindset, Ritona ascended the stone steps leading to the surface and soon stepped out through the mansion's gates. He ignored the corpses strewn across the ground, his expression cold as he surveyed the three outsiders in the courtyard. Morrow, spotting Ritona suddenly emerging from the mansion, couldn't help but brighten at the sight, thinking that his trip hadn't been in vain. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and fired several shots. Bang, bang, bang. Yet the bullets were effortlessly deflected by the opponent. Moreover, Morrow immediately noticed that after being struck, the intensity of the man's aura had actually increased slightly. Around LV.35. LV.35. That was Morrow's initial assessment. But when the opponent blocked the bullets with his body, the aura surrounding him intensified slightly, an increase of roughly 2 or 3 levels. A counter-type ability, perhaps? Without certainty, Morrow decisively drew another pistol from his person and fired another round. Yet the opponent remained unharmed, deflecting the bullets once more, his aura growing slightly stronger, now approaching LV.40. However, Morrow noticed that after the last dozen or so bullets struck, the opponent's aura no longer fluctuated, as if it had stabilized. Based on this information, Morrow had largely determined the nature of the opponent's ability. Like his own, it was counter-type. But judging by the intensity of the aura amplification, it wasn't particularly remarkable. Thus, this enhanced state likely had no time-based limitation and could be maintained until the aura was depleted. Most importantly, given the opponent's aura output level, the difference was only about 6 or 7 levels, not enough to create a significant disadvantage in direct combat. In just the time it took to empty 2 pistol magazines, Morrow had gathered plenty of intel and prepared himself for a head-on confrontation. Retona glanced at the flattened bullets scattered on the ground before shifting his gaze to Morrow, who wore a gas mask, and Hisoka, who stood silently with a faint smile. Coldly, he stated, "I have no interest in why you're here." As he spoke, Retona took a step forward, removing his tactical harness in one smooth motion. Once you stepped inside, there was only one thing left for me to consider: killing you. His killing intent was undisguised. Faced with the oppressive aura of Retona's murderous intent, the 3 in the room reacted differently. Sambika's confusion faded, replaced by tension. Though her fundamentals were solid, she wasn't a combat specialist. Dealing with a confident non-user like Retona was her worst-case scenario. Hisoka studied Retona like a predator eyeing prey, his desire to fight faintly stirred. As for Morrow, he simply dropped his backpack and discarded his pistol, stepping forward without hesitation to meet Retona's killing intent head-on. Watching Morrow's actions, Hisoka remarked in a teasing tone, "Morrow, being this eager, are you trying to let me understand you better?" The implication was clear. By observing the fight, he could learn more about Morrow's inability. Hearing Hisoka's words, Sambika, who had been bracing herself, subtly distanced herself, though her gaze kept flickering back to Morrow. She wasn't suited for direct combat, but she could tell the gap between Morrow and Retona wasn't vast. No, judging purely by aura output, Retona still held the advantage. Sambika could sense Retona's overwhelming confidence, radiating from within. Paired with his formidable aura output, it exerted considerable pressure on her. Morrow understood Hisoka's meaning, but didn't care in the slightest. His eyes locked onto Retona as he calmly stated, "It's fine. It'll be over quickly." "Oh." Hisoka's eyelids lifted slightly, a faint glimmer flashing in his golden pupils. Sambika, meanwhile, looked surprised, unable to fathom the source of Morrow's confidence. She then cautiously glanced at Hisoka. In her eyes, Hisoka was undoubtedly the strongest in the arena. If Hisoka and Morrow could join forces, it would likely be the safest approach. So now she was somewhat puzzled instead. Retona showed no reaction to Morrow's words. He had fought his way here through bloodshed. Before reaching his current position, he had encountered countless boastful individuals, yet he was always the last one standing. Morrow observed Retona's reaction and silently appreciated the benefits of his earlier 2 volleys of gunfire. They had allowed him to discern the other's nun type and, consequently, his personality and fighting style. Against a typical emitter, it would have been a brutal battle. But with his deceptive shooting star, he could leverage the 200% power mechanism to achieve a special advantage in this situation. Morrow thought to himself, then calmly raised his hand, gathering aura. In an instant, the aura above his palm sharpened like a spear, quickly condensing into a fluorescent green shooting star. Deceptive shooting star. Morrow flicked the shooting star backward with a reverse motion. The projectile shot from his hand, streaking between Hisoka and Sambika in the blink of an eye. Retona, seeing Morrow's action, instantly judged him as an emitter and stepped forward, charging at Morrow with overwhelming aura. As Retona closed in at high speed, Morrow remained unmoved. The earlier shooting star had been set with only a 1-second delay, so it would return very soon. Whoosh! The fluorescent green shooting star sliced through the air, reversing course at an even faster speed and hurtling toward Morrow's back. With practiced ease, Morrow simply sidestepped lightly, allowing the projectile to pass in front of him, straight toward Retona, who was now within striking distance. Seeing the shooting star coming, Retona was slightly surprised, but remained committed to his initial combat strategy, relying on sheer physical superiority to secure victory. At this distance, as long as I block that nin bullet, it'll be over in one move. That line should be mine. Rather than hastily dodging, Retona chose to leverage his nun-type advantage, intending to tank the hit with his body and seize the critical moment to cripple Morrow. Yet the instant Ratona's body made contact with the shooting star, a gaping, irreparable crack formed in his confidence. The projectile's power far exceeded his expectations. No, my aura is stronger and more abundant. Why is this happening? The thought flashed through his mind in disbelief. The next moment, the shooting star exploded against Ratona. The force contained within shattered his aura defense outright, erupting into a bloody mist in front of him and sending him flying backward. He crashed heavily onto the ground. Morrow glanced at the motionless Ratona, then briefly checked the back of his hand. LV.31, LV.33. HM dead. He turned, picked up his backpack, and slung it over his shoulder again. At that moment, Sambika stared at Morrow in astonishment. His external aura intensity was weaker than that man's, yet he could deliver such devastating lethality in a single exchange. Did he use some kind of limitation to amplify the Nin bullet's power? With her systematic understanding of none, Sambika suddenly thought of vow and limitation. Just as she was lost in shock, she heard Hisoka's low, quiet chuckle. Instantly, a chill ran down her spine. She glanced at Hisoka's profile and instinctively took a step back. Hisoka stared intently at Morrow, unconsciously licking the corner of his lips as his aura gradually twisted into something perverse. What he saw went far beyond what Sambika could perceive. The amplified power of the vow through redirection was indeed the fundamental reason this battle could be concluded. But what truly ended the fight in an instant was Morrow's insight and confidence. Hisoka knew. Morrow had discerned his opponent's ability type and combat style through those initial 2 rounds of attacks. From that moment onward, Morrow must have already seen the future. That's why he could respond with such confidence. No problem. It'll be over in 1 hit. Ah, how delightful. The corners of Hisoka's eyes slowly curved upward, his heart itching with unbearable excitement. Aura. In the hands of non-users with strong desires, it always feels uncomfortable. The most typical and abstract example is none other than Hisoka. At this moment, Morrow could sense the unbearable desire within Hisoka's aura, as well as the struggle to suppress it. This guy has terrifying self-control over his desires, but all of it is just to achieve an even more intense thrill. It's the perfect embodiment of bungee gum. Like rubber, the harder you press it, the higher it bounces. The more Morrow understood Hisoka, the more he wanted to shake off this clinging nuisance. Moreover, after their assault here, it was inevitable that Hisoka would become a target of Nolan's organization's retaliation. And the Mafia's methods were always ruthless and brutal. Once they set their sights on you, it was like being infested with maggots. Morrow had to distance himself from Hisoka to avoid getting dragged into it. That's right. Nolan would be coming after Hisoka in the future. What did that have to do with him, Morrow? Ignoring Hisoka, who was still wrestling with his desires, Morrow walked over to the pile of corpses and picked up 2 submachine guns. Against ordinary people, firearms were highly practical, saving unnecessary aura expenditure. Sambika glanced at Ratona's corpse on the ground, her eyes trembling slightly, then moved behind Morrow and asked, "What exactly is going on here?" "Sambika, you're a pro hunter, right?" Morrow turned to look at her, countering with a question. Sambika paused, then nodded. "Yes. Did you take a virus investigation request?" Morrow pressed further. Sambika shook her head. "Not investigation, treatment." "Who was the client?" "The village chief of Shani Village. That is..." As she spoke, Sambika fell silent, her gaze shifting to the mansion before them. The corpses and firearms scattered on the ground made the truth painfully clear. Seeing Sambika suddenly go quiet, Morrow casually fired a few shots into Ratona's corpse. "I think this guy was the real client." Sambika remained silent. Morrow observed her lowered eyes and calmly said, "Sorry for killing your client and making this trip a waste of time. But if my intel is correct, this mansion is actually a lab that uses live humans for virus research." Sambika's head snapped up, her dark eyes widening in shock. A lab that experimented on live humans with viruses? To a legitimate virus hunter, this was an absolute red line. Ignoring Sambika's reaction, Morrow continued. Next, I'll clean out this lab without leaving a single trace. Of course, if you need virus intel, Sambika, I can spare 1 or 2 for questioning. It might help the villagers here. As for the commission fee, don't come to me for that. Sambika, still reeling from the revelation, stared blankly at Morrow before shaking her head lightly. I don't care about the commission fee. Curing the villagers is the best reward for me. Is that so? Morrow gave her a deep look. Then, want to come along? Sambika nodded firmly. By then, Hisoka seemed to have finished wrestling with his desires, his aura gradually returning to normal. He silently shifted his position to a spot where Morrow and Sambika would immediately notice him. The gesture seemed to say, "What about me? What about me?" Morrow glanced at Hisoka, who was trying hard to make his presence known, but ignored him. Instead, he said to Sambika, "You're the professional here. You take the lead." "All right." Sambika didn't question it and walked ahead toward the open mansion gate. Morrow followed behind her without a second thought. The armed squad had been dealt with, and even that imposing nun user from earlier had been taken down in an instant. It was safe to assume the research facility's defenses had been cleared. Hisoka was ignored, but he didn't mind. He merely looked at Sambika's retreating figure with a hint of surprise. With his usual thick skin, Hisoka chuckled lightly and naturally fell in a step behind them. Once inside the mansion, they effortlessly discovered the underground passage leading to the tomb. This was because, upon entering, they immediately ran into 3 people in hazmat suits emerging from the tomb, clearly trying to escape in the chaos. Morrow promptly raised his gun and shot 2 of them, leaving only one alive for interrogation. "You turn a tomb into a research facility?" After hearing the hostage's confession, Morrow was genuinely surprised. He had assumed the so-called research facility was just built inside the mansion. At worst, maybe an underground space beneath it. He never expected they had repurposed an actual tomb. As they walked through the tomb passage, Hisoka idly scanned the numerous pipes and cables lining the walls and casually remarked, "Morrow, he answered all your questions honestly, but he deliberately hid things beyond what you asked." Upon hearing this, the hazmat-suited hostage's eyes flickered with panic. I didn't hide. I didn't." Under Morrow's cold gaze, the hostage's mind shuddered, overwhelmed by a terrifying, almost tangible sense of impending death. He could no longer lie. Lowering his head to avoid Morrow's stare, he stammered, "The OG virus. We actually extracted it from a corpse inside a coffin in this tomb." At this revelation, Morrow instinctively glanced at Sambika beside him and saw a grave expression in her eyes. "Take us to the protective gear storage area first," Sambika said, her voice laced with unmistakable anger. The hostage nodded frantically. "Why, yes, I'll take you right away." Guided by the hostage, they traversed the long tomb passage. Along the way, Morrow entered 2 side rooms and casually shot a few people hiding inside. Soon, they arrived at a room stocked with various protective gear. After changing into hazmat suits, they prepared to head straight for the virus containment zone the hostage had mentioned. As they moved toward that area, Morrow continued searching the rooms they passed. The tomb had only one exit, so going deeper ensured no one could slip away. "Wait here a moment." Passing another room, Morrow pushed the door open. What greeted him was an uncountable number of human organs, all preserved in glass jars filled with liquid. Hisoka, intrigued by the contents of the room, immediately stepped inside as well. Morrow directly released his end, extending it forward to cover the entire room. No one. Once the search was complete, Morrow retracted his own. His gaze swept over the numerous glass bottles on the surrounding shelves before suddenly being drawn to one in particular. Inside a slightly elongated glass vessel, a pair of eyeballs floated silently in liquid, their pupils radiating a dazzling crimson glow, as if countless luminous crystals were embedded within. That was scarlet eyes. Scarlet eyes. These are the eyes of the Korda clan, renowned in the collector's world as one of the 7 great beauties. Because of this, the Korda clan had always lived in seclusion, hidden away in a remote location. Tragically, the Phantom Troupe found the Korda clan and massacred the entire village. In the end, the only survivor was Kurapika, who had been granted permission to leave the village and thus escape the slaughter. News of the Korda clan's extermination was reported worldwide at the time. Some of the details, such as the brutal killings of children, shocked many people. They were horrified by the cruelty of the perpetrators. Normally, the eyes of the Korda clan members were ordinary in color, but when they experienced intense emotions, their eyes would turn scarlet. Especially in moments of extreme rage, the scarlet eyes would shine in their most vivid red. At that moment, all one had to do was behead the Korda clan member to permanently preserve that breathtakingly beautiful color. So when the Phantom Troupe carried out their massacre, they employed extreme torture, including on children, to provoke the pure-blooded Korda clan members into activating their scarlet eyes. After slaughtering the entire village, the Phantom Troupe left behind a message pointing to Meteor City. We reject nothing, so take nothing from us. This was, of course, another way to instill fear of Meteor City in the world. By targeting the reclusive Korda clan, they also seemed to be sending a message. No matter how deeply you hide, we will find you. However, in Morrow's view, the Phantom Troupe's attack on the Korda clan wasn't solely about instilling fear of Meteor City. He suspected that the Scarlet Eyes, being one of the 7 great beauties, might also possess the conditions necessary to evolve Skill Hunter. Thus, Krallo had orchestrated the massacre, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Now, Scarlet Eyes had become an extinct rarity, their value in the collector's market skyrocketing. Morrow hadn't expected to find a pair here. If not for their overwhelming presence, he might have overlooked them entirely. Other eyeballs were also displayed on the shelf, some deep blue, others emerald green, but unlike the Scarlet Eyes, these lacked the luminous quality and thus appeared far less striking. What is this? Sambika herded the hazmat-suited hostages into the room and immediately noticed the strikingly red eyes among the collection of preserved organs. Morrow explained, Scarlet Eyes, one of the 7 great beauties. To certain organ collectors, they're priceless treasures. As he spoke, he picked up the glass jar containing the Scarlet Eyes, and an image of Kurapika flashed through his mind. Where was the last survivor of the Korda clan now? What was he doing? Oh, Sambika was well-versed in human anatomy, but she only cared about an organ's research value, not its market price. Holding the jar in one hand, Morrow said calmly, Let's keep moving. They didn't linger in the room for long. Following the orderly tomb passage, they soon arrived at the burial chamber where the coffin was placed. Inside the chamber, connected by 2 straight tomb passages, stood several figures clad in hazmat suits. Morrow swept his gaze across the room, 21 people in total. However, according to the hostage in his grasp, there were over 50 members dedicated to virus research alone. The number before them was clearly insufficient. This meant the remaining personnel must be deeper inside, down the other tomb passage, where the human experimentation area was located. Upon seeing Morrow and the others burst in, most researchers in the room resigned themselves to fate. Yet beneath their transparent visors, their faces betrayed fear, despair, and expressions of unwilling anger. Among them, one man stood out with a calmness unlike the others. He removed his hood, revealing a weathered face with deep dark circles beneath his eyes. This man was the apothecarian, the lead director of the entire virus research project. You have no idea what you're interfering with. Unfazed by the firearm in Morrow's hand, the apothecarian pointed toward the sealed glass coffin, his voice hoarse with fervor. You are obstructing the birth of a monumental achievement. One of the most fundamental principles of medical research is to do no harm. Sambika had already confirmed the truth of the human experiments from the hazmat-suited hostage. Now, her eyes burned with fury as she glared at the apothecarian. Your human experimentation violates international conventions. Virus Hunter Sambika Norton, is it? The apothecarian cut her off with a dismissive wave, sneering. "Spare me your naive ideals." Sambika's eyes widened slowly, nearly consumed by rage. The apothecarian spread his arms, his gaze fanatical. "Humanity's greatest advancements have always been built upon sacrifice. You simply don't." Bang! A gunshot abruptly echoed through the tomb chamber. The apothecarian's speech cut off mid-sentence, his face stiffening. A fresh bullet hole bloomed crimson on his forehead. HxH! The fervor in his eyes froze, his widened pupils locking onto Morrow, who held the pistol steady. Thud! The apothecarian collapsed dead. The remaining researchers in the chamber flinched in terror. Morrow lowered his arm, tilting his head toward the stunned Sambika. "So you actually enjoy chatting with people like this?" "I." Behind her visor, Sambika's mouth hung open slightly. She desperately wanted to say something, but words failed her, leaving her staring at Morrow in helpless bewilderment. Morrow didn't press the topic. Instead, he pressed the still warm barrel of his gun against the hostage's chest and said calmly, "Aside from the one on the ground, pick the colleague here who knows the most about the OG virus." "Okay." Trembling, the hostage slowly pointed at one of them. Without hesitation, Morrow executed the rest. The ruthless efficiency of his actions plunged the hostage into despair. Unconcerned with his feelings, Morrow signaled for Sambika to begin her interrogation, then strode toward the opposite tomb passage. As expected, the remaining members of the research facility were hidden deeper inside, scattered across various rooms. Morrow meticulously used N to locate them one by one and shot them dead. Once he had eliminated every last person tied to Nolan's organization, he finally saw them, the people locked in isolation chambers, suffering the ravages of the virus. These were the lab rats used for viral experimentation. It seemed the age stages of the test subjects had been planned out, as the isolation chambers contained infants, children, adolescents, young adults, and elderly individuals on the verge of death. Morrow paused briefly before silently turning back to return to the tomb chamber where the coffin was placed. At that moment, Sambika had already opened the glass cover and was standing beside the coffin. Morrow walked over and asked, "What did you find?" "The OG virus." Sambika turned to look at Morrow with a frown. "It's related to post-mortem will." "Oh." The forms of Nunn's persistence can broadly be divided into three types. The first is the constant aura, equivalent to life energy, continuously released from the human body as if it were a furnace. The second is the aura unconsciously imbued into works by geniuses and masters in various fields. This type of aura is like the materialization of craftsmanship, representing the pinnacle of their skills in their respective domains and their pure, undistracted will. As a result, this non-intent attached to works can often endure for a very, very long time. The third is post-mortem none, lingering in the world like will-o'-the-wisps after death, carried by intense negative emotions. The source of this aura is usually an unresolved obsession, and because it is born from negative emotions, it possesses varying degrees of threat. For Nen users, it's not too much of a problem. As long as they don't enter a state of Zetsu, they can generally resist the threats posed by post-mortem none. But for ordinary people, encountering post-mortem none can result in severe consequences, ranging from loss of life to mental incapacitation. This was Morrow's understanding of the three forms of none persistence. So when he heard that the virus was connected to post-mortem none, he couldn't help but be surprised. Or rather, he found it hard to imagine any correlation between the two. In fact, since arriving in this world, he had seen plenty of none intent attached to antiques or handmade artworks, but post-mortem none he had only encountered it once, on the airship. Related to post-mortem none, Morrow stepped over the scattered corpses and approached Sambika, looking down at the well-preserved coffin. Inside, he saw what appeared to be a stitched-together corpse, wreathed in smoke-like black energy that gave off an ominous impression. Sambika frowned deeply, staring at the black nun inside the coffin, and explained in her characteristically soft voice, "The virus was created by this post-mortem nun." Morrow blinked, studying the post-mortem nun in surprise. Sambika, are you sure? Yes. Sambika nodded lightly. Morrow was stunned. Post-mortem nun could do something like this? So, as long as this post-mortem nun exists, it will keep producing the virus? He shifted his gaze from the post-mortem nun in the coffin to Sambika. Sambika sighed. That's right. Morrow inwardly muttered, this is ridiculous. But then he thought of the few instances involving post-mortem nun in the original story. Even something like the cat's name, which relied on post-mortem nun mechanics to instantly revive, existed. So a post-mortem nun that endlessly generated viruses wasn't all that unbelievable. It just went to show, nun truly defied logic. Not even death could constrain its bizarre and unpredictable nature. Sambika worriedly said, with the OG research data and my nun, we should be able to develop an antiviral agent within a day. But since the source of the virus is tied to post-mortem nun, if we don't purify it, it will keep reproducing. Hearing this, Morrow's eyes flickered, and he fell silent. Sambika didn't notice his reaction, her gaze fixed on the post-mortem nun in the coffin as she frowned and said, my master is an exorcist, but her ability can't target post-mortem nun. Oh, right. Suddenly, as if remembering something, the worry in her eyes faded considerably. I can ask my master if she knows any exorcist skilled in purifying post-mortem will. Sambika turned to look at Morrow upon hearing her name. Morrow reminded her, the post-mortem will isn't urgent. Treat the villagers first. All right. Sambika nodded firmly, then bent down and reached through the swirling black nun that resembled smoke, gently pressing her hand against the corpse in the coffin. Seeing Sambika's sudden action, Morrow was slightly startled. He was about to stop her when he noticed the post-mortem will in the coffin showed no signs of aggression. The core lies in virus creation. Morrow stared at the unresponsive post-mortem will, lost in thought. Even the most irrational post-mortem will seems to operate by certain mechanisms. As Morrow pondered, Sambika withdrew her hand. Her once jade-like, translucent palm, where veins were clearly visible, now appeared as though eroded by time, withered and wrinkled like tree bark. This condition was likely due to the virus's effects, but strangely, the virus had taken hold unusually fast. Morrow's eyes widened in surprise. Holding up her aged right hand, Sambika explained softly, my nun actively transfers the virus into my body, forcing it into the symptomatic stage immediately. Stop. I don't need to know this. Morrow cut her off promptly. Who would willingly reveal their inability like that? Sambika understood this principle too. She silently gazed at Morrow and said, it's fine. Mine only targets viruses. I can use my body to analyze the virus's weaknesses and derive a formula for an antidote. Your ability... Morrow glanced at her aged palm. It's high risk, isn't it? Yes. If I can't analyze the virus within the time limit, I'll die. Sambika spoke of death without a trace of emotion in her expression. This wasn't about none. It was the resolve of a virus hunter. Morrow felt a surge of respect and couldn't help saying, is it worth taking such a huge risk? With your expertise, you could just use none as a supplementary tool. I believe it's necessary. My master is an exorcist, and when removing none, exorcists inevitably take on the inherent risks of that none themselves. My ability was born under her influence, which always makes her sigh. Staring at her aged hand, Sambika murmured, but I know, fighting viruses is a race against time. So I'm glad to have this ability. Besides, analyzing viruses differs from exorcism. The more I understand a virus, the lower the risk. Morrow fell silent, filled with nothing but admiration. This was the epitome of self-sacrifice for others. Using her nun ability and research data, Sambika quickly developed an antiviral serum. In just half a day, the villagers suffering from the virus gradually recovered, their lives no longer in danger. Meanwhile, Hisoka, utterly bored, had wandered off elsewhere. Inside the tomb research facility, Morrow turned his attention to the two figures in hazmat suits he had deliberately kept aside. As agreed, I won't lay a hand on either of you before you leave this place, nor will I pursue you outside. So you're free to go now." The two men exchanged a quick glance, looking as if they'd been granted amnesty, and frantically scrambled toward the passageway. Morrow simply picked up his phone to confirm some details with Argo. After a few minutes passed, he released 2 coin-sized shooting stars from his other hand. Whoosh, whoosh. The shooting stars flew off his fingertips, curved through the winding tomb passages, ascended the stairs, and struck the two men with perfect accuracy. They had already reached the courtyard. Thud! Both men collapsed instantly. Inside the tomb research facility, Morrow set down his phone and approached the coffin. Tree rings. Can it absorb post-mortem then? He pondered. At the same time, Sambika dialed her master's number. The mission to heal the villagers was successfully completed. For Sambika, this was a job with no monetary reward and carried certain risks. But as she had said, curing the villagers was the best reward she could ask for. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. Although the antiviral medication had been developed, the source of the problem still needed to be addressed. Thus, Sambika had no choice but to seek help from her master, an exorcist. Sambika, I hate to disappoint you, but I don't know any exorcist skilled in purifying post-mortem none. In fact, you could count the number of exorcists capable of such a feat on one hand. On the other end of the phone, after listening to Sambika's explanation, the exorcist fell silent for a moment before delivering an answer that left Sambika disheartened. And don't keep ignoring what I've told you before. You've already done more than enough for your profession by healing the villagers without expecting anything in return. That's sufficient. Don't take on risks beyond your capabilities. But Master, standing by the window of the mud brick house, Sambika gazed at the darkening sky outside and said, that post-mortem is directly linked to the virus. Sigh. Inside an ancient ruin, Tessa let out a sigh over the phone, utterly helpless against her stubborn disciple. Though she truly admired the rare and precious qualities her disciple possessed. Sambika, the negative energy of post-mortem nun is too strong for me to purify. But we can suppress its spread through methods like sealing it. That's the best compromise we can make. As for complete eradication, don't even think about it. Even if you could find an exorcist skilled in purifying post-mortem nun, they would refuse. Realizing that Sambika was determined to deal with the post-mortem will, Tessa had no choice but to accommodate her. Sambika asked in confusion, "Why is that?" "Silly child." Tessa sighed. "Because of the risks, of course." She was well aware of Sambika's abilities and understood that such reasoning might not seem particularly harsh to Sambika. But for an exorcist, every act of nun exorcism required careful and thorough consideration. Assessing risks was an essential skill for any exorcist. If an exorcist chose to take on a target beyond their capabilities, the outcome was usually disastrous. On top of that, purifying post-mortem nun carried even greater risks. So even if an exorcist possessed the ability, they would more often resort to sealing or weakening the nun rather than purifying it outright. Only under absolute necessity would they risk transferring the nun onto themselves. That was one aspect, but there was another, even more critical point. After an exorcist transferred the nun onto themselves, if they couldn't completely remove or purify it, then, even if the exorcist could suppress the threat of the nun through their own strength, they would effectively lose their nun exorcism ability. After all, if they couldn't remove the current nun, they wouldn't be able to lift the ability and move on to the next exorcism. Because of this, in terms of risk, even positive aura left on nun-imbued objects was seen as equally dangerous by exorcists. For example, the aura left on a famous blade by a master craftsman, or the nun intent lingering on a sword after years of use by a master swordsman. Such pure and extreme nun intent was no easier to remove than post-mortem nun. The only difference was that it didn't carry the same risks. So no exorcist would go out of their way to deal with such a harmless, yet potentially irremovable nun intent crafted with ingenuity, unless there was some benefit to be gained. Tessa didn't elaborate further and got straight to the point. "Anyway, I've agreed to help." Open a video call later so I can assess the strength of that post-mortem nun first. Understood, Master. Sambika smiled and immediately headed toward the Tomb Research Institute while chatting with Tessa. In her view, as long as her master intervened, even if the post-mortem nun couldn't be completely eradicated, its potential threats could at least be suppressed. Meanwhile, Morrow ended his call with Argo. Before deciding to attack this place, he had already given Argo some instructions. The most crucial one was infiltrating the Tomb Research Institute to seize control of all computer and network-based permissions. However, to avoid leaving traces, Argo only launched his hacking operation after Morrow had secured the situation. Thus, the armed forces of the Tomb Research Institute had likely reported the attack before engaging Morrow and Hisoka. Morrow wasn't concerned about this. He wore a gas mask, thoroughly concealing his identity. Of course, in a world with such terrifying intelligence capabilities, evading pursuit was likely only possible for someone like Jing Freaks. Morrow didn't expect the Menu organization to fail in tracking him down. In fact, he hoped they would send more assassins like that nun user from last time, who could materialize their body into a hearth. But regarding the assault on the Tomb Research Institute, Hisoka, who had taken no measures to disguise himself, would undoubtedly become the Menu organization's primary target for investigation and retaliation. Putting away his phone, Morrow returned to the coffin. In his hand was a bottle of the special medicine Sambika had prepared. Let's give it a try. Morrow's pupils reflected the corpse and the black post-mortem nun. Risk and reward. Having long understood this principle, he ultimately decided to use tree rings to absorb this post-mortem nun, which could endlessly generate viruses. Once resolved, he acted swiftly. Morrow reached out and grabbed the black nun. In an instant, the drifting black nun, like smoke, seemed drawn by an unseen force and surged directly toward the back of Morrow's hand. Under Morrow's unwavering gaze, the post-mortem nun soon vanished, and the green energy bar in the second circle growth ring skyrocketed, leaping from 8% to 19%. Simultaneously, fragments of information about this post-mortem nun inexplicably surfaced in Morrow's mind. Just like when he had focused his mind on the X mark on his hand before, the knowledge emerged naturally. But this time, it came with a storm of destructive negative emotions that crashed against his psyche. Morrow frowned slightly, but remained unfazed. The countless death experiences he had voluntarily endured before seemed to have forged an irreplaceable defensive barrier within him. Much later, Sambika arrived at the central area of the tomb and saw Morrow sitting at a table, examining the scarlet eyes. "Morrow," she greeted him. Hearing her, Morrow nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Sambika's phone was recording a video, and the camera inadvertently captured Morrow in the frame. Tessa, upon seeing Morrow, scrutinized him carefully. During the earlier call, Sambika had mentioned Morrow multiple times. However, the post-mortem was still the priority for now, so Tessa urged Sambika to hurry. Hearing Tessa's prompt, Sambika quickly approached the coffin, only to freeze in shock. Inside the coffin, there was no trace of post-mortem left. Through the camera feed, Tessa could see the situation inside the coffin more clearly than Sambika, noticing faint traces of lingering Black Death aura. This was clearly the fragile aura that an exorcist had filtered out before transferring the exorcism, residual none too weak to be worth removing. Typically, such fragile aura would dissipate on its own after losing its source. This meant that someone had just removed the post-mortem nun from the coffin. And before Sambika entered, Morrow had been the only one inside. In an instant, Tessa reached a conclusion. If it really was Morrow. But how was that possible? The video just now showed no sign of anything unusual about him. As this thought crossed her mind, a look of shock slowly spread across Tessa's face. How could this make sense? Of course, it didn't make sense. Whether it was a nun ability imposed by someone else or post-mortem carried by extreme resentment. Removing or purifying, it would always be a battle of attrition, something that could only be worn down slowly over time. If the post-mortem inside the coffin had just been purified, there would inevitably be some external manifestations. For example, if the exorcism method involved a nun beast, then the nun beast would remain by the exorcist's side until the post-mortem nun was fully purified. Alternatively, if the post-mortem will was simply transferred onto oneself, obvious symptoms, such as tumors, would appear until the purification was complete. The commonality between both methods was that most of the exorcist's aura would concentrate around either the nun beast or the affected area. Yet the Morrow Tessa saw showed no such abnormalities. Sambika, is he the only one here? Suppressing her shock, Tessa lowered her voice and asked. Sambika was still in a daze. Hearing her master's question, she instinctively replied, Yes, only Morrow has been here. Everyone who had worked at the virus research lab had already been killed by Morrow. As for those who had suffered through the human experiments, they had all been given the antiviral wonder drug and relocated to the mansion. As for Hisoka, he had long since grown bored and wandered off, his current whereabouts unknown. After confirming this, Tessa still kept her voice low. Ask him. Okay. Sambika nodded and took another careful look inside the coffin. The unsettling black nun from before had truly vanished. Still amazed by this, she turned to Morrow, who was sitting at the table, and said softly, Morrow, the post-mortem will on the body. It's gone. Really? Morrow immediately feigned surprise, then followed up with a question. How did it disappear? Not only did he cut Sambika off, but he also threw the question back at her. Sambika shook her head. I don't know. I was actually going to ask you. I don't know either. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't even have realized the post-mortem was gone. Morrow rested his cheek on his hand, speaking casually. Maybe it disappeared because you developed the antiviral wonder drug. Think about it. Some lingering spirits only pass on after their last wishes are fulfilled. Oh, I see. Sambika's eyes lit up as if she had just uncovered the truth, then turned to look at her master on the phone screen. What she saw, however, was Tessa's visibly exasperated face. Sambika, you actually believe that? At this point, Tessa wanted nothing more than to leap out of the screen, pry Sambika's eyelids open, and force her to take a good, hard look at that boy's shameless expression. Sambika hesitated, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Seeing this, Tessa rubbed her temples with one hand and sighed. Sambika, let me talk to him. Okay. Sambika obediently walked over and turned the phone toward Morrow. Morrow looked at the woman on the screen. She appeared to be around 40, her stern and rigid demeanor evident in her sharp brows and eyes. What caught Morrow's attention, however, was the red tattoo on her face, a winding crimson snake passing through a diamond-shaped pattern, impossible to ignore. My name is Tessa. I'm Sambika's master and an exorcist. Tessa's voice came through the phone. Morrow nodded at Tessa on the phone screen and simply stated his name, Morrow. Sambika mentioned you. Thank you for helping my foolish disciple. Tessa expressed sincere gratitude, though it was limited to the matter of breaching the virus research lab. Morrow didn't accept the thanks, replying, Sambika helped me too. It was mutual assistance. Tessa paused briefly before cutting straight to the point, bypassing further pleasantries. Morrow, I want to ask you something. Are you an exorcist? Without waiting for permission, she posed the question directly, revealing a glimpse of her assertive personality. Facing Tessa's inquiry, Morrow answered without hesitation, No. Tessa's eyes flickered slightly as she pressed on. Did you remove the post-mortem nun from the coffin? No. Morrow's response remained calm. Tessa took the hint and didn't push further, instead thanking Morrow again for his help with Sambika. Soon after, she made an excuse about Sambika needing to check on a patient's condition, prompting Sambika to leave the tomb research facility. Morrow watched as Sambika departed. Only when her figure disappeared around the corner of the tomb passage did he withdraw his gaze, lowering his eyes to the tree rings on the back of his hand. When absorbing the aura from nun-imbued objects left by artists, he had never experienced any discomfort, though the charging efficiency wasn't particularly high. Especially after the tree rings reached their second circle, the process became noticeably more difficult. Yet, unexpectedly, absorbing post-mortem none had caused it to surge from 8% to 19% in one go. On the flip side, after absorbing the post-mortem none, his mind had been assaulted by its violent, crushing aggression, as if trying to shatter his consciousness into fragments. Not only that, but it had forcibly implanted information into his awareness. That information was like a shard of glass embedded in his mind. Not painful, just unsettling. The slightest association would cause it to unfold into fragmented memory segments. In those fragments stretched a barren, desolate land with no end in sight. Gray, cracked, everywhere exuded an air of deathly stillness. Yet, upon that land grew a single sprout no larger than a palm, the only plant in that lifeless expanse. Though there was no wind, the sprout swayed gently. With each sway, jagged, smiling mouths would occasionally split open across its vibrant green leaves. It was extracting vitality from the earth with some unknown force, until a figure arrived and plucked the sprout. The jagged mouths on the leaves instantly sealed into thin lines before vanishing entirely. In the next moment, the dead land burst into life, greenery spreading as far as the eye could see, erasing every trace of gray and fissures. Morrow took a deep breath and stopped dwelling on the information, allowing the memory fragments to fade back into the depths of his mind. Extracting vitality, as he murmured to himself, Morrow raised his hand, and a shooting star of fluorescent green quietly materialized. Within the energy sphere, a vivid emerald hue seemed to flicker. The information embedded into his soul had naturally altered some properties of his ability. As if, atop the foundations of emission and manipulation, transmutation characteristic had been added. More complicated now. Hard to say if that's good or bad. Morrow stared at the shooting star, focusing on that speck of emerald green at its core like a stellar nucleus. Complexity, that had always been the defining trait of specialists. He's lying. TSK, at such a young age, he doesn't even bat an eye. Inside the mud brick house, Tessa on the phone screen was lightly furrowing her brows. Hiding the truth was understandable, but still, she needed to keep her foolish apprentice at a distance. For Morrow, Tessa saw something that transcended his age. He was clearly lying, yet he did so with an effortless ease. Moreover, the boy didn't seem to care whether his lies were believed, adopting an indifferent take-it-or-leave-it attitude. Compared to her own disciple, what a stark contrast. Tessa sighed inwardly. She had already noticed a certain degree of trust Sambika placed in Morrow. If she allowed Sambika to continue spending time with Morrow like this, she feared that one day her disciple would be sold out by him and still be foolishly counting the money. The likelihood was far too high. Despite her concerns, Tessa remained curious about how Morrow had managed to remove the post-mortem none. But she didn't expect to get an answer from him. If it had been her 20 years ago, she wouldn't have been naive enough to answer whatever others asked. Tessa admitted that in her younger, more impulsive days, she had indeed suffered a painful lesson in this regard. The human heart was the most fragile thing under scrutiny. You pour your sincerity into it without expecting anything in return, only to wake up one day and peek inside, only to find a merciless pump draining it all away. No, I have to go there immediately. Though she kept giving instructions to Sambika over the phone, Tessa couldn't sit still. She rose from the edge of the bed in the makeshift tent, not even bothering to pack her belongings, and prepared to leave the excavation site at once. But the moment she stood up, the tent flap was pushed aside. A man with spiky short hair and an unkempt beard barged in. "Tessa, quick, quick, this is a huge discovery." The man gestured excitedly, his brown eyes alight with enthusiasm. Tessa ended the call, first glancing at the still-swaying tent flap before fixing a cold stare on the man, who was as giddy as a child. She enunciated each word slowly. "Jing freaks, I'm warning you again, before entering someone else's tent. This really is a sight from the Shade era." The man named Jing Freaks seemed oblivious to Tessa's expression as he continued excitedly. "If we could just open the stone door at the very end, we'll uncover everything." Tessa, the nun on the door, please. Thud. A can struck Jing squarely on the forehead, cutting him off mid-sentence. Clang. The metal can hit the ground with a light sound. A half-eaten piece of instant meat inside tumbled out, now covered in sand. Tessa slowly lowered the hand that had thrown the can and said calmly, "Now, will you listen?" "Tessa, what was that for?" Rubbing his head, Jing crouched down, picked up the piece of meat, dusted off the sand, and popped it into his mouth. Mumbling through his chewing, he said, "Don't waste food." Tessa closed her eyes in despair. "I'm leaving." Late at night, Morrow arrived at the dilapidated mud brick house to bid farewell to Sambika. Initially, he had followed her, only to find her inside the house, mixing medicine for patients. If Hisoka hadn't suddenly appeared, the process of getting to know and assist Sambika might have been free of misunderstandings. But it was precisely Hisoka's appearance that made Morrow abandon his plans to dig for more information and instead launch a direct assault on the virus research lab looking at the results. It did save quite a bit of trouble. So sudden. Faced with Morrow's abrupt farewell, Sambika blurted out, "Yeah." Morrow responded with a smile. "The matter's settled. Staying would just be a waste of time. But there's no need to leave at this hour." "All right." Sambika thought Morrow could wait until the next morning to leave and instinctively wanted to persuade him to stay. However, she quickly reconsidered, fearing it might put Morrow in an awkward position. Morrow observed Sambika. This virus hunter before him possessed a kind of unguarded purity, and beneath that purity lay a selfless and compassionate heart. Even with most of her face concealed, her eyes always easily betrayed her inner thoughts. Before meeting Sambika, Morrow had somewhat doubted the existence of such people in the world. But the world was vast. The more one traveled, the more one realized that previously held beliefs might not always hold true. Morrow marveled at the rare and precious qualities Sambika embodied. So, if there was ever another chance to acquire antiques or similar items from certain shady dealers in the future, he would definitely haggle ruthlessly. "Sambika, this isn't a place to linger," Morrow suddenly reminded her. Sambika met his gaze and nodded. "I know. My master mentioned it too." "Good. I'm off then." After the reminder, Morrow turned decisively. Sambika watched his retreating figure and softly said, "Goodbye." "Oh, one more thing." Morrow abruptly halted but didn't turn back, facing the evening breeze as he asked, "Am I a pervert?" Sambika froze for a moment, recalling their recent interactions, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes. "No. What about Hisoka?" Sambika found herself in a dilemma, reluctant to speak ill of others, but equally unwilling to lie. Yes. In the end, she chose honesty. "Exactly." Morrow smiled broadly and strode away. He walked all the way to the village entrance, putting several lengths between himself and the settlement before stopping. With pointed meaning, he remarked, "You heard that, didn't you? So stop giving me those looks as if we're the same kind, Hisoka." From the slanting shadows, Hisoka emerged with a light chuckle, entirely unbothered by Sambika's earlier discrimination. Morrow turned his gaze to Hisoka. 6 months. Hisoka's smile faded slightly as he waited for Morrow to continue. Morrow spoke calmly. 6 months from now, I'll be waiting for you at Heaven's Arena. Until then, don't let me see you again." Hisoka lowered his eyes, idly shuffling a few playing card between his fingers as if pondering. Morrow wasn't in a hurry, patiently awaiting Hisoka's response. 6 months. Within that time frame, he needed to definitively deal with Phaeton to eliminate the X sword of execution, after which he could handle Hisoka's persistent provocations. However, his current nun ability was essentially tailored specifically for Phaeton. While it would likely be highly effective against Phaeton, its efficacy against Hisoka was uncertain. Still, that was a concern for half a year later. Ultimately, Morrow remained confident. Under the night sky, across the open plains, the two stood in silence for several minutes, each lost in their own thoughts. "Fine." Finally, Hisoka reluctantly agreed. "Although I couldn't use the appeasement approach anymore, Being able to cut the Cold War period by half a year in one go wasn't entirely unacceptable. Half a year. To Hisoka, it might simply be the time needed for fruit to grow sweeter. Hisoka was willing to wait. After all, toys like these could always be found with a little effort. So before the 6-month deadline arrived, Hisoka believed he could easily find other substitutes to satisfy his desires. Hisoka left. He had arrived unrelenting, yet departed without hesitation. Morrow knew that in 6 months, he would be facing a Hisoka who had been pushed to his limits. But it didn't matter. Half a year was more than enough time for him to accomplish many things. This is the border of the Kukinyu Kingdom, close to the United States of Saherda. If I leave now, I should be able to make it to the Yorknew auction. Walking along the road to the town of Preet, Morrow took out his phone to check flight schedules and the estimated travel time to Yorknew. Soon, the results appeared. The earliest flight was at 7 a.m. As long as there were no delays, he would arrive at Lingen Airport on the outskirts of Yorknew by the morning of September 7th. There's enough time, but I won't make the auction item registration deadline. It'll depend on whether the organizers are willing to bend the rules. Given the rarity of the Scarlet Eyes, it's highly likely they will. After a moment of consideration, Morrow booked a ticket. The Yorknew auction was held once a year, running from September 1st to September 10th, a total of 10 days. During this period, tens of thousands of auctions would take place. Most of them were public, while a select few operated as underground auctions. The latter were primarily orchestrated by the 10 Dons, specializing in rare items that couldn't be openly traded on the market, as well as goods tied to criminal activities, such as trophies sold by poachers and grave robbers. The catalog of these auction items alone was dozens of centimeters thick, with starting bids for each piece typically beginning at 100 million. For many top-tier collectors, the underground auctions were the main attraction. At the same time, the underground auctions also served as an annual networking event for underworld bosses to curry favor with the 10 Dons. They would often splurge extravagantly at these auctions, using the opportunity to catch the 10 Dons' attention and elevate their own status. Since the underground auctions were private, outsiders had no way of knowing the total transaction volume. But even just the public auctions saw the circulation of trillions in funds. If the undisclosed transactions from the underground auctions were included, the figure would be staggering. This was the fundamental reason why Yorknew was hailed as the world's largest auction market. If one wanted to sell high-value goods at the best price, the Yorknew auction was the place to go. Morrow figured he had enough time, so he planned to sell the Scarlet Eyes along with a few other valuables stored in the bank during the auction. If everything went smoothly, even after deducting the 5% fee for the underground auction, he could still expect earnings of at least $2 billion. Aside from selling these items, he could also look for objects imbued with aura before the auction ended. Even if I can get in after the registration deadline, without some hype, it'll be hard to fetch a high price, especially for a collectible like the Scarlet Eyes. At the very least, I need to make sure the human organ collectors know they're up for auction. After boarding the airship bound for Yorknew, Morrow began considering this issue. The auction catalog was a traditional printed book which had long been distributed to buyers by now. It would be difficult to add information about the Scarlet Eyes auction at this late stage. This matter needed to be resolved by the organizers. They would have to promote the Scarlet Eyes before his arrival in Yorknew on the 7th. With this in mind, Morrow took out his phone and dialed a number from memory. The owner of this number was HxH, a senior appraiser at the Southern Peace Auction House, who held considerable influence within the organization. Southern Peace was the most authoritative auction house in Yorknew, hosting auctions only between September 6th and 10th each year, effectively serving as the grand finale of the entire Yorknew auction. In Morrow's previous life before Death Rewind, he had spent a year in Yorknew and had coincidentally established a connection with HxH. But in this timeline, they had yet to cross paths. Still, this wouldn't be too difficult to handle. HxH was an enthusiast of untreated gemstones, particularly those in their pure, natural state. As long as this condition was met, his cooperation could be secured. The reason Morrow had connected with HxH in his past life was through an untreated emerald pride from an antique clock. Right now, That very clock was still gathering dust in a collectible shop in Yorknew Sewer Street. Morrow simply needed to make a promise to Axel first. Then, upon arriving in Yorknew, he could head straight to Sewer Street and acquire the antique clock. That should suffice. Morrow pressed the call button. A lavish mansion built on a mountainside. The mansion was opulent, with a courtyard so vast that the distance from the main gate to the residence spanned nearly a kilometer. 3-meter-high walls surrounded the courtyard, equipped with cutting-edge security systems. Guard dogs and security personnel were everywhere, maintaining round-the-clock vigilance across the entire estate. Even the surrounding forested areas were tightly monitored under the guise of forestry personnel. The owner of this estate was Nolan Gambino, founder of the Menu organization. Given the exceptional security here, Nolan's father, Gambino of the 10 Dons, occasionally stayed here as well. A blood-curdling scream echoed from within the mansion. The mafia members stationed at every passageway of the mansion heard the continuous shrieks but remained indifferent. They knew that whenever this happened, it meant their young master was in a foul mood. An indeterminate amount of time passed. Only when the 7th scream abruptly cut off did the mansion fall into silence. Splish-splash. A pair of hands, stained with blood and flecks of skin, were rinsed under running water. Their owner was Nolan. Head lowered, he scrubbed the bits of flesh from beneath his nails with an expressionless face. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he was overcome by the urge to tear people apart slowly. But afterward, he was always disgusted by the remnants stuck in his nails. Under Father's name, I can directly mobilize Worm from the shadow beasts. Also, Nolan suddenly looked up, meeting his subordinate's gaze through the mirror as he said coldly, "Tell Mosquito I accept the terms he proposed last time, but he must work with Worm to resolve this matter for me." Understood. The subordinate bowed in acknowledgement. Nolan's eyelids drooped slightly, and he muttered to himself, "Not enough." The subordinate turned his gaze toward Nolan's back at those words. But at that moment, Nolan glanced over his shoulder, his icy glare sending a shiver down the subordinate's spine. Hire an assassin from the Zoldyck family, no matter the cost. Nolan clenched his fingers tightly, images of Hisoka and that figure in a gas mask flashing through his mind. The virus research lab built within the tomb had been utterly destroyed. Nolan could overlook the financial losses. He could even dismiss the deaths of those precious talents. But he had to retaliate, tear anyone who dared defy him to shreds. Vengeance is a hallmark of the underworld's modus operandi. This principle is embodied to the fullest in Nolan. The Menu he founded had endured countless attacks before establishing its footing. Now, those who once targeted him lie in pieces. Not even their relatives and friends were spared, such as Nolan's way. Thus, even if it meant paying exorbitant fees to hire assassins from the Zoldyck family, or invoking his father's name to mobilize the shadow beasts, he was determined to exact retribution on the tune-in users who had obliterated the virus research lab's defense squad in mere moments. After issuing several directives, Nolan's mood finally improved somewhat. However, before he could lay eyes on the corpses of his targets, he still had to clean up the mess left behind by the lab's breach. Nolan's trusted subordinate took his orders and left to contact the Zoldyck assassins, as well as relay Nolan's words to Worm and Mosquito of the Shadow Beasts. Having served Nolan for so many years, this was the first time the subordinate had seen him go to such lengths. That same day, the Zoldyck family, stationed on Kookaroo Mountain, received 2 new contracts. Meanwhile, in Yorknew City, where the auction frenzy was heating up, rumors spread like wildfire that a pair of scarlet eyes had been added to Southern Peace Auction House's high-profile listings. This immediately caught the attention of human organ collectors. Since the extermination of the Kurda clan, the rarity of scarlet eyes had skyrocketed to unprecedented heights. So much so that any collector with the means to acquire them had been yearning for them endlessly. Now, Southern Peace's sudden announcement of auctioning a pair of scarlet eyes was nothing short of a dream come true for them. Within just an hour or two, many renowned collectors couldn't resist visiting the auction house to verify the news. Once they confirmed the authenticity of the scarlet eyes, They left with expressions of exhilaration. It's been over 2 years since the Coeur d'Alene massacre, yet the demand for Scarlet Eyes hasn't waned. It's only grown stronger. Axel, his face lined with wrinkles, called Morrow. The response is excellent. My suggestion is that we don't need to push further, though I won't stop you from investing more in promotion. That's enough. On the other end of the line, Morrow gazed at the blue sky and white clouds outside his window. The promotion of the Scarlet Eyes had gone even smoother than he'd anticipated. As Axel had pointed out, the heat from the Coeur d'Alene massacre hadn't truly cooled yet, and the Scarlet Eyes remained one of the most coveted treasures among human organ collectors. After ending the call with Axel, Morrow settled into his daily training routine. The airship would take another day and a half to arrive at Lingen Airport. Until then, Morrow wouldn't waste a single moment. September 7th, morning. The airship landed at Lingen Airport. Morrow disembarked and hailed a cab to downtown Sewer Street. 2 hours later, walking along the gray and black streets, Morrow relied on his memory to find a sparsely populated pedestrian street. The storefronts lining the street were nearly deserted. True to its name, Sewer Street's sanitation was far from ideal, with homeless people often seen sleeping on the ground. Most tourists visiting Yorknew were well aware of the street's reputation and avoided setting foot there altogether. The desolate state of the streets made it difficult for shops to stay in business. Only a few establishments, such as antique stores and appraisal shops, managed to survive by relying on Yorknew's reputation. Morrow arrived at the lower street, but didn't immediately seek out the antique clock. Instead, he wandered through the various antique shops lining the street. After browsing for over an hour, Morrow managed to pick up 2 bargains. One was a jade statue carved from Beaulieu, and the other was a rust-covered pirate cutlass. The former was a nun-imbued object, and the aura wrapped around it was naturally absorbed by Morrow into his tree rings, causing the energy gauge to rise directly to 20%. It was an unexpected windfall. After stuffing both finds into his backpack, Morrow reached the end of the street and pushed open the door of an antique shop. Ding-ding. The bell attached to the door chimed crisply. From behind a counter cluttered with various odds and ends, a young woman with messy, bird's nest-like hair abruptly raised her head. Prices are on the tags. No haggling. Seeing Morrow enter, the young shopkeeper preemptively set the terms. Morrow nodded at her and stepped inside. The shop was crammed with all sorts of genuine and fake antiques, haphazardly placed on shelves or the floor, a chaotic, crowded mess. Casually, Morrow picked out 2 relatively expensive items as decoys before finally selecting the heavy clock that concealed an unheated emerald. The clock was made of stone and brass, quite large in size, with no particularly distinctive features in its design. If anything stood out, it was the replacement of the pendulum with a diamond-shaped gray stone block. Morrow placed the 3 items on the counter and prepared to pay. But the young shopkeeper behind the counter stared intently at him and suddenly asked, "This clock, is there something special about it?" "No." Following the labeled prices, Morrow neatly placed the exact amount of money in front of her, his expression calm. The shopkeeper collected the cash, then pointed at the 2 handcrafted items Morrow had chosen, each worth millions of jenny, and said, "You have no real interest in these 2. Morrow looked at her, slightly surprised. He hadn't been particularly insistent on hiding his true intentions, but the fact that she could see through him spoke volumes about her sharp observational skills. The last time he'd come to buy the clock, the shop had been manned by an elderly man with white hair. He wondered what relationship this woman had with the old man. The young shopkeeper asserted confidently, "You came here specifically for the clock. Don't bother playing dumb. I've already taken your money, so the deal's done. Just satisfy my curiosity, please." "Fine." As someone who'd been in similar situations before, Morrow could somewhat relate to her curiosity. He agreed readily, then yanked off the cumbersome diamond-shaped pendulum. Right in front of her, Morrow applied a bit of force and crushed the thick gray stone block, revealing an unheated emerald the size of an egg inside. At the sight of the emerald, the shopkeeper's pupils trembled violently. She jerked her head up, her gaze at Morrow filled with disbelief. Struggling to suppress the shock rising in her heart, she blurted out, "Can I take a photo?" Morrow studied her face and saw only astonishment and wonder. It was unexpected. "Sure." "Ah, thanks." The young shopkeeper hurriedly pulled out her phone and snapped several pictures. Once she was done, Morrow took only the unheated emerald and left. The young shopkeeper didn't remind Morrow either. Holding her phone, she posted a blog entry with accompanying photos. "Encountered a master today. Who would have thought such an ordinary-looking clock could hide a world-shaking gemstone?" The blog rode the wave of traffic from the ongoing York New auction extravaganza. Within just one day, two people came across two separate pieces of news related to the York New auction. One piece pointed to the young shopkeeper's blog, while the other concerned the Scarlet Eyes scheduled for auction on the 10th. And those two people were the Stone Hunter Biscuit and Kurapika, the last survivor of the Korda clan. The extermination of the Korda clan had once sent shockwaves through the world. Yet no one knew that one boy had borne the weight of it all. Unbearable grief and rage, the hollow numbness of a walking corpse. The boy named Kurapika struggled and gasped for breath in this abyssal darkness. The horrific deaths of his clansmen, seared into his memory, would often resurface as nightmares, tormenting his spirit. In the first year after the massacre, Kurapika nearly broke. But in the end, he wasn't defeated. Through the haze of despair, he gradually pulled himself together. He would avenge his clan. He would reclaim their stolen eyes. No matter how painful or arduous the path, he could never retreat. At the very least, he had to give his clansmen's souls a place to return to. Outside the bustling airport terminal, the youthful-faced Kurapika adjusted the strap of his satchel, his dull eyes reflecting the figures passing before him. He paused at the entrance, instinctively lowering his head to avoid any potential gazes before merging into the crowd streaming into the building. The sudden revelation of his clansmen's eyes' whereabouts had driven this 14-year-old boy, still unwashed of his naivety, to make an impulsive decision to head for York New. Perhaps he simply lacked the capacity to think further about how to locate or reclaim those eyes. For a boy who had just clawed his way out of the mire, his mind and body already ravaged, such a goal requiring meticulous planning was undeniably harsh. From a rational standpoint, he shouldn't have stepped through these airport doors that witnessed countless hellos and goodbyes every day. But no matter how many times he relived this moment, he would likely still follow his emotions and walk through them. Inside the spacious terminal, voices, footsteps, and the sound of luggage wheels blended into a noisy clamor. Kurapika moved cautiously through the crowd, weaving an uneven path to avoid collisions as he headed for the check-in counter. Passing the lounge area, his peripheral vision caught a golden-haired, twin-tailed girl around his age standing alone by a magazine rack. But his gaze didn't linger. At the magazine rack, the twin-tailed girl's eyes sparkled as she pulled out a magazine featuring a handsome blonde man on the cover. To encounter such a delightful sight while waiting for her flight. Overjoyed, she silently praised the airport's thoughtful amenities. Slurp, wiping a glistening droplet from the corner of her mouth with a gloved hand. The girl giggled dreamily and eagerly flipped through the newly released magazine she hadn't had a chance to buy yet. Passers-by around her couldn't help but notice the odd behavior, casting puzzled glances her way. But the twin-tailed girl paid no mind to the strange looks, utterly absorbed in the charms of the various heartthrobs gracing the pages. In stark contrast, the other golden-haired boy walking away seemed all the more lonely, sensitive, even fragile. Sotheby's Auction House, VIP Lounge. Axel, his face lined with wrinkles at over 50 years old, received Morrow here. Good stuff. Axel held the emerald between his thumb and index finger, raising it overhead where the light revealed a vibrant green luster pulsing like life itself. This was still just an untreated gemstone, unadulterated by human hands. With quality like this, heat treatment could elevate its color and clarity to another level. Yet Axel had always preferred natural, unprocessed forms. Even knowing the potential for refinement, he felt no urge to alter it. Placing the untreated emerald into a prepared box, He glanced at Morrow across from him and smiled. It's been a long time since I've seen a natural gem of such quality. To think you discovered it hidden in an unremarkable clock, Mr. Morrow, quite the feat. You flatter me, Mr. Axel. Morrow's pulse quickened slightly. He hadn't told Axel about the emerald's origins, nor was he aware of any connection between Axel and that antique shop. Most likely, the young proprietress had uploaded photos of the gem to some York New exchange platform. With the annual auction season in full swing, such things weren't unusual. Many antique dealers and potential buyers actively exchanged information during this time, though most were just showing off. It was a common trait among collectors. They spent fortunes on acquisitions, partly for personal satisfaction, partly to flaunt among peers. Axel closed the box with deliberate care, his tone casual. There's one thing that intrigues me, though. How did you know in advance that the clock contained a natural emerald, enough to promise it to me 2 days ago? Mr. Axel, I never specified an emerald. Even without this one, I could have acquired another gem to your satisfaction. I simply got lucky while browsing the shops and stumbled upon it. Morrow maintained a composed smile, his voice steady. This is York New. With money, you can buy anything you desire, isn't that so? True enough. Recalling that Morrow had indeed only mentioned a gemstone earlier, Axel let the matter drop, shifting the conversation to auction detail for the Scarlet Eyes and other items. Morrow had no objections to Southern Peace Auction House's decision to schedule the auction for the 10th. Securing a mid-season slot for the Scarlet Eyes and other pieces was already the best possible outcome. He'd be staying in York New until the auction season ended anyway. Once the arrangements were settled, Morrow didn't linger. Leaving Southern Peace, he headed straight for the city's bull market. A relatively free, informal marketplace for the general public, its bargaining system mimicked auctions, a hybrid of bidding and flea market haggling. Here, stalls displayed all manner of goods, offering plenty of chances for hidden finds. But even if you stumbled upon a bargain, the profit margins were slim. Morrow wasn't here for money. He needed to charge tree rings. A market like this, overflowing with variety, was bound to have some nun-imbued objects carrying residual aura, especially at this time of year. 2 days later, Morrow visited the bull markets in various districts and found 5 nun-imbued objects carrying aura. The energy of the tree rings subsequently reached 26%. Compared to this, post-mortem nun was still more efficient for charging. Perhaps he could find some commissions specifically targeting sublimated post-mortem nun through certain channels. That way, he could charge efficiently while making a fortune. Walking along the market road, Morrow silently pondered. Ow! Suddenly, a self-proclaimed super-duper adorable blonde beauty accidentally twisted her ankle and pitifully collapsed right in front of Morrow on the path. Then, the beauty slowly raised her head, eyes brimming with tears. Where'd he go? But the young man who had been lost in thought was nowhere in sight. The beauty whipped her head around, only to see the boy sprinting away at full speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Wait, why are you running?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.